Drop the beat.
I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked him. I never liked him. I never racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. Racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked him.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. How are you doing today? I hope you had a beautiful Thanksgiving. Christian Blair says good morning. Jonah Boy says good morning. Conservatism says second like reporting in 07. Hope y'all had a happy turkey day. Fellow Runner says good morning. Grillers. Grassroots Hegemon says hey. And hey to you. Now, I did get a haircut, so I'm looking very handsome, but I am a little bit of a mess because we had a messy weekend. I'm going to catch you up. I did not install the monitors. My apologies. Hard griller with a hard R. True. But I did not install the monitors because I was very busy. I'll run you through it. So Thursday we had Thanksgiving. We drove out probably 2 hours almost to the west coast of Florida in order to spend time with my wife's grandparents, which is my kids' great-grandparents, which is actually really cool because my great-grandparents were dead by the time I was born, and I spent some time with my grandparents, but the way that we spend time with my kids' great-grandparents is the way that I spent time with my grandparents. And the way that they spend time with their grandparents is the way that I would say I spent time with some aunts and uncles, where it was like more often. So as a result, I think my kids actually have a way better relationship with their grandparents and great-grandparents than I did. So it's pretty cool, actually. Then that was Thursday. Thursday was gone. Couldn't do anything about Thursday. Friday, what did we do? I drove to South Florida. So I went to a place called Sebring, which is north of Lake Okeechobee. Physically stunning country. Like, honestly, I really, really thought it was beautiful because it did have a certain amount of development. I was on Highway 27. It had a certain amount of development where there were like chains and like Wendy's and McDonald's and Chipotle and all that kind of stuff. All that was built up along the highway because I think that highway is really popular. But then every now and then you would just hit like a huge agricultural dead zone where there was just rolling hills and cows and lakes as far as the eye could see. So it was like a really interesting mix of modern civilization and wide open country. And also it's just north of Lake Okeechobee. So that's like the big, if you look at Florida, there's a giant circle in the middle of it. That I was just north of the giant circle. So I picked up a friend. We went to South Florida to hang out with my mom. We had a birthday. We went out. We had beers. We went bar hopping. I'm not a bar hopping guy. Honestly, I was a little jacked up just from like a 6-pack of beer and moving from bar to bar to bar to bar until 3 a.m. And then we passed out at 4. And then we went shooting with Destiny. But because I was so hungover, realistically, nobody else was hungover. I was the only person hungover. But because I was so hungover, I felt like crap and I got sick halfway through the day. So we actually didn't shoot a podcast on Saturday. We just hung out and went shooting. And then pretty much by the time we were shooting, I felt like I got my ass kicked in. So Saturday, then I took a nap, drove back home Saturday. Yesterday, we basically just recovered. That's all we really did. We just recovered from traveling and we hung out as I have one of my best friends in town. We just hung out as a group. We met up with another old friend and then we hung out as a group and then we went to bed and now I'm here. So realistically, if I wanted to install monitors, I just didn't have time. So my apologies. I promise I'll get it done this week though. Anyways, moving into chat because I parasocially love you guys and I did miss you over the 5 days that I was gone. Jonah says, hard R grillers. True. Well, QC says, good morning. May your grill stay hot. May your beer stay cold. And may you keep all your fingers while blowing things up. Amen. Thank you for leading us in prayer, Chaplain John. That's awesome. Let's go. I'm early. Good to see you, young Anarch. Hey, good morning, John Morning Field. Yes, it's good to be back. Hosbar says, good morning. Good to see you, bud. Sorry I haven't been responding to DMs. I'm barely surviving. Barely surviving. Hosbar says degenerate. Indeed, it was a degenerate weekend. Now, I only minimally participated in the degeneracy. I actually had what most people prop shit. I know I have like uncles and family friends and shit. They drink a 6-pack a day. You know what I'm saying? They do like 8 hours of hard labor, 10 hours of hard labor, then they slam a 6-pack and go to bed. So me having one 6-pack and staying up until 3 a.m. is actually not that hardcore. Jonas says, sounds like a good weekend. It was just a little bit too busy, a little bit too busy. Then sorry, I'm clicking on chats. Holiday weekends be busy. I intended on getting a whole house humidifier installed. It's currently a half-done project. Right. Everything I do, expect it to be take twice as long, and well, actually, cost double what I thought it would cost and take triple as long. That's kind of my rule. It's just Avi says, yo, good to see you. Grassroots says, visited the grandparents getting banged out of shape and shooting guns summarizes the previous 10 years of my life. Nice. Minimal degeneracy is preferable. Hope you had a good Thanksgiving. It was great. Like I said, we hung out with the great grandparents and we had delicious food and it was awesome. I carved the turkey, which I did think was interesting because it was my first time carving a turkey. And so they kind of showed me how to do it where like you cut off all the limbs first and then you go to the breastbone. But the birds have like a sternum that extends out a few inches. That way, all of the pectoral meat can extend out to the extended sternum breastbone. I thought that was really interesting. It's kind of cool how you can still recognize the physiology of a flying bird in similarities to, I guess, humans, where obviously they have like a heart and a liver and they have this and they have that and they got like a sternum and ribs and arms and legs and shit. But it was interesting seeing like a completely different evolved sternum. The sternum was actually different. It was interesting to see that while I was carving up the turkey. Never forget Sargon. Oh, thank you. Never forget Sargon tried to claim his dad was black during Gamergate SJW wars. Cut to the whitest old man in existence appearing in a later video. Yeah. He was like 2% black. Listen, man, during the progressive days, it was tempting to maximize your non-white heritage so you wouldn't be attacked as a racist. And whereas now it just be racist. Like it's you can just be like, oh yeah, I'm a little racist. What's the problem? And most people don't care. Excuse me. Conservatism says cost double, time triple. Sounds like a guy who has been in construction admin. Dude, every single job, like every single entrepreneurial activity, every single institutional project I've been a part of, every single thing that I've ever done, where if you do a reasonable good faith estimate and you do a reasonable good faith estimate for time, it's going to cost double and it's going to take triple the amount of time. And that's like, I set the expectations whenever I do a job or an entrepreneurial venture. I set expectations of this is the time that I think it should take. This is how long it's probably actually going to take. Oh man, got to get in at an angle. If you're talking about cutting up a turkey, absolutely. You got to go alongside the breastbone and then you got to cut off the pectoral meat and all that kind of stuff. It's pretty cool. I don't like killing things unnecessarily, but I do find physiology incredible. Hosbar says, weird to know Sargon lore and not have seen it. Yeah. Sargon burned the bridge with Sitch and Adam. I know he burned it with Dev, short fat to talk to. We'll see. Apparently he popped up for a liberalism debate within the past week. So I'm going to take a look at that. I don't know if they bridge burned during the debate or the conversation. Either way, Sargon, to me, this is my opinion. I'm sure Hasbar will not agree. But Sargon, he was the classic lib, right? He was the guy who was like, oh, actually, if you look at history, I'm a liberal. And here's all the great thinkers of Western civilization who helped make the Western world great. And what I resent about the far left is the fact that they keep inviting in, Muslim immigrants and progressive neo-Marxist gays, and they want to destroy freedom of speech, freedom of conscience, free enterprise, all these like civil rights and liberties that we've established over the past several hundred years. They want to destroy this project. Therefore, I resent them and I hate them. So I'm going to maintain my loyalty to this classical liberal idea, but I'm also going to fight the far left in its excesses. That's how Sargon started out. But what it feels like happened over time is he got increasingly frustrated with the fact that, no offense, guys, a lot of liberals are pussies. And so he just kind of wanted like a more strong weapon to wield against the left. But in doing so, he became Boromir from Lord of the Rings. Like he was like, oh, actually, I no longer believe in liberalism. I actually believe in like new monarchy. I want like a strong pseudo dictatorial leader in order to maintain the traditions of society, because liberalism in its permissiveness allows degeneracy to sink in over time. And so if you play the conservative liberal dichotomy game, you're constantly shifting politically left, where there are some ideas that should be instantiated firmly and should survive time no matter what. And I think that's like a silly perspective, but I mean, I would rather see it steelmanned and criticize. Well, maybe not steelmanned. I'd rather see him articulate it rather than stab at his ideas. I would rather just watch him debate Sitch and Adam and see if he can bring it up coherently and then criticize the coherent ideology. Osbar says that was directed at Groovy, not you, Connor. Being behind on chat always makes me look like a dick. Lol. It happens. It's my fault for being behind. Jonah says my uncle is black. Now I can be racist. True. You'd make a great engineer with schedules like that. Honestly, it applies cross industries. So construction admin is like that. Entrepreneurialism is like that. It's all like that, man. It's all like that. So just what I would do is any industry, like if you find that what I said was true, do the good faith estimate. I used to use a program called Exactimate. So use Exactimate, add in a 20% 20% profit margin or whatever, and then tell the customer, the client, hey, this is what I think it's going to cost to be whole, and realistically this is the scope of the project. However, I have a lot of experience with projects, and typically what happens is things get a little bit out of hand. We find something that's out of scope. We find things that complicate the job. Therefore, if I think that we could reasonably do this job in 2 weeks, but because of all these additional complications that typically happen within a job, just expect that it's going to take 4, and there might be things that are out of scope that we need to add later. And then boom, like you kind of, if everything goes smoothly, then you're out in 2 weeks. You had a perfectly estimated job and everything's great. And then if there's things that are out of scope that get added later, or if the job extends double or triple the time that you originally estimated, you already set expectations with the client. You already set expectations with the customer. That way they don't get mad that it's, that you added scope. Because sometimes you just find things while you're in the middle of a job and they need to get done. They're not like cute, funny things that you can just ignore. They're things that need to get done in order to not destroy a house or destroy a building. So my monitors just went out, which is awesome. I love it. I love when I'm just hanging out here talking to you guys. I literally don't move a fucking inch, and then my monitors just go black. It's fun. It's fun for me. I enjoy it. Give me a second. I'm gonna fuck with my shit. There we go. There we go. I'm back. Sargon still talks to Sitch and Adam. I don't know if that's a statement or a question. I saw Sargon of Akkad debate Sitch and Adam on liberalism posted within the past week, and I knew that it would be good react fodder regardless of whether or not it got spicy. Jonas says, I'm glad I stopped watching Sargon just because he went MAGA because I realized he was boring, lol. Dude, hold on, man. So, sorry, this is ancient lore. So, I loved the anti-SJW sphere. I hate to say it. I know that makes me cringe. I know it makes me soy. I don't care. Chris Raygun back in the day was fun and funny and made good content. Shoe on Head was fun and funny and made good content. And then I saw Sargon of Akkad kind of hanging out with them, doing debates, all that stuff. And I was like, okay, I'll check Sargon out. And so I watched like 3 or 4 of his videos, and they were just like reading articles that were weirdly progressive. My monitor just went out again. I didn't move a fucking inch. What is my computer's problem? Anyways, my computer is punishing me because I didn't set up the monitors last night. That's exactly what happened. God was like, you should be industrious enough in order to set up the monitors that your chat gave you enough money in order to buy. As a result, I'm going to punish you. It's God. God is punishing me. Anyways, so I know you guys can hear me and see me, so I'm just going to keep talking until I get frustrated enough to go fuck with my cables again. So, I watched like 3 or 4 Sargon episodes, and I was kind of listening to the articles, and the article sounded ridiculous. And then I was listening to his criticisms, and I was like, okay, realistically, these criticisms are getting really repetitive. I kind of understood his line of argumentation within the first 2 videos, and he just repeated his criticisms in the 3rd and 4th video. So is this all Sargon is? Just like repeating the same 6 talking points about how people are like woke and gay? And then I went to go check the source articles for what he was talking about, because some of them were like really obnoxiously progressive. And then I realized it was medium.com. You guys know what Medium is? Medium is a website similar to YouTube where you can just, anybody can create an account and publish articles. It's like reading people's live journals. And what pissed me off about that was Sargon was representing this as like mainstream left-wing thought, where he was like, oh, this is what they all believe. This is what they all believe. This is why we have to defeat the left. We have to defeat the left. And then you go look at the article, and it's like a Medium article written by some non-binary trans twink with like 60 views. This would be the equivalent of me going onto Twitter and finding a fucking like egg profile with like a few tweets with like 3 likes on it, and then being like, this is what everybody in the right wing thinks. This is what everybody in the left wing thinks. This is what every libertarian thinks. And it was so cringe and so dishonest and so represented in such like an egregious way, where he was not acknowledging the fact that these people were absolute shitters. I was like, fuck this guy. And so ever since then, I kind of had like a bad taste in my mouth in reference to Sargon. But it didn't get better with time. So I checked out his like White Lotus content, Lotus Eater content, whatever. And it was all black pill shit. It was like, Muslims are in Europe and they're destroying our civilization. Muslims are in Europe destroying our civilization. Gays are in Europe and they're destroying civilization. If Donald Trump doesn't win, Western civilization is dead. We need a king. We need a dictator. We need a king. We need a dictator. And I engaged with him on Twitter because obviously Sitch and Adam were friends with him, and I was friends with Sitch and Adam at the time. And he just like, he got into a reply thread with me, and I was like, hey man, I think you're kind of a fucking asshole because you're capitalizing on black pill content in order to radicalize your audience, and then you're just making them feel like shit, and you know that they're addicted to it, and you don't care. You're basically a black pill propagandist. He's like, fuck you, I do white pill shit too. And I was like, really? Because if I check out your content right now, I'm pretty sure like 99% of it is going to be black pill. And he's like, fuck you. And then he blocked me. I was like, all right, cool. Yeah, way to prove my point, dickhead. Once again, I did nothing. My monitors came back. I did nothing more. My monitors went black. So once again, God is punishing me for my lack of industry this weekend. So let me fuck with it again. Let me fuck with the cables again. Very annoying. I just want to make content. Just want to make content for the audience I love. Oh my God. But anyways, so we'll check it out momentarily. I will check in with chat again before we go into it. I'm just waiting for my stupid ass fucking monitors to come back on. So yeah, so I guess the main thing is I just want you guys to know that, like, beware of that. Be wary of the prophets of doom, because many of them are just trying to capitalize on your own sense of like fear and anxiety. And obviously we check out like pretty negative content. Like, you know, today we're going to be watching Tim Miller get blackpilled while arguing with young conservatives. We're going to be watching Sargon of Akkad fighting with Sitch and Adam. And I obviously have quite negative opinions of Adam. But the point is that, like, I don't know, man. Gold is the main thing that I want to do, though, is I want to laugh at it. I want to laugh at it. I want to criticize it. And I'm kind of a cynical person naturally. And so my cynicism by other people in order to start my wire box real quick. So I'm sorry if I disappeared for a minute. Nope, there you are. There, you're back. Literally, I'm not doing anything. I'm not doing anything technical. I'm picking up wires and I'm just jiggling them a little bit in their holes. I'm picking up wires and I'm just moving them slightly in and out of the. And now it's black again. God damn it. Okay, here we go. All right, now you guys are back. Let's pray that you guys stay back for a minute. All right, so let me catch up with chat real quick. Hosbar says, you describe Sargon's likely path away from liberalism and it just sounds good. Liberalism does just allow for degeneracy. Well, Hosbar, we're not on the same page. Conserve says Sargon saw a couple of black women take away Bernie Sanders' microphone and went from a sock dem to a Curtis Yarvin acolyte. Realistically, yeah. The other guy, now he's a sock dem only for white people. How was Turkey Day? It was amazing. Barbabian, nice. Hey, Zach, how are you? Zach's a friend. He was one of the guys who was hanging out with me this weekend. He's part of the reason why I didn't install my monitors properly. Good to see you, buddy. How's everybody doing? Pretty good, pretty good. Quick show, like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them. I'm gonna push my PayPal a little bit this month because you guys have been incredibly generous, and we made good money last month. All my bills are paid. They're paid almost on time. The wife is mostly happy financially. And so everything's pretty good. So I'm not complaining. We had an excellent September, October, and November. However, just like you guys, I am subject to the whims of the holidays. So I am just as screwed as you guys, where making enough money to pay bills doesn't mean that like Christmas presents and anniversaries and birthdays are taken care of. So I'm going to plug my PayPal a little bit more this month, just because I need some flexibility in order to get all the holiday stuff done and take the wife out on a nice date and all that kind of stuff. So our anniversary is December 17th, 2016. That might be a little bit doxy, but that's okay. And so right before Christmas was kind of a tough time to set an anniversary, but that's okay. That's life. So there's a PayPal button. If you guys want to do PayPal, awesome. I'll check my emails intermittently and I'll thank you guys for it. Otherwise, like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. I will get into the content momentarily, but I do want to check in with chat because obviously I enjoy reading your guys' chats and you guys are typically pretty funny and fucked up in a funny way. Sin Patriarch says, by the way, I started uploading some VODs and gameplay stuff if y'all are interested on this channel. Well, Sin Patriarch, plug it to me in Discord and I'll shill it the same way that I shilled K's channel. Fellrunner says, y'all should start grilling wallabies to give thanks to the consumer gods for Black Friday in that case. Don't kill and eat wallabies. Wallabies are way too cute to kill and eat. Conservatism says, I love the anti-SJW stuff too. Kekistan was good times. I thought so. A lot of people look back at that time and cringe. I thought it was actually pretty funny. Fellrunner says, Connor, it's Mossad, just ask Doobie. Oftentimes it is Mossad. Sen Patriarch says, Watchmaker came back and beat your ass. Not sure what that's in reference to. Conservatism, we lost Shu to the Void too. Still funny though. She still makes like entertaining content, but I realized maybe recently, and maybe this is mean to my former self, but I thought that Shu on Head and Chris Ray Gun and all that kind of stuff, I thought they were making like high IQ content. But as I look back on it, it's realistically like mid IQ content. It's probably like 100 to 110 IQ content, but they make it really, really entertaining. They're just entertaining people. And so as a result, like what feels like something that's smart, but it's realistically just what you thought already, they put what you thought already into an entertaining package. And so as a result, they gained insane popularity, which good for them. Basically, there's no credit to the articles because it's just some blog by some random schmuck. Yes, exactly. It's just a random non-binary twink writing an article that got 60 views. So somebody kicked us off with the super chat. McDevin for 5. Thank you for the Tim Miller content. The SJW musicals by Chris are Ray Gun were fun. Yeah. I thought they were great. Ain't No Rest for the Wicked redone for Ain't No Rest for the Triggered. It was cute. It was fun. Other guy says, lately I feel black and blue pilled. Well, there you go. Grassroots says, Hegemon, be like Connor, going on to Twitter thinking all libertarians want everyone in prison but have a weird affinity for Jews for some reason. I mean, that's just you, buddy. That's just you. Patriarch says, are we booming? We're always booming to some degree, but we're definitely booming right now. Other guy says, Connor admits he loves his chat. Must be gay. True. You know, all of us will watch you put monitors together as content. Do you curse while building things, saying fudge makes it go faster? True. Vorpal Fox says, we need some good news in politics again. This stuff is getting depressing nowadays. Well, yeah, but you just gotta have fun with the depressing stuff. Hosbar says, Connor, wouldn't you agree that an unrestrained left wing is very blackpilling, though? Like the ambition of the left unrestrained by some kind of conservatism is scary? Yeah, of course. But have sane conservatism, okay? So as an example, Hosbar, I go to a dead mall. I have a dead mall in Orlando, and all the shops are closed. There's no retail businesses. Everything's, sad. And I'm just thinking to myself, damn, you know what? Those were the days, okay? Just going out, smoking a little reefer, hanging out with the boys, hanging out with the girls, walking around, window shopping for stuff that you can't afford. That was fun. Like the teenage days were fun. We've fallen. The West has fallen because I'm walking around in a dead mall. And then I think to myself, nah, Amazon's pretty cool. Like I like ordering PLA plus filament and having it come to my door within 24 hours. That's amazing. So you know what? Fuck it. Dead malls are okay. Then I go to a mall in the nice part of town in South Florida, and it's popping. There's businesses, there's gays, there's women, there's Hispanics, there's Asians. Everybody's walking around. Everybody's having a good time. Everybody's eating at the food court. Everybody's laughing. And so what drives me crazy about this is if you listen to Sargon, you would think that you were living in a dead mall. You would think that it's over and you need to kill yourself. But it's not over, and you don't need to kill yourself. You just might be in a weird spot. Maybe you're in a rural part of the country that just kind of died off a little bit. Maybe you're in an industry that died off a little bit. Maybe you fell off a little bit. You stopped being disciplined. You stopped taking your career seriously. You stopped looking for opportunities. Maybe you're just in a weird and awkward spot. But guess what? There's plenty of places in the world that are having a good time. And so that's where, for me, like taking the existential uncertainty of the Western world as it presently exists, then projecting that onto your individual life and then saying it's so over and you should kill yourself, but don't kill yourself out of spite and take your spite out on gay people and immigrants. It's cringe to me. Like, do I want 1 billion Muslims over here in the Western world overnight? Obviously not. Do I think that I should be rude to my Hispanic neighbor because it's over? No. 2inch says, it's weird. These guys say that barbaric Islam will destroy Western civilization, but when you leave them to their own devices, they glaze the Taliban exactly for their authoritarian. Yeah, they just want to be the Christian Taliban. Like white Sharia started as a meme. Now white Sharia is unironically the position of some online dissident right-wing people. I just watched a Sargon video and it's like he's still living in 2015. Well, if he can make money doing that, I'm not surprised. Tagring says, I've survived too much with too good of an attitude to let a soft weasel like Sargon get me down. That's what I'm saying. Sin Patriarch says, laugh my ass off. That's more American than most Americans. The other guy. True. Jesus Connor, enough with the dirty talk. This is a family show. I'm sorry. I'd rather just give it straight than have YouTube take 30% of super chats. Well, thank you. I did plug it immediately after you said that. I'll plug it again. And basically just know what if you guys donate to the chat or whatever, obviously I need that. I need to make money on my normal channel. I need Valor Media Network to know that I'm still plugging them and making money for them. But if you go to the PayPal, just know that I'm going to use it to take the wife on a date, and I'm going to use it to get Christmas presents a little bit early. So I'm not doing all of my Christmas shopping on December 20th when I get paid by YouTube. So I'm going to go ahead and thank you, Mr. Brock. I won't dox you, but thank you, Mr. Brock, for your PayPal donation. I genuinely appreciate it. Hosbar says, I don't think you and I disagree. Actually, I believe liberalism by nature lends itself to degeneracy. The duty comes from something else, but not liberalism in and of itself. Without duty, it's bad. Well, right. But we need to talk about Burkean conservatism versus traditionalism. We need to talk about that, and we'll talk about it today. Evan says, let me know if you'd like a diagnostic on your 2 weeks free of charge from an accounting major. I build Excel budget stuff for buddies should you want. I don't know if I want a diagnostic, but I'll create my books. And then if there's something, because I still haven't created my books, I need to create my books. I started in September. I still haven't made my books. I need to make my books, but if I have weird book stuff, can you DM me, Eben? That way I have somebody to bounce my books off of. That would be great. Sen Patriarch says the watchmaker is a reference to deism. Best. Conserve says, I own my cringe. Kekistan was an egalitarian movement that lampooned identity politics. I'll stand on the cringe on my deathbed. Well, I'm with you there. It's just, to me, Kekistan was like the ultimate expression of sarcastic civic nationalism. The civic nationalism was earnest. The sarcasm was the fact that we were allegedly adopting the aesthetics of Nazism and identity politics in order to be civic nationalists, which I think is based. Check out Wick Panel with Destiny Soy Pale. Good logic. It was entertaining. Okay. I mean, we got the whole week. I'm not going anywhere. Hosbar says, but an unrestrained conservatism isn't that bad. If we're talking real conservatism and some belief in duty, unrestrained liberalism is really scary. The idea that conservatism is fascism is wrong. I agree, but we have to understand like what we're talking about, because if you're saying unrestrained conservatism, what era do we want to go back to? Because if we want to go back to the 50s or 60s, yeah, realistically, will everything be okay? Sure. But even in America in the 50s and 60s, we had not legal, but we had social segregation. Like as recently as 1964. I think the Civil Rights Act passed in 64, and it was effectively enforced that in southern towns, you couldn't be black on the wrong side of town past 11 p.m. because they just thought you were a criminal. And so they would incarcerate you for being on the wrong side of town past a certain time at night. And they would harass you, even if you were just like a normal working class or middle class stiff who was at the local bar. Cops would still harass you and potentially incarcerate you for being the wrong skin color in the wrong side of town at the wrong time of night. You know what I'm saying? So like that, I don't want to go back to that. And then same thing with, gay folk. Like gay folk really only won their social acceptance in the 80s. And I want to bully gay folk into being less promiscuous, but I don't want to bully them back into the closet. I don't think that, I don't think that gay people, I think the Bible basically misunderstands the phenomena of being trans and being gay. That's what I believe. I'll just be soy enough to say it. Andre Sondelescu says, hi, Connor. I think even if we're in a decline, we won't actually be able to tell for a while. This is the kind of thing you can only truly determine in retrospect. Yeah, but dude, you have to understand, like Cicero thought that Rome was over 3 centuries before the Western Roman Empire fell. You know that 3 centuries is a long time to make something good happen, right? Like you can just say it's over for 3 centuries and then it is over and then it all falls apart. Or you could be like, hey, it's not over. We're going to make this work. And your attitude and what you do with several centuries worth of time and energy is important. Hosbar says, my bad. I wasn't defending Sargon's position. So I'm just defending conservatism and saying that I don't think liberalism is a bet good on its own. Yeah, sure. I'm not kidding when I say I believe in Burkean conservatism. I believe in it fundamentally. We'll talk about it in a minute. Andre says he was fun to watch, even if he was pretty dumb. It was funny when he called the Nazis N-words. Right. He should have never caught a ban for that. That was amazing. Fascism isn't a right-wing thing or a necessary extension of conservatism. That's all I'm saying. I see left-wing ideology leading to fascism to foster then conservatism and duty-based ethics. Okay. Maybe we'll get into that. We could fight on that a little bit. I think when you argue against the opposite of pure liberalism, you think that's fascism. I don't think that's the case. I do believe that society needs degeneracy, but it does need duty. Let's get into it via the content. I'm gonna take a bite of breakfast real quick. My apologies for being rude, but I'm going to. Sorry, my wife made me bacon bits, eggs, and toast. Phil Runner says, I like Happy Holidays because of the Venn diagram of bitter post-Christianity atheism and pre-conversion Judaism. That is my life. Interesting. Hey, Connor, any thoughts about the World War debate? I only saw World War debate. I just saw their Twitter profile this morning. I'm unfamiliar with their content. I do not know who they are. I just saw I saw Pisco tag Rob Noor saying, hey, we want to be on World War debate. And then I saw World War debate say, okay, this could be fun. Sorry. I know I'm chewing food and making mouth noises, but I'm hungry. My apologies. Poor man wife date idea. Take her fishing at night under the stars with a blanket for when she gets cold, then fillet the fish and fry it for your meal. I mean, that'd be cool, but she gets grossed out by food. Cicero the clown? I don't think segregation is a conservative position. That's being attributed to my side, and I think it's unfairly so. Yeah, sure. For example, plenty of Christians use Christianity to do bad things, but that doesn't mean that Christianity is bad. Yeah. We'll get into, the various conservatisms. I'll pull up some drawings. You'll enjoy them. You'll enjoy them. Yeah. You'll enjoy my drawings, Hosbar. We might be more aligned. You might think we're more aligned than I think we're aligned, but you'll probably enjoy my drawings because you'll feel like they're a steel man of conservatism. But anyways, I'm going to go ahead and thank you, McDevin77. Thank you to Brock for the PayPal. And thank you for kicking us off donations-wise. Quick show before we get started. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. My parasocially love you. Let me go ahead and pull up the content, and let's get cracking. We'll get Mr. Sargon of Akkad in here, and we'll see what they have to say for themselves. So, Sitch and Adam. Videos. We should have Adam hates Democrats' unlawful orders video. God, he's such a fucking... Don't say the F slur. Don't say the F slur. I'll pull that up as like a cherry on top for the Sargon video. Adam just he steelmans all the worst positions, in my opinion. He just needlessly steelmans the worst positions possible, and his steelman oftentimes sucks. So I hate it. I genuinely hate it. But anyways, let me go ahead and increase the video quality, do the audio. Let me set it up so it's actually visually appealing. And then let's do an intro. Let's get the present screen going. I'll do an intro. We'll get cracking. Add to screen, take away from screen. Perfect. All right. Hi, guys. Welcome to Counterpoints. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran, and I would argue a real Republican. We're going to be checking out our old friends, Sitch and Adam show, The Last Centrists, even though they don't like being called centrists. We're going to check them out debating the former classical liberal Sargon of Akkad about liberalism. Sargon of Akkad has abandoned liberalism. He used to be an anti-social justice warrior, classical liberal, kind of a centristy guy. And then Sitch and Adam, I would say, used to identify as centrists, but are probably center-right, center-left. I would consider them a part of the contrarian right. So we're going to see them fight whether or not philosophical liberalism is good. And I'm looking forward to it because realistically, I have criticisms of everybody involved. Let's take a look.
I don't think you... That's okay. You go to the bathroom. I'll talk to Carl for a second, and then...
Hang on a second. This is louder than I was expecting.
We're loud!
Okay, try now.
How's it going? How you doing, man?
Good. Yeah, good.
Yeah, of course.
Actually, I've got a really annoying fucking cough.
Oh, okay. Well, don't cough into the microphone.
I'm afraid I'm not.
Look, I didn't hector you to come on. You wanted to come on, so
I did.
But I did put the bat signal in the thumbnail. I thought, oh, if I put Carl in the thumbnail, there's no way he can resist. He's going to come talk to us about this shit.
Yeah.
So what's up? Why are you always bitching about liberalism? What's going on?
Let's go.
On, Carl.
I'm currently streaming on my little gaming channel.
Are you?
Of Change.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
that's
no,
okay.
it's totally
What's
fine.
up, everybody?
Yeah, the chat is saying hello.
Oh, hey, what's going on?
I'm just gonna make sure that everything's working right. I think say something again.
Hey,
Right.
hey, everybody. Trump,
My chat can
2028,
definitely hear
right?
that. Sorry?
Trump 2028.
I mean, I doubt it. Like, Trump's looking quite tired these days, man.
Yeah. I saw this one interview on CNBC where the CNBC hosts were super serious. Obviously, CNBC here is the financial channel. All they do is talk about stocks and bonds and the market all day long. And Trump was on there, and one of the hosts put the thumb screws to him about running in 2028. She did not like all this joking around about running. And Trump said, she asked point blank, are you planning on running in 2028? And he kind of laughed it off and said, probably not. And then after that, I just realized, oh yeah, he's just trolling people. He's not serious about it.
You were like, sold.
Yeah.
I mean, he's never.
Okay, this is I have no idea, man, but I'm just gonna say it. This is what pisses me off. Okay, this is what pisses me off. The lack of acknowledgement of how serious January 6, 2021 was. Because if you check out videos for Sitch and Adam in 2021, 2022, 2023, they knew how serious January 6, 2021 is. And by the way, no one's getting over it, guys. Okay, I know the center-right guys. They just want us to get over it because it was 5 years ago. What happened was a lawyer named John Eastman came up with a legal theory on how Trump could steal the election. He would have the vice president of the United States unilaterally declare that these states had ongoing fraud investigations and therefore their votes didn't count. Therefore, he would vacate it and he would declare Donald Trump the unilateral winner. Alternatively, he could vacate the votes, and if he couldn't declare Trump the unilateral winner, then he would push it to the House of Representatives for a vote through some procedure that I hadn't heard of, but apparently exists. And then because Republicans controlled the House of Representatives, Donald Trump could be elected president from the House of Representatives. And then the final thing, I forget what it was. It was like if the House of Representatives weren't giving him a majority, then they had a third way in order to declare Donald Trump the winner. But effectively, they didn't have evidence of the fraud. Bill Barr had already resigned because he knew that Trump was going ahead with this stuff. Half of the DOJ had already resigned because they knew Trump was going ahead with this plan. And then the final thing was January 6, 2021, where they did a protest that turned riotous. That I think that if Donald Trump wasn't a lying, megalomaniacal, manipulative piece of shit, then everybody should have been rioting. If there was proven outcome determinative voter fraud, then the entire country should have helped the rioters during January 6, 2021. But he didn't prove it. He didn't prove it in court. He didn't prove it out of court, right? I would change my entire opinion on Donald Trump if he set up a 40-minute PowerPoint presentation with evidence, with hyperlinks, showing that the Democrats used like illegal means in order to seize the presidency. I would change my tune and I'd be like, hey, I hate Donald Trump. I hate him for XYZ ABC reasons, but the Democrats engaged in horrible criminal behavior. And as a result, he should have won the election. I would absolutely change my tune if given sufficient evidence. He's had 6 years to prove outcome determinative voter fraud. He hasn't. And not just that, he has the entire power of the federal executive state at his disposal right now in order to prove his case. It's not a priority for him. You would think that the collapse of the republic through outcome determinative voter fraud would be something that you would want to prove to the American public. He's not interested in it. My suspicion is he's not interested in it because it wasn't true. So we effectively had people try to steal the Republic of the United States, and now it's a goof. Now it's a laugh. I'm just going to say it. Adam, I don't think it's fucking funny. I don't think it's funny. I think it's fucked up. And I think that like 4 years later, because you know your audience is they laugh it off, you're laughing it off. Fuck you a little bit.
Isn't he like 79?
He's
I don't
pretty
know.
old.
I'm not
Yeah,
sure
I
how
think
old
so.
he is, but look, he seems in good shape to me. So
Yeah, he's very like, compos mentis for a chap his age. Don't get me wrong,
Mhm.
but he's fucking old. I'm sure
look
he's
at
about
you,
80.
ages.
I
Jeez.
know, God.
Yeah, I am pretty ageist. To be
You've
honest.
turned on Trump. I thought you were a big Trump
No.
supporter.
I'm obviously a supporter of Trump still, although he's not perfect. But like, I do support Trump, but it's just one of those things. It's like, guys, can we not get someone of about 50? That would be ideal, right?
Right, sure. No, I agree. We need someone young. Mom Donnie, right? He's young.
He's isn't he in his 40s? Is he 30s?
He looks like he's in his 40s. I'm sure
Yeah.
JD Vance is going to be running on the Republican side. So,
Yeah. How do you guys feel about JD Vance?
I mean, I want to see him campaign. I'm not opposed to voting for JD Vance. So,
Cool.
This was Pisco's point, and it's a well-made point. I'm not criticizing Pisco, but Pisco is saying that JD Vance enabled the second Trump administration. He said that he would have done what Mike Pence was unwilling to do, and he's complicit in all of the horrible policies that have had disastrous effects over the past 9 months. So why would you consider voting for him as president of the United States? And like I said, I do think that character matters as an example of character. I think I made it pretty clear in that conversation that I respect Mark Kelly for doing the video. And then when all this public pressure, backlash, and political pressure and criminal pressure comes back at him, he says, no, fuck you, you move. I actually respect Mark Kelly for that. There's plenty of reasons to criticize Mark Kelly, but that's not one of them. So I do think character matters, but I do think that the implementation of policy matters more. And so if the Democrats were running a Mamdani character who was trying to institute like a socialist utopia, and then JD Vance became like a tech bro, technocratic, futurist, policy wonk with perfect Republican bona fides as far as like what policies he wanted to execute, yeah, there's a possibility that I would vote for JD Vance, even though I do think that he's responsible for the incompetent and unnecessary deaths of international people as a result of the slashing of international aid. I understand JD Vance to be an evil person, but I will evaluate people based off of policy. It's just that Donald Trump was an evil person and his policy sucked.
Zoran Mamdani's 34. He looks older, doesn't
Really?
he?
That's racist.
Interesting.
Jesus.
Interesting. He's younger than me.
We were going to watch your video on the woke is the problem, or no, the woke is not the problem. It's the left that's the problem. That's a video that we were going to watch.
Oh, right. Yeah. Well, I mean, I agree
So
with you.
now you've gone completely woke. You're saying woke is not even a problem now.
Well, no, that's not what I say in the video.
Well, lay it out. Lay out your argument. Since you're here, we don't have to watch it. Just tell us what the argument is.
Sure. Well, woke is a lens. So it allows you to see things that you otherwise wouldn't have been paying attention
All right. See you, other guy. Have a good night, bud.
to. But it's not itself a normative philosophy. It's a descriptive lens. So, you can look at the world through the lens of woke, but if you don't have the liberal left types, the philosophy of them to inform what you're seeing, then you don't. I mean, frankly, a lot of the time, a lot of people just don't make head nor tails of it because they're not leftists, right? So a lot of people are like, well, so what? It requires the leftism to be the problem, to actually inform what ought to be done, because that's the normative component of the woke left. And so really it's the left part that is the problem, like it always has.
There's I just plugged Sam Patriarch's channel. So he sent it to me via Discord DM. So if you like hanging out and talking with Sam Patriarch in chat, go check out his channel.
And always will be. And so like complaining, oh, the woke is the problem. No, that's you defending the left when it's actually the left that's the problem, and it always will be. Because the left is the section of politics that actually has a goal.
Hmm.
They want to bring about a certain future in mind.
I don't like
So-
any of the.
Okay, we need like a political spectrum map. Where's my wig? Where's my wig? I'm not going to keep this on the entire stream, and I'm not going to do it all the time, but I'm going to do it sometimes when the spirit of Bob Ross is in my body. I'm gonna do it. Okay. So this is what frustrates me about what Sargon is saying, because I don't think it's really true. But that's okay. Bear in mind, there's like a billion factions of politics, so me drawing like 5 of them across a political spectrum is probably not a great way to understand it. But the political spectrum, the left-right dichotomy, once again, comes from the French Revolution. And what happened was the left and right, it was from who sat where in parliament. And the left were the more human-oriented people. And what I mean by that is that they were the Jacobins, were the far left. Those were like the revolutionary left-wingers. It was also a healthy chunk of the moderates who wanted some level of reform within French society. And then the right wing were the monarchists and the institutionalists. They were the people who supported the church and supported the king. And so what happened within that dynamic is that right and left became shorthand for a temperament. And the temperament is, are you for reform that benefits the peasant masses? Are you for reforms that benefit the most amount of people maximally and give them the maximum amount of freedom? Or do you think that human institutions bear within them some level of wisdom that must be preserved and passed down through society? And that's how like left versus right was split. And that's why liberals, people who care about maximizing human freedom, were considered left wing, and conservatives, people who wanted to preserve social institutions, were considered right wing. And that's kind of the framing that we accepted up until very recently. Now, what kind of pisses me off about what Sargon is saying, it's not that he's kind of saying that like, oh, well, the left, once you accept this split in political dichotomy, which I'm assuming is presumed in his rhetoric, that once you hit the presumed left-right dichotomy, the left never wants to stop maximizing human freedom. They never want to stop pushing, especially leftists, never want to stop using freedom as the sole virtue through which they associate things. And so the next logical step is emancipating people from the oppressions of capitalism. So I'll just put liberal, socialist, communist, because think about this. Just throw out the fact that you hate communism for a second, and throw out the fact that that historically communism has been terrible. Any attempt at communism or socialism has been terrible. Throw that out of your mind real quick. Think about a moneyless, stateless, classless society real quick. Just think about it for a second. Moneyless. There's no money. Well, you still need food. You still need power. You still need energy. You still need to do X, Y, Z, A, B, C. Moneyless means that everything is free. You just go to the local grocery store. There's food right there for you. You just fill up your grocery cart and you take it home. You don't have to do anything because it's there. It's there for the taking. It is there for you. You don't have to spend any money. Oh, you want your kids to do extracurricular activities? You want your kids to play baseball? You don't have to spend any money. That's just done. People just do it because they have organized society in such a way that everybody kind of does what they want to do. And as a result, you can go enjoy everything, right? And then stateless, there's no cops. Society is so good. It is so good that there is no cops to harass you because everybody just does the speed limit. Everybody just waves to their neighbor. Everybody's nice. Nobody steals. Nobody murders. Nobody rapes. Nobody kills. Sounds great, right? The problem with that is that I don't think that's within human nature. I think that we are, to some degree, tribal, greedy, self-interested beings who have a whole evolutionary history that informs our instincts. And so a moneyless, stateless class of society is not possible. Then with socialism, with the decommodification of basic human needs and workers owning the means of production, which is viewed as a stepstone to communism, socialism, with the decommodification of basic human needs, that would just mean that food, water, and shelter would be free, and it would probably be subsidized by taxes. Let's be real, and then subsidized by taxes to the point that it was free. And then what was the next thing? Workers owning the means of production. People would all have a stake in any economic institution that they participated in. So the state would force it that when you start working at a grocery store, or you start working at a car wash, or you start working at a tech firm, doesn't matter what you're doing, you get a stake in the company. That way, when the company does well, you do well. You basically profit share every economic institution that you're a part of. Well, the problem with that in my mind is that any state that was large enough to enforce that social order would be large enough to kill, incarcerate, maim, slaughter anyone who stood against that economic and social project. And if you look at the socialist countries of the 20th century, that's exactly what they did. If you're insufficiently down with the cause, they kill you. If you're insufficiently down with the cause, they incarcerate you for life. If you're insufficiently down with the cause, they zip tie you and they throw you into a river because you are an opponent to the maximal human freedom offered by socialism and communism. And so I'll get back to the content momentarily. But what Sargon kind of says is that since liberalism, which is kind of like maximal human freedom, permits people to believe whatever they want to believe, and liberalism doesn't really have like an end state in mind. Like you could technically have a liberal republic, you could have liberal direct democracy. It could even be argued maybe you could have a liberal socialist society or a liberal communist society. Since liberalism has no material political endpoint or no spiritual endpoint, it permits all these pernicious ideologies to operate without punishment within the system of liberalism. And so that's kind of why Sargon, and to some degree I am, critical of liberalism as an ideology and liberals as a political tribe. I think you're too permissive of crazy, shitty ideas. But anyways, let's let him make more arguments.
Woke right framing. So I don't know if this keys into that. I'm assuming you're against the woke right terminology as well, Carl.
I mean, I just think it's lazy.
Okay.
Frankly, I spoke to James Lindsay at ARC last year, and he, said to me, "Well, yeah, I know like a lot of people are being called woke right who aren't like anti-Israel or not even like they're not actually. You can be anti-Israel without being like a fucking online Nazi."
Can you
But
turn your mic
obviously-
up just a tad, Carl? You're a little low. So
I don't know if I can.
oh,
I'm still
you go.
painting as we talk,
Okay.
so I'll lean into it more.
Oh, nice.
Um,
The figures.
Yeah. So he admitted to me that he knew that he was being cavalier with the way that he was describing people who are not like anti-Jewish spurgs online in this thing, because really what's being categorized here, I mean, it's just I don't want to sound mean, but online Nazis are not new, and that's all that James Lindsay is trying to identify. And fair enough, I don't see a problem with trying to identify online Nazis, but suggesting that anyone who's not liberal falls into that camp, which is what James is doing with the woke right, well, I'm sorry, that's just wrong. And that forces people to kind of attack you on the grounds that, well, you're defending the left here now. And so James Lindsay is the, forever the leftist infiltrator on the right, which is the problem the right has always had, frankly, allowing, renegade leftists to come in and start telling people how right-wing thought ought to be. And shock and surprise, it ought to be liberal, guys. What a shock. Oh my goodness.
So
who
are
could
you
have
saying
predicted?
someone can be woke right and not be a Nazi? Because doesn't he just mean woke right is a Nazi?
Well,
Okay. So I think this is a structure of his own doing. Okay. Because he's saying, and I mean, somebody can correct me if I'm wrong. I think he's saying that liberals are so overly permissive of shit that they're naturally going to tolerate socialists and communists taking over American politics. And so as a result, they might as well be leftists. But what frustrates me about that is anybody who's engaged in the online political sphere, and Sargon's been engaged in the online political sphere longer than me. He started his digital media career, I think, all the way back in 2015 or 2016. So I started like 4 or 5 years after Sargon. So if I know this, he should know this. There is a pretty strict separation between leftists and liberals on the left. And the reason why is because leftists don't want to be associated with liberals because they view liberals as the weak capitalists, the weak enablers of the right wing. So unfortunately for liberals, they're stuck between a rock and a hard place where they're not left enough to be considered leftists by leftists, but they're not right wing enough to be considered right wing, where they can enter into a natural alliance with Burkean conservatives, national conservatives, trad conservatives, etc., or fascists. So they're kind of stuck constantly fighting both sides. And I think that's my frustration with what Carl is doing. I think Carl, by labeling James Lindsay a leftist when he's clearly not a socialist or a communist, all he's doing is he's poisoning the well rhetorically, where he's saying, yeah, fuck James Lindsay. He's not part of our project. He can eat a dick because all he does is he enables socialists and communists. And I think that's bullshit. I think James Lindsay has spent a healthy chunk of his political capital and career fighting leftism. So to just like cast him aside as being as bad as the most extreme parts of the left, I think Carl's full of shit. I think it's a political calculation. I think it's just trying to radicalize and tribalize his base against somebody who could be an ally. And I think it's shitty. Left-right dichotomy, Sargon. I'm gonna save this real quick. I'm probably gonna keep referencing it, but yeah, I don't view this as descriptively accurate. I view this as politically expedient.
I mean, a Nazi is a Nazi. Like, they have a particular worldview. They have.
No, I completely agree. Look, I don't like the terminology because we have a term. It's called Nazi, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so James is actually being, and what it is the left has made calling people Nazis very unfashionable because, of course, they have applied that term to literally. I mean, like, Mamdani is literally being like, oh, I did call him a fascist, but Trump's like, yeah, you can call me a fascist. It's fine. Because everyone knows he's not a fucking fascist.
Sabian Green says, saying I'll vote for an evil person if they have the best policies seems pretty fucked. Yeah, I hate to break it to you. That's politics.
So, like, James is like, oh, well, the woke right are actually the problem. It's like, well, no, they're just online Nazis, mate. And actually there is, like, James has never read a book by someone who would describe themselves as post-liberal, and it shows. Because there's actually a huge amount of thought that's gone into these people. Like Patrick Deneen is excellent. There are a couple of others. I can't remember who they are offhand, but I've listened to the audiobooks that they've written. And they're very good. And they're in a very similar sort of headspace to a lot of people, where it's clear that it is liberalism itself that is incapable of actually solving any of the problems, because it's the source of the issues. And so it's just one of those things where it's like James spurging out because of his personal commitment to liberalism is just him calling people a bunch of Nazis under a new guise. It's like, okay, thanks, James. That's exactly what nobody wanted.
So when you say, I was trying to clarify, when you say James is saying he's calling everyone woke right, someone who's on the right but is not a liberal, right? So someone who's not, when you say that, you mean someone who doesn't believe in liberalism.
Correct.
Right? Okay. So are you arguing that there are no people on the right that believe in liberalism, or there shouldn't be people on the right that believe in liberalism?
Yeah. Liberalism is itself what the left is.
Is he dumb? Is this bait? What is he saying? Does he not make a differentiation between liberalism and socialism and communism? Because there's obviously liberal capitalists. There's obviously like liberal libertarians. That there's people who obviously advocate for a free economy, freedom of conscience, freedom of speech, which is contradictory to the authoritarianism required in order to instantiate socialism and communism. So that this is what's pissing me off, and I'm trying not to be a broken record, but this is where I think Sargon has I think he's jumped the shark. Just identifying everything left of JD Vance as liberalism, I think is R-slurred, very R-slurred. So maybe he can make a more intelligent articulation of it, but I think this is politically illiterate and stupid.
Okay. Well, it's a lot of people in America would not agree with that at all.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they wouldn't, but they'd be wrong.
Like 50 years of Republican policies on the right would not would not.
Republicanism itself is a liberal project.
Let's see where he goes.
Well, that made it easy.
Yes. I mean, both parties in America since the beginning were liberal parties.
Yes, the United States itself is the great liberal experiment in governance.
Right.
So,
right. And so
like,
so
to say that you know the right, what is actually right wing, is strong.
Oh, he's gonna piss me off. Hold on, I'll give him more time to piss me off. But once again, pretending that you have to be like a monarchist or a national conservative in order to be a conservative is bullshit. It's total bullshit.
Struggling not to be liberal is totally fine. It's just James Lindsay doesn't want to hear it. But the problems that we have are problems that stem from liberalism. So, you know, there's just no other governing philosophy that you could point the finger at, frankly, to put the blame on them.
right. Well, before we get into that, what does
I really want to hear the problems with liberalism, man. Because if you look at if you look at the problem of communal societies within the ancient world, like let's go chronologically. Let's do a brief archaeological, chronological, political analysis. All right. If you look at like hunter-gatherer tribes with like chieftains and war chiefs, the problem is pretty clearly that it doesn't scale. A single shaman and a single chieftain with a council of elders can rule or can govern a society of 30 to a few hundred people. But once you start getting into like city states of tens of thousands of people or even hundreds of thousands of people, it's pretty clear that a single chieftain and a single shaman and a council of elders is not enough to, you know, organize all of society. And so if you look at societies that emanated from the city state or new empires, what ended up happening is they hybridized into technocratic states where instead of having a council of elders and having a king or a shaman or a chieftain, what they did is they hybridized with effectively republicanism or direct democracy. And so if you look at the Athenian government of like ancient Greece, it was direct democracy for a certain class of people. Now they were like male landowners, but at the same time, they had direct democracy. If there was a legislation, if there was a rule or an ordinance that needed to be passed in ancient Greece, every man who was a property owning man could show up to the council or the Senate or whatever, and they could vote on whether or not that law was going to be passed. But you got into the problems of tyranny of the majority, where if a vote goes 51-49, but that vote is for something that sucks ass, then 49% of the population just has to suffer. And one of the examples of the 51-49 vote being flawed is the death of Socrates. So for those of you who don't know, and maybe I could be getting this wrong, I always mix up Socrates and Plato, but I'm pretty sure Socrates is the first guy. Socrates was ordered by the state to commit suicide for corrupting the virtues of the youth. He was like a street philosopher who was the original debate bro. And he was ordered by the state to commit suicide. And he ultimately had to commit suicide. And then Aristotle, one of his understudies, actually fled Greece because he was worried that if he stayed around preaching philosophy, that the state was going to kill him too. And so that's one of the issues with direct democracy is if you don't have enshrined rights, if you don't have like written down rules that must be followed, then 51% of the population can vote for something fucked up and it doesn't matter. You just have to obey that rule because 51% of the people voted. And if you don't obey that rule, then effectively you're collapsing the entire system. So that's the failure with direct democracy. When it comes to republicanism oftentimes take a technocratic class And then what you do is you pass rules that are good for society, but you write those rules down and you can overturn the rules over time through a representative majority, but those rules stay over time. That's like the concept of the rule of law. And if you actually look at like constitutional monarchy, like England, like the United Kingdom, that emanated from the Republic of Rome. Even Rome itself, when it was under the rule of emperors after the fall of the Republic, it still had a Senate. It still had a judiciary. It still had these organs of governance that helped it run one of the most complex empires in human history. And it needed those organs in order to manage such a complex society. So if you look at America and you look at the institutions that we have, my frustration with what Sargon is saying is that, like, Burkean conservatism wants to conserve liberal organs of government. And so saying that Burkean conservatism, Edmund Burke being like the father of modern conservatism, pretending that somebody applying Burkean conservatism to liberal organs of government is somehow not right wing and not differentiated from a straight liberal or differentiated from a leftist, I think it's very R-slurred. I think Carl is very up his own ass.
How are you conceptualizing left versus right at all?
Oh my God. Please give me a direct answer, Carl. Do not philosophize to the endless degree.
Oh, I guess nowadays.
Well, these days, I think really the proper conceptualization between left and right is the amount of how to describe it, the amount of credence that reality has in a person's worldview is really what defines the left and the right. But the left and the right.
Where did you get this from, Carl? Where did you get this from? Was there some contemporary of the French Revolution who said that? Was there some philosopher that I haven't heard of? Is there some Greek or German or Russian philosopher who said, you know what defines the right wing from the left wing? Whether or not they are attached to reality versus idealism. And by the way, the reason why this definition falls on its flat on its ass the second that he uttered it, which actually pisses me off that this pussy doesn't debate, is because the leftists make the same argument. The leftists make the argument that what is it? They make the argument that liberals and capitalists are idealists, and that Marxists and socialists need to divorce themselves from idealism, because idealism is creating the social construction within your mind and then kind of like working towards it. Whereas what grounds, I think they call it like economic science or material science or dialectical materialism or something like that. They actually view the emanation of socialism and the generation of socialism and communism as materially inevitable. It's inevitable. It's inevitable. The reason why they view it as materially inevitable is because they think that there's a contradiction within capitalism, that it generates so much wealth for the upper class and so little wealth for the working class that ultimately this struggle will need to be resolved by a new harmonious state. And they think that that harmonious state is necessarily socialism and then communism. So they think that that is a pseudo-objective analysis of history and economics that will be resolved one day. And that anybody else who envisions some kind of like hybridization, they're like an idealist. So how is Carl making the same arguments as a fucking communist? And by the way, that's James Lindsay's point, is that Carl and people like Carl have ingested so much dissident right-wing and dissident left-wing philosophy, they might as well be communists for the right wing, because that's how they behave. They might advocate for far right-wing positions, but they behave like leftists.
They're explicitly liberal frames. It doesn't make sense to say there's like a left wing of Islamists or a right wing of Islamists. It's out of context and makes no sense whatsoever. Because the frames left and right come from the French Revolution, come from a liberal.
Okay, we at least have a acknowledgement of the historical definitions of left and right. Okay, interesting.
Revolution.
Mm-hmm.
So the frame itself is a liberal frame, and so if you talk in terms of left and right, you are speaking in the terms of liberalism, and you have accepted that liberalism is the determinate creed of the conversation.
Okay. And by the way, I'm okay with this. I just want to see where he goes with this.
Well, I think generally, I understand what you're saying, but I think generally, like the term, like it means something. Like left and right means something. Usually, there's some kind of vibe of like tradition versus change, or moderateness versus not being moderate, or being more textualist or literalist, especially when it comes to religion. So if someone says like, oh, they're more like a left-wing Islamic, generally people think like, oh, well, yeah, they believe in Islam, but maybe they don't necessarily keep halal, and they're probably not, running around making people wear burqas. Like it means something. Like
Well,
there's an
you
idea
notice that
there.
we don't apply we don't call them left-wing Muslims if they're just not very good Muslims. We call them moderate Muslims.
True.
Right.
We don't ascribe a point on the political compass to them because it doesn't make sense. It's not as we would define it a left and right issue.
Okay.
I don't agree with this. So if you accept the French Revolution political dynamic, where the right wing are the people who are trying to preserve institutions and the left wing are the people that are generally pro-people, and if you find a moderate Muslim who is more tolerant of gays, more tolerant of women not wearing hijab or niqab, more tolerant of people of other faiths, et cetera, if you're saying that you're arguing for a maximally free society where that person is free to be Muslim, but they're tolerant of the freedoms around them, then I would say that that is pretty clear, like a liberal instantiation of Islam. However, if you had somebody that was obsessed with preserving the sociocultural religious supremacy of Islam, and they thought that Islam needed to be imposed top down in an authoritarian hierarchical manner, and any institution that reinforced Islam needed to be reinforced by society itself, then I think that we would argue that those people within the left-right dynamic, as articulated within the French Revolution, those people would be definitionally right-wing. And I don't even think Carl would necessarily agree with that. I think that he's trying to be some like ascended dissident right-wing person where he rejects the historical binary of left and right, and he ascends to some higher level of right-wing thought by rejecting the binary entirely. But once again, if we have a historical situation that we use as shorthand for left versus right, but you claim to be even further right, you can't claim like, oh, well, I just deal with reality better. It's like, no, fuck you. Like what? That's a dog shit definition. So what are you talking about?
It's one of personal conviction.
Sure. So it's just okay. So left. Let me think of what you're saying here. So left and right is a liberal framing, but you understand what I'm saying, right? That people definitely do interpret left and right versus in that.
Wowman 542 says, I forget the whole train of thought, but Sargon argued that communism and socialism always emerge out of liberalism, so they are closer than people assume. Yeah, but I don't even think that's historically true. Soviet communism emanated from a imperial system. They killed the czar. They killed the czar, which was a monarch. And then also Chinese communism was a competitor with liberal nationalist, I don't even know if it was a liberal, but nationalist capitalism with Chiang Kai-shek and the nationalists. It was a direct competitor in the collapse of imperial China. So it didn't emanate from a stable liberal society. It emanated from a collapsed imperial system. So even within like a historical analysis, he's just fucking wrong again. So dude, I'm not going to lie. This is where I get a little Anglophobic. This is where I start to hate English people, is because you could have like the most 80 IQ midwit motherfucker, but if he talks slowly without stuttering and he has an English accent, people assume he has like 20 or 30 higher IQ points than he actually does. And so far, Carl's argumentation has been actually pretty dog shit. So I'm happy to see him get pressed, but I want to get to, why does he think he is the true right wing? Why does he think he has like, how is being a neo-monarchist, because a lot of people have called him a neo-monarchist, how is being a national conservative and a neo-monarchist break you free from the left-right dynamic articulated within the French Revolution? It makes no fucking sense. But I'm going to go ahead and thank Grassroots because Grassroots kicked in. Grassroots Touchmon for 20 says, Sargon and Yarvin would and do argue that we really shouldn't have a state, but tens of thousands of city-states of 30,000 people, and your liberty is only in that if you don't like your city-state, you have the right to fuck off to another city-state. What problem does this solve? How is that any better than the United States? What if you go to Kentucky, like rural Kentucky, and they have slavery there? And then you're like, wow, I really don't like slavery. I'm going to move to Jackson, Mississippi. And then Jackson, Mississippi is a more liberal version than whatever that bumfuck city in Kentucky was. How does that solve any of the problems of being alive? What spiritual problem has been solved? What ruling problem has been solved? What governmental problem has been solved? I swear to God, it has nothing to do with actual governance or human well-being. What they want is they just want to be the enlightened class within a fiefdom of their own creation. Sargon wants to create a city-state within the United Kingdom where he's considered a part of like the shaman class, and therefore he has a really good life where he can bang all the hoes and raise all the kids and have his little fiefdom. That's what he wants. Or that's what I'm presuming he wants based off of that line of argumentation. But he hasn't solved any of the existential or spiritual crises of humanity. How does that fix anything? What the fuck? These people are just schizophrenic, and I don't know why they're popular. It actually pisses me off to some degree. But I'm going to go ahead and plug my PayPal. So thank you to Grassroots for the 20. Thank you to, I think it's McDevin. Thank you to McDevin77 for the 5. So thank you for the financial support. I am plugging the PayPal just because it is Christmas, and I got an anniversary this month. So if you want to support the channel normally, like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. If you want to help me take Mrs. Points out on a fancy date and or buy the Points kids some presents in a timely fashion, feel free to hit that PayPal. Parasocial love. Let's keep going.
That way, that it does mean something to people.
Yeah,
There's a concept there. It's not like illusory.
Yeah. No, I'm not saying there's nothing relevant there. You know, there's a reason these terms persist, obviously. But the issue is the reason that liberalism came into existence is to oppose what I guess they would call like the true right, which is a non-ideological form of politics, right? So it's a form of politics that doesn't actually begin with a theory and has been actually begun with a practice. Whereas liberalism begins in a theory.
What do you mean by beginning with a practice?
Well, as in it's the result of what people have just been doing naturally over time.
All right, I'm going to start writing this shit down, but Regnar, thank you for the PayPal donation. Sincerely appreciated.
Excuse me.
So like monarchy is something that like you would say monarchy is something that exists as a practice, not an ideology.
Oh yeah. I mean, you have kings long before you have writing, right? You've got, you know, kingship is something intrinsic to human beings, and even now, like I think there's a fairly good argument that Trump basically is the king of America. I think a lot of people do kind of,
I hate this guy.
even if like not necessarily in a legal sense, but in like a spiritual sense.
I know you right? Yeah. Sure.
Yeah, like he has, and the thing with Mandami was amazing and actually really highlights the point. Like, it doesn't matter what you call me, I'm the guy in charge, you know, by divine right, essentially. You know, so and his magnanimity there to concede, you know, to let Mandami like essentially defend himself to his friends, you know, like.
Okay, once again, this is why this is stupid as shit. Okay, so what is it? The true right wing emanates from a practice, not from an idea. And even within the left-right dynamic, you could argue that like monarchy or the concept of a chieftain or a shaman is necessarily like something that's happened substantially throughout history. So, and then once again, thank you, Regnar. Thank you. Much appreciated. But my frustration with this is how long does republicanism or liberalism need to exist before it becomes itself a practice? Because if you look at what somebody said, like human beings are one of the few political creatures on the planet. But that's not how I view it. I don't view humanity as somehow like completely separate from nature. I think we're an extension of nature. And so the same way that ants have colonies, I think humanity has political societies. And so if we practice political societies for long enough, like let's say that we just do democracy. And the reason why we practice democracy is because we think that every person in a society should have a say in the way that that society operates. Or if we go with the conception, and I know that he would say, oh, well, you're going with the conception first. But let's say that we go with republicanism and we say, well, there are rules that we instantiate within that are meant to be long lasting because they're just good rules, like freedom of speech, freedom of conscience, right to self-defense, limited government, all that kind of stuff. In limited meaning restrained by law. Well, all we're doing is we're extending our natural social proclivities. So how is that, like, at what time does the practice of an idea just become a practice? This whole line of argumentation I find utterly fucking absurd. And it does feel like, have you guys seen the South Park episodes where like San Francisco people are like farting into glasses of wine and then sniffing their own farts? South Park. The Broflovsky family gets a Prius, an electric car, and they think they're too fancy and too advanced socially for South Park, Colorado. So they move to San Francisco so they can become like more socially enlightened. And so what they do is they find like a bunch of like smug douchebags in San Francisco, and all the smug douchebags rip farts into wine glasses, and then they just smell their own farts. And so my whole point is that like this is what it feels like. This is Sargon at a dinner party now. He's like, you haven't even read Curtis Yarvin. Your philosophy emanates from a conceptualization, whereas mine emanates from human tradition and practice. Like, just shit into a fucking wine glass and smell your own farts, you fucking smug piece of shit. That is crazy pants.
I know your guys are going to demand that you call me a fascist. And go ahead, it's fine. It's I don't mind. We'll carry on afterwards. I know what this is about. Like that's the kind of thing that would happen in a royal court, And this whole thing, this whole visit from Mamdani to Trump, it's got like echoes of like feudal allegiance to it. Like Trump.
You're so British. You're so British. No,
well,
stop.
It does. No, it really does.
Americans did not see it that way.
No. Well, I think you should look at it with fresh eyes.
Hey guys, just Hosbar, if you're having a good time fighting in chat, I have no problems. Feel free to fight my liberal chat. In liberal chat, if everybody's having fun, then have fun fighting each other in chat over liberalism and conservatism and shit. However, I just want you, if it stops being fun, stop being mean to each other. I like Hosbar. I think he can be insightful. We don't agree on everything. He's kind of more of a crucible guy. But I want to make this a space where, like, yeah, we got 50%, 60% liberals, libertarians, conservatarians, or whatever are probably the remaining 40 or 30%. But I want people from the crucible who might be Christian nationalists or Christian conservatives. I want them to feel like they can come in here and throw elbows and still have fun. I don't want it to be unpleasant. I don't want them to be angry by the time they leave. Press them on their bullshit, but don't make it ugly. You know what I'm saying? Quick show, like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. If you want to do a PayPal instead, there's the PayPal link. Parasocially love you. Thank you for being here. Let's keep going as Carl Benjamin Sargon, a.k.a. Sargon of Akkad, gives me a fucking migraine through being a fart-sniffing arsler.
Right? Try not to have an intrinsically American prejudice about it and look at it with fresh eyes. Because, like, Mamdani is, like, Trump is like a mafia boss in the way that he deals with his politics, right? He's concerned about loyalty, honor, and respect. And these are the primary things that you have to show Trump in order to make him like you. And the second that you do that, he fucking loves you. And he thinks you're the bee's knees, and no matter what the ideological differences between you are, he doesn't care. He thinks you're fine. Mamdani understands this clearly because he has been respectful to his elders. He's been respectful to the president, and he's gone there and been on his best fucking behavior. And it's really
Yeah, Grassroots says one of the reasons why Hobbes said that sovereignty shouldn't be able to compel you to kill yourself was because of Socrates. Awesome.
funny to see, Frank. Yeah, bend the knee, basically, is my chat point out. You're essentially bending the knee there. And that's fine. That's just what feudal politics is. It's the politics of relations. It's the politics of respecting the person who is superior to you. And there's no doubt that Trump is superior to Mandami. I mean, like, in what way could you argue that he's not? He's been more successful. He's rich.
He's a fucking pedophile, Carl. How is he not proving every criticism of like monarchy instantaneously? Because correct me if I'm wrong, wasn't one of the main criticisms, like the American hostility to monarchy, is the fact that there have been dozens, if not hundreds, of incompetent, bloodthirsty, megalomaniacal monarchs and emperors throughout history. Like for every Marcus Aurelius, there's 10 Neros. Excuse me. So if you can point to Marcus Aurelius, if you can point to Marcus Aurelius and be like, oh, wow, we had a philosopher king who was a competent general and ruler, and he ruled the republic with generousness and fairness. Can't you point to Commodus immediately after him? Can't you point to Nero? Can't you point to fucking Genghis Khan or Hannibal or and I know Hannibal was a great general, but he wasted Carthage's energy trying to destroy Rome, and then ultimately resulted in the destruction of Carthage. So while Hannibal is considered like a heroic general who competently attacked the Roman Empire, he was also the person who sowed the seeds of the destruction of Carthage. So you have Hannibal, you got Genghis Khan. Arguably, you have Julius Caesar. I know that we would fight over whether or not he was a benevolent dictator or malevolent dictator because of the way that he died. For every positive example of a benevolent philosopher king, you have an equal and opposite terrible example of a piece of shit. And so right now, Sargon is unironically saying, well, it's the politics and the society of social relations in which you defer to your betters, because look at the many ways in which Donald Trump is better than Mamdani. Okay. And then he starts listing like material considerations like, well, he's wealthy and he's powerful and he became president. He's not a mayor. And so you must defer to him. Fuck you. Okay. Fuck you. Fuck you, Sargon. Fuck Donald Trump. Fuck MAGA. And you know why? Because I live in a republic. I live in a place where you have freedom of conscience and freedom of speech, and you have the right to express yourself. And so I don't have to kiss the ring of ephebophilic sex trafficking pieces of shit just because they're rich. I don't have to pretend that their shit doesn't stink. I don't have to walk into the room of Sargon of Akkad farting into a wine glass and then sniffing his own farts and be like, oh, well, you're English, and technically the English are the precursors to America, and you've read Curtis Yarvin, therefore you're my social better. Therefore, please continue to sniff your farts in my presence, and I will pretend that you are my social better. No, go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself with a 40-foot pole, you fucking arsler. How about that? How American and plebeian and crass and vulgar is that? And it's my right to be plebeian and peasant-like and vulgar and crass to your aristocratic bullshit.
Yeah, he's older. He's got a higher office, blah, blah, blah. Like in every way. Mandami's only 34 years old. He's at the beginning of his political career. He's actually playing it very smart, frankly, to concede all of this to Trump. And it's won him over completely. Trump's thrilled with the guy.
I don't think that the respecting of the people more powerfully. I think that's in almost.
I think that's gay. If Sitch and Adam were being honest and they heard Carl say this and they didn't care whether or not they kept the relationship, they would say that's gay as a pejorative. And by the way, I have plenty of bisexual and homosexual audience members. I parasocially love each and every one of you. If you're a boy who likes to kiss boys, good for you. If you're a girl who likes to kiss girls, good for you. I'm just saying that you have to defer to your social betters is fucking gay.
If not every political hierarchical system. I don't think that's unique to monarchy.
Well, that's something human, right? Is to respect people more.
Well, it's just
powerful.
pragmatic. You got to respect the people above you if you want to keep moving up.
Yeah, but the nature of pre-modern politics was based in relations, and so there was a political valence.
Liberalism is based in relations, you fucking dumbass. It says don't fuck with people if they're not fucking with you. God, this guy just loves the smell of his own farts.
To the relationships. So
Sure.
it's important for political organization to have these kind of firm relationships, and that's what Mandami is demonstrating now.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I think that's true for. I mean, all
But
politics.
no. I appreciate that you're trying to universalize this, but it's not universalizable.
Okay.
It's not a given that actually there are accepted hierarchies in
I have not read Sun Yat-sen. Tell me more.
a political movement. I mean, there's a great example in Britain at the moment with a party called Your Party. It's a leftist alliance between a communist and an Islamist, and Jeremy Corbyn and Zara Sultana, and they've basically been fighting over seniority in the party. Excuse me.
Mike Wazowski says, debate him then. I'll debate Carl. I will debate Carl at a time and place of his choosing. I will debate him midnight, 1 a.m., 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m., 5 a.m., 6 a.m., 7 a.m. He could pick an hour of the day that is the most inconvenient to me. I will find childcare. I will tell my wife it is necessary for me to debate this arsler. I will move heaven and earth in order to debate Sargon of Akkad, Mike Wazowski. However, Mike Wazowski, this motherfucker blocked me on Twitter because I said he uses black pill content to radicalize young men into stupid positions.
Jeremy Corbyn is probably in his 70s, and he is a very famous communist grandee in this country, basically. Zara Sultana is probably about 28, 29, something like that. And she is doing the opposite of Mandani. She is not showing respect to the person who has accrued more than her, because ideologically, actually, the words and the thinking and the logic doesn't require you to have any greater experience than anyone else. If you can articulate the proposition and derive the conclusion, the logical conclusion from it, then in any ideological thinking, you are actually the equal of someone else. I mean, that's, anyone can do it as long as they have sufficient intelligence to be able to understand it. And so actually there is a kind of politics, and usually we think of it as like family politics. Like you might know that your granddad is wrong about something, but because of his station in life, you have to just kind of bite your tongue, go, yeah, okay, granddad, I guess we'll see, won't we? And then when the computer breaks or whatever, because he didn't know what he was doing, you have to take over and just go through the experience. And it's that kind of politics that Trump is applying to the actual political world.
2inch says, the harm principle articulated by John Stuart Mill states the only purpose for which power can be rightfully exercised over any member of the civilized community against his will is to prevent harm to others. What I would add to Hinge is to prevent harm to self and others. I understand that that's actually that's where I differentiate with liberals. So, and by the way, I agree with Hosbar. Hosbar's been arguing with people in chat all day. I agree with Hosbar. So if John Stuart Mill, let's just say that we take Mill's perspective that the state should only intercede on people when they cause harm to others. That means that you would have to tolerate schizophrenics who refuse medication. You would have to tolerate drug addicts who weren't hurting others. They were just doing heroin and falling down into a black pit of despair, but they technically weren't hurting anyone. You would have to tolerate all that shit. You would have to tolerate Bonnie Blue having sex with 1,000 dudes in 24 hours when the correct number is 999. If Bonnie Blue has sex with 999 guys in a single day, I'll leave her alone. If she has sex with 1,000 guys within 24 hours, she should be in a fucking insane asylum in a padded cell talking to a therapist getting lithium. Okay? And the reason why I'm willing to say that is because I've encountered so many people who are technically not hurting other people, but are hurting themselves in such a grievous way that it actually drags down society. It drags down the other part. It drags down other parties. And what I get frustrated with liberals on and libertarians on is that they don't concede that we are connected people. That Bonnie Blue, by advocating for her position publicly and saying that this is an acceptable behavior, she moves culture towards her, right? Same thing with a drug addict where they're like, oh, well, I'm doing heroin and I'm not hurting anybody. I might be destroying my life, but I'm not destroying anybody else's life. Therefore, let me do my own thing. Culture is moving towards that person. So you're not giving any kind of credence to the fact that another person might hear those antisocial negative behaviors and then engage in those negative behaviors because it's socially permitted. So that's where I'm a little bit different compared to an ultimate literalist, mill liberal or libertarian. I'm a little bit different.
That's interesting. But okay. I want to go back to what you're saying about the monarchy thing.
ET, caught up with you and thank you for the $5. Hope y'all had a good Thanksgiving. Has anyone seen the recent Black Man Spy video by Malcolm Nance? How hear this, do not obey illegal orders. Now hear this, do not obey illegal orders. I haven't. I think there's a lot of criticism of Malcolm Nance. If you're saying that he's a black gentleman who's fighting the war in Ukraine and he's kind of a pro-Ukrainian propagandist, a lot of the veteran community doesn't like him because they think that he exaggerates his military history. So I don't know if that's the same Malcolm Nance. But I also haven't seen it. But thank you for the $5. I appreciate it. And then I'm going to thank Esai Garcia as well for the 2. How much do you need to pay the sitter? Probably nothing. I have grandparents. But dude, $10, $20, $5, $10, whatever you got that helps, man. Whatever you got that helps. I don't. You guys are incredibly generous, and I had an excellent month last month. To the point that I'm really confident in the future of the channel. I really am. I think we're going to do great. I just think I have to keep grinding out content, and I need to figure out how to get how to build a VOD audience. People who enjoy the VODs as much as they enjoy the live streams. Because the truth is, VOD is kind of hit or miss, but live streams are pretty much always good. So I don't know how to, I don't know how to fix that. I don't know how to make mods more entertaining. Maybe I need to talk less. I have no idea. But there's a PayPal link. So if you want to throw $5 or $10 or $20 or $50 or $300, whatever you want to throw at me, it's appreciated. And I promise that I will use it to either buy my children toys or I will take Mrs. Points out on a fancy dinner date.
So I understand what you're saying. Monarchy started as a practice. It's something that I assume naturally just kind of occurred out of people controlling land and kind of, grew out of that. And then obviously there was an ideology afterwards that was sort of imposed upon it with divine rights of king and all this other, it was all different forms of monarchy.
Exactly right.
Right. And all this other stuff. So are you laying out the idea that the right, anything that's on the right is something that begins with practice and anything on the left is something that begins with an ideology?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's the right way to look at it.
Interesting. Okay.
Because most rational thought is a description of what's already being done, right? It's actually very hard to conceive of something that isn't real,
right?
And even and this has been known for centuries. Sorry, I mean, Descartes is the one who really sort of, I think, first articulated this. And he was like, yeah, I can't think of anything that doesn't exist. And even things that don't exist are chimeras of things that do exist. Like a unicorn is a horse with a horn on it. A horn is a thing, a horse is a thing, and someone's just smushed them together. So we actually are completely bound by our sensory inputs when it comes to our imaginations.
Sure, democracy didn't exist, but you could conceptualize it by rearranging things that do exist.
Yeah, but you can't conceive of something that doesn't exist.
Yeah, well, that's completely not even nothing is completely 100% new. Yes, right.
Well, nothing's new at all. Actually, if you think about it, think of something that doesn't.
Well, you wouldn't
exist.
know because you can conceptualize it.
Well, that's the point. You'd, and if you saw something, and this is what the heart of Lovecraftian fiction is about. It's about trying to imply there is something that can't be conceived of because you've got no sensory.
Mike says, when will I debate Andrew again? Whenever it's convenient for him, man. Mike Wazowski asks, guys, Mike, I'm not scared to debate. I'm not scared to lose debates in an optical sense. I'm not scared to conversate with anyone. Okay. I think what I think. I say what I say. And very oftentimes I mean what I say pretty sincerely. So if there's like an unoptical debate about Hunter Biden or about Bonnie Blue or about liberalism or about Christian nationalism, and everybody, 70% of the audience thinks I'm a fucking idiot, I don't care. I don't care. I know I'm a relatively smart guy. I know that I can understand complex concepts. I know that I typically debate to understand rather than debate to win, which means that I might come in with a preconceived notion, but if I get additional information that modifies my worldview, I'll modify my worldview on the fly. So yeah, literally whenever Andrew, the reason why I don't harass big creators that I'm friendly with, like Destiny, like Andrew, like I'm trying to think of somebody else, but maybe the Pisco or the Live and Learn crew or Josiah or whatever. The reason why I don't harass them in order to do debates and do collabs and do content all the time, even though I probably should, is because I want the relationship to be organic. I want them to want to talk to me, to want to debate to me, and I don't want to force it. And so, yeah, literally, the second that Andrew's like, I think I could stomp Connor on this topic, or even if he's just like, I just want to spar. I just want to spar on this topic. I'm down. I don't give a fuck.
Experience from which to contextualize it, and so it drives you mad, right?
Mhm.
And so the point being, this is what the problem with ideology is that
Conservative liberalism says, yeah, but have you ever thought that he's a successful and rich pedophile?
it takes a series of ideas that are not directly drawn from the experience people have in the world, and it imposes it on a political or social environment, whether it's useful or relevant or important or just or good or valid or not. And that's the problem with the left part of the woke left. The woke part is just the ability to see where the application of leftism should be, which, I mean, okay, don't get me wrong, not great. You don't want them applying leftism anywhere. But the real fundamental normative problem comes from the leftism itself, because that's the ideology that has descended from heaven to earth and is ruining things.
Right. And when you say that, because what you're saying is the real problem is that people have a belief system that's based on an ideology as opposed to a belief system that's based on a practice, right?
Thank you, Wow Man 542. I was thinking that the entire time too. If you look at feudal politics, everybody thinks that it's like this top-down perfect chain of command. But the reason why Game of Thrones was so successful was partially because it was taking the stories of actual medieval politics and then setting it in a fantasy setting. And if you think about Game of Thrones, or if you think of, there was one series that was really popular that followed Henry VIII. There was another series that was really popular that followed like the first Scottish king. Power in feudal. Oh, there was also that one about like a rape or a marriage with it had Matt Damon and the Kylo Ren from Star Wars. I forget his name, but I love that actor. And then it had the psycho chick from a female serial killer TV series that my wife loves. If I'm ever murdered in my home, it was my wife, by the way. So the point is that what was I thinking? Feudal politics is way more fluid than people give it credit for. You didn't have this like perfect, like divine right of kings to rule, then the divine king, then every single feudal lord doing exactly what the king said when the king said it. What happened more realistically is that people within the kingdom had certain tithes, taxes, powers, social, like social clout, military, like troops at their disposal, men at arms, all that kind of stuff. And that correlated wealth, clout, influence, power, proximity to the king, proximity to rich territories, proximity to this, proximity to that. That had infinitely more to do with the day-to-day operations of society than just this deference to the divine right of kings and the chain of command of feudal society. And so ignoring that social complexity, I think, is ahistorical bullshit.
Yeah, like when you have a belief system that's based on a practice, you are located in a time and place, and there are real agents.
Democracy was not a practice in ancient Greece located within a time and place. Republicanism in the ancient Roman Republic wasn't a time and place and practice.
And events and resources, material, whatever you want to say, like real things that you are speaking of in a node of a web of relationships. Each thing that you speak of is a node in a web of relationships that actually maps onto a real thing, like a community, like an actual community, rather than like a hypothetical categorical community. So you've got the, if you'd say I'm important in local politics in my city, and so like you're a local councillor or something. So you know the other councillors, you know the regions of the city, you know the particular like direct issues that the city has, whether it's potholes or sewage like overflows or something like that. What seem to be deeply mundane things.
Sorry, Short Stack Goblin asked an important question. Does my wife give me permission for my often bisexual comments in chat? No, but she knows I'm gay for Henry Cavill. It's just true.
It would be wholly inappropriate to take an external ideology that has already come to a series of conclusions in the abstract and apply it to that job, right?
Mhm.
Like you don't. What possible
Yeah, snark on. That's what we should call him.
use could that be? Especially if that ideology was created like 200 years ago.
Sun Yat-sen was the father of modern China, both China and Taiwan. Interesting guy. I should probably check him out because my understanding is that the Qing dynasty collapsed into the warlord period. He collapsed into the warlord period, and then Chiang Kai-shek and the communists were battling for the future of the country. Chinese physician, revolutionary statesman, and political philosopher who founded the Republic of China and its first political party, the KMT. As a paramount leader of the 1911 revolution, Sun is credited with overthrowing the Qing dynasty, there you go, and served as the first president of the Provisional Government of the Republic of China and as the inaugural premier of the Kuomintang. Born to a peasant family, I'm not going to read all this. And I'm sure that I heard of Sun Yat-sen in my history class because we did go over the collapse of the Qing dynasty. But Chiang Kai-shek kind of, overshadows Sun Yat-sen because it was my understanding that he was the general during the warlord period that was responsible for the KMT reconquering all of China. And then there was also this weird period where he was like kidnapped and held hostage by, I think, communists. And he tried to purge them initially. Then he made some level of peace with them. Then when Japan invaded, he was viewed as like an incompetent general who did not, actually stand up to the invading Japanese sufficiently. And then that's the communists exploited the power vacuum left by nationalist incompetence. So I would have to read more, but I'm unsurprised that there is another interesting guy who helped overthrow the Qing dynasty who's responsible for the foundations of modern China.
By someone in a foreign country who had never personally been actually a politician themselves, you'd be like, why would I ever listen to you? It's like, well, he's making a really persuasive case. His logic is airtight. It's like, okay, but he knows literally nothing about this situation. He knows literally nothing about how these moving parts interact and how the cogs like move each other. And he doesn't know like what budgets are, what the people are going to vote for, what people get angry about, how that's going to affect how they move or don't move out of the town or city. So the tax revenue, he doesn't know any of these things. And so ideology becomes basically, in essence, a tool to program people who do not know what they're doing to do something that is destructive.
Right. Well, I think in the example that you're laying out, I would agree with you. I think almost everyone would agree with you that it's always.
I caught up with the Bonnie Blue comment, and conservatism says $9.99 versus $1,000 has pleased my autism. Okay. Is that the line that we can draw for our society? So for those of you who don't know, Bonnie Blue is a pornographic actress who has pulled several stunts in public, including like having street level gangbangs where she's just inviting dudes off of the street to come to her apartment to bang her, right? It just absolutely insane stuff. Then one of the things that she's probably most famous for is banging 1,000 dudes within 24 hours. I think that that is an example of how liberal tolerance of pornography, liberal tolerance of sexual degeneracy can go too far. And I think that this has reached the threshold of self-harm. But what some people in my chat have said is like, okay, well, what's the actual threshold of self-harm? Because you tolerate people participating in pornographic gangbangs all the time. Like these people exist. You don't call for their criminalization or their incarceration or their institutionalization. And yet Bonnie Blue has rubbed you wrong. So where's the line? And I was like, I don't know where the line is. And then I just kept ranting for 2 hours. But I think as a meme, as a civic compromise, within the community of Grill Hottest community, which is made up by a lot of libertarians and liberals, I think $9.99 is the deal. Okay, I will tolerate it up to $9.99. After 1,000, incarcerated, maybe lobotomized, maybe institutionalized. We'll figure out what the correct punishment is. But as soon as you go from 999 bodies within 24 hours to 1,000, boom, the state comes in and it jacks you up. And if you can't tolerate that line, then I guess we're just not going to agree.
Better to have a person who's been in a situation that has experience with a situation. I mean, this is why we generally tend to give people whose opinion, we give people weight for their opinion if they've actually experienced whatever they're talking about. Not just, I mean, forget politics. You know, you can be working any job anywhere, kind of what you're saying. And you have you could have some new person come in and they could say a bunch of shit. It's like, okay, well, you don't really know how it works. You don't know how the permitting works. You don't know what the on the ground situation is, you know, blah, 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 blah. Right. So like in terms of that, like 100% agree. You need to understand the reality of a situation. You can't just run in there and say, okay, I have some idea in my mind I already come up with that I'm going to try to force on every situation, because obviously that's not going to work. I think where I disagree would be in sort of conceptualizing it along like a pure, like a political level that's automatically good, because I feel like if you go down that track, you kind
Tiger says, Connor, the standard would validate the hate speech causes real harm stance that we fought in the 2010s. Hate speech causes real harm. Freedom of conscience and freedom of speech is more important. So hold on. I need you to understand this real quick. Let's use an example of hate speech, okay? Or what was trying to be codified as hate speech. Let's say that you walk up to a random, as a matter of fact, I already know, I have a friend. I have a friend on Discord, and they're kind of a young guy. They're kind of sensitive, all that kind of stuff. And they will see people talking poorly about Black people, and it affects him emotionally because he's like, I'm not like that. I'm not aggressive. I'm not violent. I'm not cruel. I'm not a criminal. I'm not this. I'm not that. So and he's Black. He's black. He looks Black. So when he sees people constantly talking shit about Black people, he's like, damn, like it's fucked up. These people hate me, and I don't feel like I'm the thing that they're describing. That hate speech has caused real emotional harm to a human being. However, I think that the problem is once you ban, okay, well, you hurt this guy's feelings, therefore you're not allowed to say these things anymore, then where's the line on that? Because there are true things that hurt your feelings. Like, as an example, what is it? Like the 1350 crime stat. Like Black folks are 13% of the population, and yet, as a demographic, they are responsible for half of homicides within the United States. Now, 98%, 99% of Black people do not participate in these homicides. They have nothing to do with it. They're total civilians. They're totally innocent of this crime. And yet, the proportion is so high. Obviously, we need a sociological cure to the disproportionate criminality and disproportionate homicide rate. And that's an important conversation. And people's feelings might get hurt in that conversation, but it's so necessary. You should have freedom of conscience and freedom of speech to hurt other people's feelings with the truth. And it's the same thing with like criticism of Israel. I think that Doobie goes too far. I think Doobie and Hassan Piker and the left wingers go too far with their criticism of Israel and their dismissal of Israel's right to exist. I think they go too far. However, do I think that society is better because they can articulate that criticism without fear of the state intervening on them? And then we can fight from a American zeitgeist, conscience, and policy perspective on what the best way to interact with the state of Israel is. I think the world's a better place for that. I think it would be worse if we were unilaterally forced to by the state to be unrepentantly supportive of everything that Israel does. And I also think that it would be a bad state if we had to unilaterally from state action, we had to destroy the state of Israel. We should be able to have a crazy, nuanced, upsetting, weird, fucked up conversation about things that make people upset. So, yeah, I don't think that Bonnie Blue doing what she does is akin to speech. Okay. I really don't. I know that pornography is considered speech, but I feel like that's a loophole. And while I'm not in a rush to eliminate pornography from American society, there's also a part of me that's like, well, if it disappeared, would the world be a better place? And I don't really know the answer to that question. And I'm not going to spend a lot of time thinking about it either. Real quick shill, like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. We got around 100 people hanging out today. There's a PayPal link. Of course, we do love your super chats. Well, actually, hold on. Let me do the entire thing. Liking the stream is free. And it lets more people know that we're live in the algorithm. And as a result, they might come in and they might hang out. And maybe they got a few dollary dues that they want to burn. Okay. Sharing it with your friends. If you have a good time, you think it's fun, you think it's a fun way to spend the morning, you got other people who might enjoy the content, tell them about it. Say, hey, I got this crazy centrist, Burkean conservative, pseudo right-wing guy who doesn't hate minorities, but he does say racist shit every now and then. And he doesn't hate gays and bisexual people, but he does say homophobic shit every now and then. It's a fun time. You should check it out. It's Counterpoints Politics / Valor Media Network. Tell your friends about it. It's free and it helps me. Then share it with your friends. Engage with chat. Lots of funny, interesting people in chat. Super chats if you got them. I know everybody's getting ready for the holidays. So if you're broke, you don't have any money, and you're just paying your bills and surviving and getting presents for everybody, take care of yourself first. However, if you have actual additional money, super chats are appreciated, memberships are appreciated, and I'm also plugging my PayPal because I get paid on the 20th, but my anniversary is on the 17th, and I want to take the wife to a fancy dinner, and I also want to buy my kids presents before the 20th. That way, we're not doing a bunch of last minute shopping. So if you want to do the PayPal instead, I appreciate it. Parasocially love you. Let's continue.
Kind of get into sort of the naturalistic fallacy of, well, something came to be through a natural state, so therefore it's good, when that's not really the case. You can have lots of systems or lots of things in nature that are fucking horrible that we want to get rid of.
I think that's something of a straw man, though, right? Because like it's very unlikely that anyone's actually ever going to take that position, right? I mean, you know, if you've got
Hasbar, I'm probably going to take. You're saying that one thing that you're critical of me that's beyond disagreement is the fact that I dismiss the logic bro bullshit. I'm going to take the class. Who was it? The other guy? He donated like $150 in super chats a couple of streams ago. And he was saying like, hey man, I don't agree with the Crucible on everything, but I'm more of a Crucible guy. Here's $150 for being cool. I think the class is 250, and a lot of people were super generous that stream as well. So I will take Andrew Wilson's debate bro class at minimum, so I can understand the philosophy bro argumentation better.
a local council and you've got 3 people who take over the council and then start siphoning money out. No one's gonna be like, well, I mean, you know, they
Asai Garcia, is there anybody you would not debate? Not really. Food Shops as an example, she's a lolicon. She wanted to debate lolicon shit, and I was like, nah, I'm good. But if it was like, if there was like a lot of public pressure where I thought that something good could come out of it, I would debate it. I didn't think that there would be anything good that comes out of it. And also, I think I would basically be helping food shops highlight their shitty positions. and popularizing it. So that's why I didn't take that debate. But realistically, if I was like pressed and people were like, no, you have to do this debate. This debate is like actually important. It's in the cultural zeitgeist now. The lolicons are about to win. The lolicons are about to take over America. Whether or not lolicon is accepted in America comes down to your one debate with this one content creator. Then yeah, of course I would do it.
Took over through natural processes, they got voted or whatever. Like we have different standards for other things like corruption and just other standards to circumscribe the behavior that we take. You know, you're going too far and people aren't happy, then it doesn't matter what, like, you know, ideology or appeal to a fallacy or whatever you make. If people
Sacred Snow for 5 says, for VODs, I think the appeal of your streams is the interaction, making things digestible. The content we react to itself is incredibly frustrating. It's true. I understand that.
aren't happy, you've got to do something. You've got to be personally responsive to that because of your position. So I don't think worrying about, like, you know, an extreme hypothetical fallacy is actually a refutation of it, you know?
Well, I don't know if it's a refutation. I'm just like, because a lot of your critique of liberalism, I would say, is you saying, okay, I've identified some sort of like base level of what like the base framework was for liberalism, and every problem that comes from that we live in under a liberal society comes from this like deep down base thing. And I could see that the exact same thing if we lived in some sort of hypothetical other world where we were living under the sort of right-wing conceptualization that you're framing. You could make the same argument, say, well, at the base level of the philosophy is this idea that as long as something is a practice first, then that elevates it morally when it shouldn't.
You know what's interesting? That's exactly what liberalism did. that's
Well,
exactly.
That's your argument, right? Yeah, exactly.
So you're not wrong at all. You know, like, you're exactly correct. And I'm not saying that we should have no reflectiveness in how we approach politics or society or anything like this,
Mhm.
right? The problem is when you take a suite of ideas that begin in the abstract in a different time in a different place, drawn from a different time and different place, and you apply them, you're saddled with their faults as well as any benefits they provide. And
Right.
I'm just to be clear, I'm not saying there's no benefit to liberalism either. Obviously, liberalism has actually done some tremendous good for people. The problem is now is that because of liberalism's own success, it's becoming pathological. And so we are having trouble admitting where it's wrong. And the real problem with it is it's actually wrong in its fundamental constitution of what a man is.
Okay. I'm interested in this because this is part of the reason why I'm not a libertarian. Okay. Oftentimes, I think liberalism and libertarianism are good because they start from the individual and work outwards, which is the same way that human beings operate. We start with ourselves and we work outwards. That's kind of the way that like consciousness works. And so I think liberalism and libertarianism protecting the life, liberty, pursuit of happiness, or arguably life, liberty, and property. The reason why that's good is because by working from the individual outwards, you can kind of say, okay, well, what's reasonable for my liberty to be curtailed? And I think liberalism and libertarianism got a lot correct by starting from the individual and then working outwards. However, I think, just reinforcing what Hosbar said a little bit, what liberalism and libertarianism does is it articulates what the individual should be precluded from suffering at the hands of the state or his neighbors, but it doesn't do a good job of articulating what an individual ought do, because it just kind of says like life, liberty, pursuit of happiness. So life, stay alive; liberty, freedom from the state and unreasonable incursions from your neighbors; and then pursuit of happiness or pursuit of property. Well, pursuit of happiness is super ephemeral. Lots of people have different definitions of what makes them happy. And then the pursuit of property, or property, which apparently was the way that the Declaration of Independence was originally written. Well, property is great. I love property. I got so much property, bro. I got this cell phone. I got this desk. I got this house. I got this mortgage. I got this car. I got this van. I got this, that, the other. I got so much property, man. I love that my property is protected by the state. However, that doesn't mean that I'm fulfilling some like deeper existential philosophical thing by pursuing property. And so that's where I think things like religion, spirituality, political philosophy, existential philosophy, these are the things that individuals have to pursue in order to achieve higher meaning. But that's not necessarily encouraged by our society or our culture, or liberalism or libertarianism. Liberalism and libertarianism says you go figure that shit out, which is cool, but it also leaves a lot of people lost in the sauce.
It believes fundamentally that men exist prior to society and aren't intrinsically formed by social bonds, and that's just factually inaccurate.
I agree with that.
And it was the thought experiment that created the state of nature that justified a lot of the attack on the heavily socialized politics of its own day. And when I say socialized, I don't mean socialism. I mean the sort of personal.
Anonymous chatter says, how would you know that somebody banged 1,000 dudes? I would know. I'd know.
Politics like Trump is doing at the moment with Mandami, right?
Right.
And it was justified in its day because the society was a lot more oppressive than it is now. But the problem is that liberalism's success has been so runaway that it can't stop.
Well,
and now it's doing real damage to society. Oh, excuse me, this fucking cough's insane.
I don't. You don't have to.
Real damage.
You can go. I don't want to like kill you on stream if you're dying from a cold or something.
I've had it for a few days now. I don't feel bad or anything like that.
I know. It just makes
it's just that every now and again I'll get a tickle in my throat, a really annoying tickle, and I just have to cough.
Sucks.
And it's just a dry cough, as you can hear as well. So it's so insufferable.
Yeah.
But otherwise everything's fine. But yeah, so the issue is basically admitting when we need to stop being liberals and where we need to stop being liberals. And there are lots of real questions that are being raised here at the moment about the nature of a state, right? What is a civic polity? And
Andre Sondolescu, you don't understand, Connor. My criticism is based, therefore it should be legal. Zionism is cringe, therefore it should be illegal. No, dude, that's how I feel about the Bonnie Blue take. I had some people taking me super seriously, and they were like, why would I give the state that much power to regulate social interaction? And Connor, that's an absurd line. Like, what? How do you actually draw this line? Because I'm good. That's why. Okay, that's how. Okay, I'm good. I'm the good king. I can be trusted with total and absolute power. It will not corrupt me. I will not use it for my own ends. I will not abuse the money and power that you invest in me. I'm the good king. So I will not. I am Boromir in Lord of the Rings. Okay, I will wield the one power ring. I will wield it for good. Everybody else who got tempted by the ring and who were corrupted and turned evil, that's not going to happen to me. I'm built different. Okay. I am just simply built different.
The liberal position falls on the line of it's a social contract.
Right. But I kind of want to hone in on this practice thing because we've talked about this a lot. I think this is the first time either that you've mentioned it or maybe it's the first time I've realized it. So it seems like this is like a key.
Yeah. Short Stack Goblin says, you're saying he's black. Versus, is Kamala not black? No. I hate to say it. Kamala is not black. Like, I understand that that's offensive and people will be like, what? She's Afro-Caribbean. Her mother is from Barbados. Blah, 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 blah. But you know what I'm saying. You can freak out. You can freak out in chat. You can freak out in chat. You can clip it. You can ship it. People can say I'm racist, all that stuff. You know what I'm saying. We all know what I'm saying.
Element here is just like practice versus the ideology thing. Because I understand what you're saying, and I agree with this. Like,
thank you, Hosbar. Fries and Coke for the wife. Happy anniversary. Thank you, King. Much appreciated.
You have a practice that comes into being. There's going to be benefits and there's going to be negatives to it, and it's going to be rooted, obviously, in the time period of where it was crafted.
Sorry, I paused again. Andre said, I tried recommending your videos to my friends, but the videos were too long or my friends were not autistic enough to appreciate them. True.
But I think that's sort of part of the difficulty of, or maybe even I'd say the downside, even conceptualizing politics in that way, because then you get in this kind of sticky situation where it's like, okay, you're trying to get rid of slavery, the practice side of it is very much in favor of saying, well, you know, that slavery was built on this long-standing tradition of things that evolved non-ideologically,
Yeah.
rooted in human nature. And then you have some ideology come in, like liberalism or heck, like Christianity comes in and says, hey, we should get rid of slavery because of this ideological reason. And so how do you actually abolish slavery if we're going to label the ideology as like the negative aspect?
Well, this is what ideologies are actually good for, is when there is an intolerable institution, an ideology provides the kind of intellectual justification.
Tenhauser, thank you for the comment, says, sorry if this is way off topic, but recently decided to apply for a commission in the U.S. Public Health Service. Caveat, one possibility is being ordered to the ICE Health Corps. Thoughts? Do it. Do it. Number one, I don't know your level of education. So if you're like an EMT, medic, doctor, nurse, or doctor, physician's assistant, I don't know what you're doing. But in general, I mean, if you're employed by the state in order to take care of people, the worst thing that's going to happen, like you said, could be ICE. But if you're taking in asylees, refugees, State Department people, if you work with veterans, if you work with military service members, if you work with anybody, typically if you're working for the state, you're working for the people who need it the most. So that's not a problem. And then also, Tenhauser, I know that a lot of people are like ACAB when it comes to ICE or whatever. But if you're working for ICE and then it is your job to evaluate people who are being detained pending deportation, I hate to say it, but those are probably the people who need competent people the most. They're probably the people who need like a firm handshake or a hug and a decent analysis of their health and well-being. They need somebody to fairly look at their health situation. So, because there's probably pressure within ICE to just get them out the door, to just give them a clean bill of health and get them out the door. But there's probably cases of people who actually have severe illness or death or injury or disability. Death, obviously not, but they might be close to dying, who need additional attention. And so you could be a cog in the giant machine that actually tries to implement the level of justice and care and humanity that our system deserves. So even if you end up working for ICE, it could be incredibly dehumanizing, incredibly frustrating. You might have a supervisor who's pushing you to push people out the door who shouldn't be pushed out the door, but that's where you can make the world a little bit better. You can make the world a little bit more just. And so, yeah, I don't have any criticisms of that as long as you keep your soul. Keep your soul. Once again, like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. My parasocial love you. Thank you for being here.
To abolish it, especially as in England in particular, there wasn't any slavery. It was William the Conqueror that outlawed slavery in, I think it's 1089 or something like that. I can't remember exactly the date, but like he abolished the slave trade because he wanted to tax it basically as a revenue, a source of revenue. So it's not like he was doing it through personal moral means. Although
Right.
I can't remember the name of the Archbishop of Canterbury who was really against slavery, who was constantly banging on about this to William. So there may have been a moral component to it, but I would just assume that there wasn't, right? Just for the sake of argument. But he did it anyway. And so for 1,000 years, England, well, not 1,000, 500 years, England and lots of other places in Europe didn't have slavery because of Christianity. And so when slavery begins in the New World, this is actually outside of our sphere of experience. The English-speaking peoples, wherever they are in the world, aren't natural slave traders. And so
what the fuck, dude? I was getting ready to rap, but this is absurd. Absurd. So what? Because a king outlawed domestic slavery in the British Isles when the English started colonizing and enslaving people again, it was outside of their natural experience. What the fuck is this argumentation? When was slavery abolished in England? And I almost guarantee you, they're not even they're gonna bring up someone else. Yeah, they're bringing it up in 1800. 1 second. Corbin Sales is calling me. Corbin Sales, I'm live. What's up, buddy? Yeah. I'll wrap up around 2 p.m. and we'll go out to lunch. Okay. Okay. Corbin Joseph. All right. I'm going to accidentally call you the other one, but I'll try not to dead name you. All right, brother. Yep. I got it. I got it. No, I want to buy you a delicious sandwich. You're welcome. All right, buddy. All right. Bye, buddy. Corbin, for those of you who don't know, he's a TikTok debater. He's a part of Unfuck America. He was in Virginia. We did a little podcast with me, Riley Grace Rochong, and Dylan Burns. It was a fun little conversation. And he's a good guy. He's a good guy. He moved to the west coast of Florida, and so I'm hanging out with him. So I will use some of my cash because I still have a little bit of cash. Obviously, I need to make cash now. But I'm going to use, he was saying he's a little tapped out because he's driving cross country right now and he's waiting for his next paycheck. So I'm going to buy him a little sandwich today, and it'll be a delicious sandwich. All right. Who's texting me? Stop texting my phone. No. Come to my house, and then I'll just give him my address. Sorry, I'm distracting from the content. All right, here we go.
For slavery to have persisted for such a long time is actually quite strange, but it's also one of those things that really could only have happened because it was so far away from the heartland. And when you have then, you know, huge black populations brought over from Africa, and lots of people who are personally financially invested in the thing, and you have the same thing with the slave trade in Britain, it took a great effort of will to get it done. But there was also a huge amount of popular support for abolishing the slave trade here. So it was just one of those things where it's like, you are right that there is a use for ideology, but the time has come to understand where that use has overstepped its welcome and where it's actually doing harm rather than.
Andre says, corruption? Nah, I'd win. Listen, apparently I'm not winning, dude. We're listening to Sargon of Akkad rewrite British history, where because slavery was prohibited in the British Isles, it was actually alien to engage in slavery in the New World. What?
Good, I think.
So, because when you were talking about like the woke is the problem, the left is the problem, like the way that I was hearing it is that
Yeah, see? True. Have you considered that Frodo might just be soy and I, Boromir, son of the steward, should be using the ring to defend Gondor? Have you ever considered that?
it sounded like you were laying out that the left conceptually is not just the problem now, but seems like it's always the problem. And are you not saying that? Are you saying that sometimes?
Oh, I'm definitely saying that.
Okay, so if the left is always the problem, and then that translates to that means the ideology is always the problem. How do you have the ideology ever come in and get rid of these oppressive practices that you're talking about?
Ideologies are actually drawn from times and places, but they're put into an abstract doctrine and then they're taken to other places, right? Mm-hmm. So one of the reasons that the American Revolution didn't turn into the French Revolution is because American political practice had for a long time been informed by the ideas that end up crystallizing into liberalism.
Right.
Like, for example, you didn't invent the concept of a Bill of Rights. You didn't invent the concept of constitutions.
How fucking dare you say
you inherited all of this.
How dare you? No,
yeah, I'm good. Fuck this guy. So I'm going to summarize it real quick because honestly, Snargon is actually just an asshole in my opinion. I think this is obnoxious. Once again, I'll say that I think that Sargon is soy, snarky, and not particularly great. So let me pull up some drawings, I suppose. And we're actually going to continue with this segment because apparently Adam says something stupid in this 9-minute clip. But what Sargon was saying was that he rejects the political binary. He rejects the fact that within the French Revolution, the right wing were the traditionalists, the monarchists, the institutionalists, and all that kind of stuff, and that the left wing were the people that were generally speaking more pro-people. He actually used leftists to describe James Lindsay. And James Lindsay, I would view as like a center-right liberal who was fighting the excesses of the left, but then found that there was some like authoritarian, dictatorial douchebaggery, snobbery happening in the right wing, and he didn't like it. And so he called it woke. And I actually agree with James Lindsay to a healthy degree in reference to calling out how some members of the dissident right wing will use the tactics of the left in order to achieve right-wing goals, and we should treat them both with disdain. But he was saying that socialism and communism and left-wing thought necessarily emanate from liberalism, but I don't even think that's true. If you look at it materially, historically, the Soviet Union and Maoist China were not really emanated from like liberal societies. They were emanating from the chaotic post-imperial history of China, and they were emanating from the imperial history of Russia. That's like the whole emanation of Gramsci. So it's like ahistorical and dumb for that reason. And then when it comes to the right wing, he's saying that Burkean conservatism is not truly the right wing. Okay. Because Burkean conservatism to some degree is liberal in that it takes existing institutions, you defer to existing institutions. But if the liberals or the progressives are correct in a criticism and they have a reform that makes sense, you criticize it and needle it to see whether or not it actually is good. But if it's ultimately a good idea, you incorporate it into your society. And so Burkean conservatism does concede to the left in that if a reformer proposes a good reform, you actually institute it instead of saying, no, F you, here's my TradCon order, buzz. I have ascended to the right-wing the ultimate right-wing philosophy, therefore bump your left-wing idea. And it sounds like Sargon was saying that he almost has like a dialectical materialist analysis of history where he just wants to, instead of having communism or socialism emanate from his dialectical materialism, he wants right-wing hierarchical, pseudo monarchical, feudal ideas to emanate from dialectical materialism. That's what it sounds like. And I'm gonna check dialectical materialism real quick before we move into the Adam Friended segment. But correct me if I'm wrong. Isn't dialectical materialism effectively like the left-wing belief that like political philosophy is just an outstretch of like naturalism? Dialectical materialism is a Marxist philosophy that posits that material conditions, particularly economic ones, are the primary drivers of social change. So it seems like Sargon believes this. He just thinks that the outcome doesn't have to be socialism or communism. It can be right-wing material thought. Cringe. I have nothing to say about Sargon of Akkad that is not a terms of service violation. So I'm going to move into the next mini segment that I'm going to include in this original segment. So apparently Adam hates the Democrats' unlawful orders video. So let's take a look at this. Let's see what Adam has to say. As a matter of fact, you know what? No. Let's go ahead and take a look at the Democrats' seditious video. Okay. Democrats' seditious video. Whoa, hold up. Is that another fan animation? Hell yeah. I don't know if this is going to be good or not, but I'm going to save it and break it down if it's good. Cool. I love fan animations. Sorry. Where's the lawful orders video? Lawful orders video. Okay, let's turn on the volume. Let's watch this real quick before we see what Adam Friended has a problem with, because I did not have a problem with this video at all.
Chris D'Elisio joined 5 other Democratic lawmakers, all of them military or intelligence community veterans, to urge current officials to disobey illegal orders. Michigan Senator Alyssa Slotkin, a former CIA analyst, posted the video. The lawmakers say threats to the Constitution aren't just coming from abroad.
No one has to carry out orders that violate the law or our Constitution.
We know this is hard and that it's a difficult time to be a public servant.
But whether you're serving in the CIA,
The Army,
Our Navy.
the Air Force,
Your vigilance is critical.
and know that we have your back.
because now, more than ever,
The American people need you. We need you to stand up for our laws.
Our Constitution.
And who we are as Americans. Don't give up.
Slotkin told the
Don't give up the ship. Okay, so anyways, that was just like a segment of it. But I have no beef with what they've said. And what the right wing is doing, which I'm assuming Adam's going to doing because he's an effing F slur, is they're going to say, what illegal orders? Okay. Mark Esper, the former Secretary of Defense that Trump appointed, said that during the BLM protests of 2020, Donald Trump argued and wondered aloud whether or not troops should just be allowed to fire into the crowd of protesters. So if we had a bunch of anti-constitutional brown-nosing dick suckers, then who knows? Maybe they would have carried out that order. That would have been an illegal order to fire into the protesters because you have the right to peaceably assemble. And we have an escalation of force. And we have a rules of engagement. So that's the kind of situation where Donald Trump is seeing a bunch of protesters protesting his reign. And if we were in a third-rate banana republic and he said, shoot the protesters, the army would just do it. Matter of fact, that happened in Tahrir Square in Egypt a decade ago. So to pretend that you don't know what we're talking about that. How about during January 6, 2021, when he started a riot in order to pressure Mike Pence to vacate the vote? That was an illegal action to try to vacate the certified elected results from various states, claiming fraud that he's never proven within the country. So what if he ordered the military to say, hey, there's a bunch of fraud, actually step in, I'm president now? What if you had a sycophant who ignored the Constitution of the United States but obeyed the chain of command by following Trump's orders to the T? Okay, that's another example of what we're talking about. The third example of what we're talking about is the Caribbean strikes. So right now, there is not an authorization for use of military force against narco-terrorist organizations in South and Central America. What they did is they use the broad mandate of the Department of War and Department of Defense is what it used to be called, the Department of War, to secure the American homeland. And they're making an argument that there is an emergency going on with narco-terrorists from South and Central America. So the military is allowed to unilaterally drone strike people without congressional authorization within the Caribbean. There was also an example that has not been proven, but could be true, where Secretary Hegseth said no survivors. And so as a result, they blew up a ship with a Hellfire. And then allegedly, hear me when I said allegedly, they saw a couple of dudes clinging to the debris and they hit it again with a Hellfire missile afterwards because they didn't want any survivors. So that's an example of a potential war crime. So if I was a representative, if I was a person who had sworn an oath to the Constitution of the United States, and if I had a public platform, I would have no problem stepping out into public and saying, hey, the military, the CIA, the intel apparatus, the drone striking apparatus, our warriors, if you hear an explicitly illegal or unconstitutional order, it's not an up in the air, what's my chain of command versus what's legality. You should refuse an illegal order. It's also argued that the guy who was in charge of the Caribbean drone strike program, he stepped down in lieu of carrying out what he believed to be illegal orders. So it's your responsibility as a service member to not violate the Constitution and the law. So that's what they're talking about. So let's see how Adam Friended sweeps for the Trump admin.
Thanks so much. His thoughts on Trump posting about offing Democrats for sedition. Yeah, I thought we might have covered that. I thought it was fucking stupid. I thought it was dumb. I watched the clip or whatever thing he was responding to. It seemed fairly innocuous.
If you believe in the Constitution and rule of law, it should be innocuous. 25 Ron from Andre Sondelescu. Fries and cocaine for the wife. Happy anniversary. Thank you kindly.
It was just someone like, oh, if someone gives you an illegal order, you don't have to follow it, which
Look, I'm 100% on Trump's side. I think
Fuck you, Adam. 10 Hauser for 10. Based. I'll keep you posted.
these people, the intent.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Look, I think the intent was to undermine Trump's authority, to send the message that Trump was sending out illegal orders, that you should you should look at every order that you receive from your superiors and think, is this actually legal? Should I be doing this? Which
If you shoot a Hellfire at a civilian vessel that doesn't pose an immediate threat to surrounding people, you should probably wonder whether or not it's legal. If you're shooting missiles without congressional authorization, you should probably wonder whether or not it's legal. If you're ordered to fire at protesters during a riot and that's not in line with your rules of engagement, you should probably wonder whether or not that's a legal or constitutional order and whether or not you could be held to criminal account. You should probably wonder that. Now, ultimately, you'll probably be pardoned. But if you want to preserve a republic, you should probably think about those things.
completely undermines the chain of command for the military.
Well, technically, they're supposed
I think
to do
what the
that
Democrats
anyway.
did. Really?
You're not supposed to follow legal orders, are you?
Stitch, with the most obvious take on the fucking planet.
You're not supposed to follow illegal orders,
Right.
but look, I think what conversation are we having here? What are the illegal orders that Trump is sending out that these people need to be aware of? And
I already gave you 3, and yet Adam is totally stumped as to what they could be.
and keep in mind constantly.
I assume it was something about ICE or the sending the National
Or sending the National Guard and the military to enforce laws which they're prohibited from doing because of the Posse Comitatus Act. I didn't even mention that. There's a 4th reason right there.
Guard to states or something to that effect. I assume that's what they'd be referencing.
Right.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. I understand what you're saying.
I think the Democrats are
There is
completely in the wrong, and I think
You do not need to steelman his position, Sitch. And as a matter of fact, I'm surprised that you didn't bitch at him out right here. I'm actually surprised.
what they did is
So-
abhorrent.
This is I guess the issue. I think I understand what you're saying, and yes, obviously, when whoever I forget whoever it was that said that or put out the video or whatever made the comments about this, there's an implication that like Trump is doing something wrong, and you should not.
Osbar says, Connor, I think sometimes you tap out without dealing with arguments because you don't like the style of the video. You may disagree prescriptively, but did you disagree with him descriptively? You need to be more specific. Use proper nouns. What, you talking about Adam? Do you think it could undermine the chain of command? Yeah, I think it could undermine the chain of command. Sometimes the chain of command needs to be undermined when they do a fucked up illegal shit. That's just descriptively true. So description versus prescription. Yeah, he can say that the Democrats chose to undermine the potentially. They chose to potentially undermine Donald Trump's chain of command. Donald Trump's chain of command should be potentially undermined, depending on whether or not it's legal or illegal, because he has ordered illegal shit in the past. He's been reckless with the military in the past. He's tried to overthrow the Republic of the United States in the past. Why wouldn't you obviously keep that in mind when we're having this conversation? Why would you act like the Democrats are the bad guys in the scenario, unless you were an anti-Republican piece of shit?
Follow whatever this wrong thing is, right? And but then they use the correct language, which makes it legally correct to say, well, you don't have to follow wrong, illegal orders, because it's true. And so I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, but look, if I'm a commanding officer and I got a bunch of knuckleheads that I'm supposed to command, and now these people are like, I saw my representatives say that I should keep track of what's right and wrong and maybe not follow your orders. I'd be like, fuck you. It's
Okay, that's very dumb.
tough enough to get these guys to do what they're supposed to do. And now you're out here undermining my authority. Fuck you, Democrats. That's what I would say.
I was going to continue my point, but now I feel like compelled to be like, okay, well, obviously, if you're in the National Guard and you're deployed to some city, theoretically,
maybe you
and
should
they're
follow
like-
your commanding
and they're like,
officer's
the
orders
commanding
and let
officer
him worry
is like,
about whether
hey,
or not
you
it's
see-
legal.
You
Yeah.
see that group of protesters that is just staying there, like you
Fire
should
into the
open
crowd.
fire on them. Yeah, and
He's laughing, dude. This is the truth-seeking liberal. He's laughing about this. That's awesome, Adam. I fucking love your incessant 80 IQ sweeping for the Trump administration. It's my fucking favorite. It's not infuriating at all that somebody who was probably within my political sphere in donut operators, I'm just going to say he's a fucking retard. Okay? Why do you love criminals so much? we should have an authorization for use of military force. Okay. If you want to blow up random civilian vessels in the Caribbean, that's totally fine. Blow them up. Blow them up. Congress should sign off on it. That's how you keep a republic. Having the military unilaterally decide what's a valid military target, that's like, they're not supposed to be unilateral. All actions of war are supposed to have an AUMF. Imagine defending the Obama-era AUMF to justify Orange Man starting a legal war with Venezuela. Just quit calling yourself MAGA, America first, whatever. You're not. Dude, yeah, donut. I'm just going to say it. Donut operators are fucking dumbass. And every 4,500 people who like this thing, they're a fucking dumbass. They're civically illiterate. They should be barred from voting. So let's find, what is it? Is it Mark Esper or Mike Esper? I forget. Trump shooting protesters. Here we go.
Finally give a direct order to deploy. He's going to finally give a direct order to deploy paratroopers into the streets of Washington, D.C., and I'm thinking with weapons and bayonets. And this would be horrible.
What specifically was he suggesting that the U.S. military should do to these protesters?
He says, can't you just shoot them? Just shoot them in the legs or something. And he's suggesting that that's what we should do, that we should bring in the troops and shoot the protesters.
The commander-in-chief was suggesting that the U.S. military shoot protesters.
Yes, in the streets of our nation's capital. That's right.
Dude, the Boston Massacre was part of the justification for the Revolutionary War. And you guys are just out here like, oh, he was just memeing. It was just a joke. It was just a meme.
And you're just like, yeah, man.
Okay, Hosbar, did he say peaceful protesters should be fired upon? Peaceful? I don't care. I don't care. Do you know how many... Let's take a look at the BLM riots real quick. Let's take a look at them real quick. You know what you do with these people? You get enough cops to go in there and arrest them and beat the shit out of them and incarcerate them. And if you can criminally charge them, you criminally charge them. Do you know how quickly I could get this audience to scatter with a belt-fed machine gun? I could wipe out hundreds of people, like as an individual military service member ordered to fire into a crowd. You could kill dozens of people instantaneously. So ordering American troops into the city streets in violation of posse comitatus in order to use live rounds to fire into a protest, you're fucking crazy. Okay? You're crazy. You basically want to spark the Civil War. These arsonists, these violent criminals, I'm not on their side. I don't like them. But you know what you do? You get cops, even National Guardsmen if necessary, the ones that are trained for riot control. You give them riot shields, you give them batons, you give them pepper spray, and you give them crowd control vehicles. You might even give them the microwave cannon. I love the microwave cannon. What is it? Riot control microwave cannon. Look at this. This thing microwaves your frickin' body. You want to see it? I'll show you. Watch this. Here's the protester. Here's the Marines. They got live ammunition. They could fire a belt fed into a crowd. They could disperse this crowd instantaneously. Now, obviously, it's a training demonstration, but they could disperse them instantaneously. Do you know what they developed instead? A giant microwave cannon that makes it, it doesn't hurt you, it doesn't kill you, but it makes you feel like your skin is on fire. Watch these people jump the second they get hit with it. Their skin feels like it's on fire. Watch this. They're going to get hit with it. They're all going to scatter. See? That's what you do. You don't hit them with belt feds. This isn't Egypt, you freak. I mean, I love you, but still. You don't shoot a crowd full of protesters, you psychos.
And just go for it. Just fucking rat-a-tat away. And that's not my position. I don't think you should do that in that situation. I don't think you should do that at all.
And Short Stack Goblin is saying that the characterization that slavery was prohibited meant that you couldn't sell people from the British Isles to other countries, not that you couldn't sell slaves within the British Isles. So once again, Sargon making shit up.
Do you think that's going on though? You think?
I don't, but you're acting like there's a very big difference between like being in some kind of active war zone where like shit's going down and people's lives depend on.
Doobie says, which were essentially violent insurrectionists. What's the issue with using force against those? Once again, use proportional force. I already said that. Number 2, declare the Insurrection Act. The Insurrection Act of 1807 is a U.S. federal law that empowers the President of the United States to nationally deploy the U.S. military and to federalize the National Guard units of the individual states in specific circumstances such as the suppression of civil disorder or insurrection and armed rebellion. He is allowed to invoke this whenever he wants. He wants to have his cake and eat it too. He doesn't want to declare the Insurrection Act because if he did, people would protest him, sue him into the ground, all that kind of stuff. But he's perfectly legally entitled to do so. So if you want to shoot protesters, invoke the Insurrection Act. It's fine. Go for it. Go for it. But you're not going to be ordering the federal military to deploy without invoking the Insurrection Act, and you're not going to be using belt-fed weapons on crowds. Listen, I'm just going to show you again. Oh, I can't watch firearms content. I'm going to invite you to watch what a belt fed can do. I can't do it live because I'll get taken down for community service or community guidelines, but you should go watch what a belt fed can do to a crowd.
You making quick decisions and like whatever fuck nonsense is going on here, where you're like, you're making this like this huge deal, like, oh my God, there's all these people are going to be turning against the National Guard or Trump or the government because this stupid cringe fucking ad that would have got zero traction from the Democrats if Trump hadn't responded the way he added and totally made it a Streisand effect. Because that's what I was trying to say before you interrupted me was, I think I understand what your point is. And I saw the ad. I thought it was cringy and like lame.
So you
it
disagree
was
with what the Democrats did. So you're saying the Democrats shouldn't have done it, but Trump calling
I don't think
it
they should have done it because it's stupid.
Right.
I don't think they should have done it
look, we
it's lame
agree.
and stupid. And it's done. It was just kind of like it to me. It kind of really hit like the whole resistance lib meant like vibe of we're going to stand up against Trump, but we're like not going to stand up against Trump kind of vibe. And I think that's how people have interpreted it, is super weak. And then Trump comes out like 10 alarm, like, oh my God, these people should go to jail for treason or sedition, all this other crazy shit. And I'm like, why would he just blow up this fucking non-story? And then now the people left say, oh my God, Trump is crazy. Look what he's doing.
Trump is the way I read the Democrats' video was them saying,
AKA Batu Sai, they are being pitted against Americans. What are you talking about? Dude, if something is descriptively true, I don't care whether or not it hurts people's feelings. Okay? The Marines were deployed to federal buildings to defend federal buildings against ICE protesters. The ICE protesters were largely citizens. So if you're saying that the military is being pitted against American citizens, that's descriptively true. If you look at the National Guard being used as a deterrent in Washington, D.C., they're being used as a deterrent in order to reduce crime. Who are they being used as a deterrent against? American citizens. If what you say is true, it doesn't matter if it's upsetting. It's true.
Trump is obviously on the verge of sending out orders to murder people in the streets. And you should not follow those orders because they're totally illegal.
That's what Mark Esper said. Mark Esper said that during the peak of BLM, he wanted the national military to be deployed into American streets and to go out with the bayonets fixed and shoot people with live ammunition. So why are you pretending that's absurd if that's what the Secretary of Defense said?
That's a subtext of the video, which I think is repugnant.
It's also the Caribbean drone strikes. Do you have anything to say on that? Do you have Adam friended? I know I'm asking this because we'll probably never debate again, but do you have any commentary on Mark Esper, the Secretary of Defense, saying that Trump actually wanted to do that during 2020? Do you have any commentary on the drone strikes against civilian vessels in the Caribbean without an authorization for use of military force? Do you have any commentary on Donald Trump deploying National Guard and Marines in order to protect federal buildings? But realistically, if you actually look at his speeches, he would use them for law enforcement if courts weren't protesting him. Do you have any commentary about the fact that he hasn't been invoking the Insurrection Act, even though it's his right to do so? Do you have any commentary about the National Guardsmen, one of whom was killed within the past 3 days because they were used as a law enforcement deterrent in the streets of Washington, D.C.? Any commentary in reference to those things? Any insight would be appreciated.
Okay.
They probably believe that. They probably believe that Trump is about to send out the order to mow people down, fire into the crowd.
His own Secretary of Defense said that. So what's your counter argument to that, Adam?
So the response should be to say that seditious behavior is punishable by death. You don't think that's we've gone way beyond the appropriate response?
I mean, look.
Thanks, Runner. Parasocial Love.
If you're going to key my car, I'm going to light your car on fire.
Yeah, this guy's a fucking idiot. Listen, I can't make peace. I can't. Listen, people say I'm clout brained. People say that I keep hanging out with Destiny or whatever because I'm fucking clout brained. Listen, the realistically the clout move would have been fucking running away screaming. Why do you think everybody did it? Okay, I just actually have loyalty for people beyond their bad behavior. So yeah, I hope Steven recovers from his bullshit and has a long and prosperous career. The actual move, if I was purely clout brained, would be to suck up the Sitch and Adam. They got 1,000 viewer live stream. We probably have a 70 to 90% political overlap. We just disagreed on a political calculus. The nice thing, the clout brain thing to do would be we passionately disagreed on the last election, but we still agree on a lot of political prescriptions and descriptions. So we should be friends. And I'll come hang out on stream every now and then, and we'll all be that's what I should do. That's what I should do. That would be brilliant. That would be brilliant from a clout chasing dynamic. But there's no way in fucking hell I can be in the same room as a guy who can be like, the Democrats think that Donald Trump is going to order the military to use live ammunition on protesters. And then meanwhile, you have the former Secretary of Defense saying the identical thing. This isn't a Democrat. This isn't a TDS sufferer. This isn't a random guy. This was a part of the Trump administration saying that. And then also, again, not tying this commentary with the Caribbean drone strikes. This guy shouldn't comment on politics. He should comment on comic books or Marvel movies. He should not be involved in politics.
Okay. Okay. I disagree. You're
And I also don't like Sitch is tepidly disagreeing. Why not Sitch? You're brilliant. You're a smart guy. You're rhetorically gifted. Why aren't you bringing up Mark Esper? Why aren't you bringing up the Caribbean drone strikes? Why aren't you bringing up the deployment of the federal military to ICE locations? Why aren't you bringing up Mark, the quote from Mark Esper? What the fuck? What are we doing here? Why are we playing footsie with Adam when he's being an R-slur and laughing about it?
very sensitive to the left attacking Trump. So, but it is what it is.
It is less about attacking Trump and more about undermining the military. Like I said, I empathize with the captain who's got a bunch of fucking meat.
Hosbar says, what ought we do with violent protests, I guess is a question. What if the local authorities won't do shit? Then call in the Insurrection Act. Call the Insurrection Act. Deploy National Guardsmen trained for crowd control. Deploy them and incarcerate people. That's all within Trump's jurisdiction. The fact that he is dumb enough to order federal military into the streets of America to use live ammunition should point to you that he's an incompetent buffoon. And the fact that Sargon of Akkad earlier wanted to say, you should defer to your better, the billionaire pedophile Donald Trump. Dumb. Very dumb.
heads that he's trying to keep in line, right? If they're undermining,
Mike Wazowski says Ashley Babbitt was shot on January 6th, not justify. It was justified. Ashley Babbitt should have gotten shot. What?
his authority, which they could be, that hurts him. That doesn't just hurt Trump. It's not just
Suits with the oil. Sorry if I just hurt your ears. 20 Valor Media Network memberships. Insane amount of oil right there, bro. Insane amount of oil. Thank you, Grassroots. Quick shout out to our supporters today. McDevitt with the 5, Grassroots with the 20, ET with the 5, Asai Garcia with the 2, Asai Garcia with the 2, Sacred Snow with the 5, Hosbar with the 10, Andre Sondelescu with the 25, Ron, Tenhauser with the 10, Grassroots with the 20 gifted Valor Media Network memberships. And then also Ragnar with the 25 via PayPal, and Brock with the 10 via PayPal. Thank you kindly, kings and queens. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them. I parasocially love you. Thank you for being here. Let's go.
victimless crime that they've committed here.
Mm-hmm.
They are undermining the authority of the military. I mean, maybe you disagree, but I do think they're undermining the chain of command in a fucking insidious way for political advantage.
Do you really think if Trump hadn't responded to this, this video would have got like no eyes on it?
Doobie says, he never mentioned belt-fed weapons, did he? No, because Donald Trump probably doesn't know what a belt-fed weapon is. You're right, Doobie. He just wanted to shoot them with M4s. He didn't want to shoot them with an M240 Bravo because he doesn't know an M240 Bravo exists.
No one cares about Alyssa Slotkin and like the former intelligence officer, random people that no one's ever seen in this video.
Right.
You know,
Look,
making this cringe, don't give up this ship. Like,
I completely agree that Trump pointing it out made it a bigger deal. But the reason Trump pointed it out was because of how insidious what they did is. So obviously he's going to capitalize on it. I don't think Democrats should do this shit. I think the Democrats are
obviously he's going to say that sitting senators should be executed.
Completely in the wrong.
He's sweeping still. Obviously, it's okay for the president of the United States to say, I might pull this up. This might be the second half of content today. We'll see.
Punishment is not murder.
Hush. Obviously, it's okay for the president to call for the death of sitting senators and congressmen when they say, hey, the United States military and intelligence apparatus need to follow the Constitution and the law. Obviously, that's perfectly normal, rational, and sane. Okay, so people keep asking, how do you arrest protesters? So let's watch riot training National Guard. Let's watch this real quick. Okay.
So we're out here doing riot control training. Basically,
and by the way, the National Guard does train for riot control because they know they might be called in to do this job. They are capable of doing this job. But if the federal government wants to overrule local authorities, they have to invoke the Insurrection Act.
It's important.
Or they have to use one of the exceptions for federalizing the National Guard.
Important for situations come up where we have any civil disturbances or we need to support any police forces or any local populaces, make sure that we're providing a safe and secure environment.
We're working with the Slovenians, NATO force, and it shows it's a very good example of what cohesion within the NATO forces look like. It's great to train with them because it shows that we can work as one force, right?
Okay, so you're asking me seriously what people should do. So what you do is, just like our ancestors, just like the Greeks and the Romans and the hoplites and the this and the that, you make a shield wall. And that's so you can block the rocks and the projectiles and the, dildos that are flying towards you. Then you advance on the crowd and you push the crowd out of the area that they refuse. Well, number one, you declare unlawful assembly. You say, hey, this is no longer a peaceful protest. You are engaged in an unlawful assembly. You need to disperse. Then you do that 2 or 3 times. Then once the citizens don't disperse, then you say, okay, you're not leaving. We're coming in. Everyone we touch is getting arrested. You build the shield wall. You advance into the crowd. As the crowd is throwing bottles and Molotov cocktails and stones and rocks and dildos at you, you keep marching through the shield wall. And if somebody gets hit and they fall down, you fill in the shield wall. You surround the protesters, and then similar to what's going on right now, you're bashing on your shields in order to scare people and push them away. That way they leave. But if they don't leave and they get into fist fighting distance, you start hitting them with the baton. Now, with the baton, you can cause the crowd to disperse. But let's say that somebody actually gets within distance to the point that you can grab them from the shield wall. Then you grab them and you yank them and you throw them behind you. Well, what ends up happening is there's arrest teams behind you, and they will snatch up the person that you got behind the shield wall. They'll put them into flexi cuffs. They'll put them into a car, and they'll be charged with, riotous assembly or battery or affray or disorderly conduct or whatever, and they'll go to jail. And then that's how you clear a crowd. Now, you guys might be asking me procedurally how to do this. That's the tactical level. The strategic level, like Doobie said, like Hosbar said, is invoke the Insurrection Act. That's how you do it. Trump is perfectly capable of doing this, but he wants to eat his cake and have the whipped cream and cherry and the pedophilia too.
Whether it's Slovenia, Germany, whoever else it is, we all work as one.
As part of that, we're working with our all of our riot control gear. So we have our riot shields and our batons and face shields and everything. And so we're learning how to use all of that and use it all together, and as well as individually with special teams as well. Big part of that's working together in a formation, receiving the commands from our commanders and our senior.
And what do local citizens do? Number one, stay inside. Number two, petition the federal government.
Leaders echoing those commands, and then just working together as a team in case there are any agitators or any difficult situations that we might run into in a civil disturbance operation.
I think when doing normal drill and ceremony, it's very easy to stay.
Osborne says, haha, the National Guardsmen were killed because of Trump, not as a result of violent assholes. No, they're killed as a result of violent assholes. But they were deployed in a law enforcement context that might not be legal.
Online, to stay in step. It's easy to stay, it's easy to call commands as well. You can see everything going on. You can look to your left, look to your right.
Sacred Snow says, how are the trigger pullers supposed to do it? They just need to know that they could be held to account. And if they have a moral or conscious objection, they could find somebody else to pull the trigger.
You can pretty much see down the whole line. When you've got the shields in front of you and you've got the helmet on, you got the face shield, it's all scratched up. It's very hard to see, right? So these things that once before weren't even thought of now are pressing issues with something like staying online, which is paramount.
Definitely think once they brought in the Op4, role players, add a little bit of chaos and confusion to the situation, which of course is what we would expect to experience in a real riot situation, and even just with a limited number of Op4, it added enough.
Do you have any commentary on Trump asking if he can use the military force against armed and dangerous insurrectionists setting fire to the White House? Yeah, seems fine. Do you think I give a fuck about the White House, Doobie? Do you think Mark Esper was alarmed by him ordering normal and legal self-defense? Do you think that's what Mark Esper was alarmed by? Doobie, I get it. You're a small guy. You have a small business. You make a ton of money. I get it. But you think you're smarter and have more information than the former Secretary of Defense, who was a member of the Trump administration? That's just ego, bro. Like, I'm starting to get convinced that through your Red Sea advocacy, your Hassan Piker sweeping, and now your Adam Friended sweeping, I'm starting to think that you're just fucking with me. I'm actually just starting to think that you're mostly here to fuck with me, because that's crazy pants.
Confusion that it kind of opened up a lot of our eyes to the fact that there could be 10 or 20 times as many.
All right, anyways, y'all get the point. Let's wrap this segment.
Yeah.
Let Adam say another stupid thing that Doobie can sweep for.
So, I mean, obviously, if you think Trump's in the wrong for pointing it out, and he should have just let it go. Just what they did is so.
Why don't you just say, hey, this is fucked up. I haven't issued any illegal orders. Why did he say they need to die for their seditious behavior? Sorry, that's proportional. It's not.
What the fuck? I don't like it.
Okay, it's fine.
I don't like it. Who are these Democrats?
Okay.
I hope
Yeah, Boog says because the last time Sitch pushed back hard on Adam acted like a bitch and threw a hissy fit.
none of them are in California. They're probably both in California, aren't they?
The Wooster, I think there's like 3 or 4 of them. The Wooster
Fuck.
for
How many Democrats?
He can use the Insurrection Act. Sorry, real quick. Hosbar says, you just said Trump knows he can't use the Insurrection Act, and we just agreed local and state authorities aren't doing shit. Why would half of America's deal with the shit all over illegals? He can use the Insurrection Act. He can use the Insurrection Act anytime he wants. He just doesn't want the political blowback from invoking it. Insurrection Act text. The full text of the Insurrection Act is not a single document, but rather a series of provisions provided in 10 U.S. Code, Chapter 13, Sections 251 through 255, which allow the president to use the military to enforce federal authority. The most significant and frequently cited sections are 251, Federal Aid for State Governments, which requires a request from the state's governor or legislature, and 252, Use of militia and armed forces to enforce federal authority, which does not require a state request in certain circumstances. Federal aid to state governments. The president can use the militia or armed forces or both to suppress an insurrection in a state if state authorities are unable to do so. This can only be done upon the request of the state's governor or legislature. So this is the first part that everybody talks about where the governor has to request federal assistance. But 252, the president may use the militia or armed forces to enforce the laws of the United States in a state if unlawful obstructions, combinations, or assemblages or rebellion against the authority of the United States make it impracticable to enforce the laws by ordinary judicial proceedings. The section does not require a request from the state. So that's where he can't invoke 251, but he could invoke 252. And then 253 says this section gives the president of the authority to call up reserve component forces and use the armed forces to suppress an insurrection or enforce laws, provided the conditions in 252 are met. So 252 and 253 are the same one. 254 says this section outlines the requirement for the president to issue a proclamation to disperse before using force. Guam and Virgin Islands included as a state. And then this extends the authority to Guam and Virgin Islands. So listen, man, he has the power. He just has to invoke 252, 253, and 254. He just knows that there's going to be political blowback because it will look like he lost control. But I'm saying he has the legal authority to do it. He just needs to do it and then follow rules of engagement. But he doesn't want to because he knows it's a bad look to say that he lost control.
What are they? These Democrats are traitors, Sitch. I can't believe you.
Suck a dick, you fucking F-slur. Adam Friended. Adam Friended is not my friend. I'll say it that way.
Okay. We should try these people for sedition.
Mark Kelly. Here's Adam Friended. A 40-year-old childless cartoonist who has a moderately successful center-right, contrarian-right, centrist TV show online that is oiled by Daddy J-Mac, who I love somewhat, but I can't believe that he listens to this schlock. And he's saying that a man who spent 25 years as a pilot in the United States, I think Navy, and who spent 5 years as an astronaut, when he calls for the government of the United States to follow its own constitution and own laws, he's a traitor who should be tried for sedition. Fuck you, Adam. You're part of the problem. Fuck you.
At least put him in the stocks and make him
eat a dick, you fucking loser.
Sit in the street for a while.
Mm-hmm.
They're trying to tear our country.
Yes. Lost Coyote says, did I miss Sargon? Yeah, Sargon was 30 minutes ago. Just rewind the VOD.
Apart.
Yeah, Doobie. Connor is devolving into total TDS. I just think you're fucking with me, Doobie. At this point, I just think you're fucking with me.
Oh, really? Oh, okay, yeah. Definitely not. Trump's
Grassroots for the fat $100 super chat. Look, if you got with 1057 people in 24 hours and still are rubbing people wrong, you're a slow learner. You're also going to get institutionalized.
And say baby angel never engaged in any sort of behavior to ratchet up the temperatures or divide the country or anything like that ever. Okay.
Well, has Trump ever done anything to cool temperatures? I mean, we did watch that Mamdani thing. He should get some credit for that,
There you
right?
go. There you go. Yeah.
Was that turning up the temperature or cooling it down? The Mamdani thing.
I guess it'd be cooling down,
The
but I didn't really
whole the
perceive it
whole
as cooling down. It's just
the whole Republican Party has been using Mamdani to tear.
Hosbar says it's going to be wild to see over the next 10 to 20 years so many people completely reverse on their criticism when anyone other than Trump is doing any of this stuff. Not saying that's true of Connors. He seems principled, even though I disagree with some of these principles. But let's be real, most of it's because it's Trump. Okay, Hosbar. I think that Bush. Sorry, we should probably try to wrap the segment quickly, so I'll try to be brief. Bush is responsible for consolidating so much power within the executive that it allowed for Trump to happen. If you were around in the 2000s in politics, that's exactly what everybody was afraid of. So much executive military power and security apparatus power was concentrated within the federal government and not dispersed, that people were afraid that a psycho was going to get in charge of our security apparatus and then do whatever he wanted with it. And that's, relatively speaking, come true with Trump. Also, Obama governing via executive orders. Everybody said when Obama constantly, like he passed the Affordable Care Act, and then probably 70% of the rest of the crap he did was by executive order, like DACA, for instance, the delayed action for childhood arrivals, the immigration program that effectively made it where kids who were brought here under the age of 10 were allowed to get through American high school, and if they didn't commit any crimes and if they got good grades, they got a fast track to naturalization. That was done by executive order. So what everybody pointed out during the Obama admin was everything that's done by executive order can be undone by executive order, and the Democrats are going to be real upset when we get a Republican in there and all of Obama's policies are reversed, because it's a courtesy of the next administration to not revert your executive orders. It's not required in any way, shape, or form. And that's why, what was it? Trump gutting DACA, Trump starting the Remain in Mexico policy, Trump reversing the policy of both Obama and Biden, that if you reported to a legal port of entry while your asylum case was being adjudicated, you were given permission to travel and work inside the United States. That was all reversed by Trump. All of the damage done by Trump was only enabled by Obama and Biden creating policies from executive orders in the first place. So yeah, there's plenty of blame to go around. What I will not abide by, though, which Doobie seems to be trying to unilaterally trigger me into doing so, is I will not extend charity to the Trump administration when they've shown no reason to be that charitable. Why would I ever assume that Donald Trump didn't say shoot the protesters when he says a dozen stupid things per day? Why would I assume that he said don't shoot the protesters when he was calling for Mark Kelly's death 72 hours ago? There's a divorce between what Doobie is saying in chat and the evidence in front of my eyes, to the point that I think he's just fucking with me. I think Doobie's just fucking with me to see if he can trigger me because he gave me money. And the answer is yes.
The country apart, saying, "Look, we're on the verge of socialism."
There
oh my
you go.
God,
Trump's
it's gonna
cool.
be the fucking end of the world.
I'm so glad that he's
Holy
I'm so glad the one time I don't want Trump to cool things down, he's cooling things down.
Oh my God,
that's so fantastic. Thanks. I'm so glad. I'm
think
so
he's chilling him
fucking
out.
glad.
You
Yes.
do think
God.
the Republicans cry wolf on socialism a bit too much, don't you?
They do. And then you
Yeah,
have
all
an
the
actual
time.
socialist, and you're like, well, he's not so bad. It's like, what the fuck are we doing?
Yeah,
What is
look.
happening?
Ooh. Andre says he asked the most important question of the day. If sausage meat is encased in intestines, does that mean that your guts become sausages after you eat meat? I don't think so, because your intestines are also filled with poop.
Wolf is in the Oval Office, and everyone's like, "It'll be fine."
Right.
All right. Yeah, that was cringe. I hate it. And in summary, I think Sargon, Soygon, Snargon of Akkad, Snarkon is an a-hole. He's pretending that he's ascended beyond the current understanding of left-wing and right-wing politics, and yet he cannot explain how he's ascended past the political dynamics. I also think that if Sitch if Sitch ascended to the power that God has called him to ascend to, he would stomp Adam Friended on an episode of the Sitch and Adam show to the point that Adam would cry. And that would be the best content that I've seen all year. Now, that being said, I spent 30 minutes hanging out with my chat in the beginning. I probably covered this for 2.5 hours. So that's the end of that VOD. Let's call it a day. Do you guys want to do Destiny? Because it looks like there's a spicy lawyer debate. I do want to do the Bulwark stuff, and I do want to do the Bulwark stuff, and I do want to do the Hassan Piker trigonometry one. I know I'll be late on it, but I still think it'll probably be good content, because instead of Hassan Piker making me snore to death while disagreeing with everything that he was saying, instead he was actually saying confident shit and getting challenged in real time. And so he was pissing me off and making me hate his guts. Simultaneously, there was an almost competent human being in the room who was challenging Hassan Piker on what he was saying. So I actually think that would be okay content, but we could push that to tomorrow if you guys want to do the lawyer debate. I wouldn't mind.
When you're the head of the executive and you're saying that your political opposition needs to be investigated, when we've already seen him fabricate.
Okay. I'm good. Yeah. Are you guys good with I'm good with the Destiny content. You guys want the Destiny content? I love me good Destiny debate content. And then Tim Miller is probably going to be pretty good. So I'll push Tim Miller and Hassan to tomorrow. If there's something spicy, we'll do that tomorrow. But I'm going to go for the Destiny content because it's popping. It's popping right now. Destiny's being mean. He's being mean to people for my entertainment. So I want to watch it. Hi, guys. Welcome to Counterpoints. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran, and I would argue an actual Republican, which is very frustrating to me because I think there should be more actual Republicans. Today, I got a little debate treat for you. Apparently, Destiny went on to a 2v2 debate about recent political events, and he started bullying a lawyer so bad that he leaves. So I'm interested in checking it out. I'll be pausing intermittently to break it down. Let's go.
Capital punishment is not murder.
Excuse me, sorry.
When you're the head of the executive and you're saying that your political opposition needs to be investigated, when we've already seen him fabricate indictments, calling out the specific.
People can be investigated.
Sorry, I know you are pretending to be a lawyer, okay? But generally speaking, the president of the United States does not give direct instruction to the head of the Department of Justice to issue indictments.
You can bow out now.
Right,
I'm not going to respond to anything.
I'm out.
I'm muted him.
Bye. See ya, dude. Useless, dude.
That is really manifestly dangerous. That is weakening our military. That is what you're advocating for.
But excuse me, you. What's sick and disgusting is the fact that the president of the United States is deploying the military that he knows that he can't do. You keep saying he's following the law. Well, then why was he complaining about not being able to do it with Minnesota when all of BLM was going? And he knows he's breaking the law. The disgusting thing is using your own military. What do you mean? What part do I need to refresh on? What other thing do you not know about? Tell me. I can educate you. Since apparently you know anything. So it's not on Twitter for you.
Listen, guys, I'm going to say it. I'm going to call it out very early. Whenever a Trump apologist is wrong, they say, I don't know about that. And I've said, I don't know about that in a debate before. And I heard myself say it because I wasn't using it as an argumentative tactic. I was actually saying, I genuinely don't know about the situation. However, there are Trump apologists who so consistently use, I don't know about that, when I don't know about that is directly relevant to the conversation at hand, that I have stopped taking that as a legitimate statement of I do not know enough in order to comment on that. I've now taken that as I will not engage on this argumentative ground because if I do research it, I will get blown the fuck out. That's how I'm understanding that statement oftentimes, particularly when it comes to Trump apologia.
We're going to be discussing the recent shooting and killing of at least one National Guard member in Washington, D.C. So on
Hosbar says, sorry, he's talking about the Insurrection Act real quick. He says, well, it sounds like you're damned if you do and damned if you don't. You don't be a pussy and you follow the law.
On November 26, 2025, near Farragut West Metro Station in Washington, D.C., there was a shooting of two National Guard members, Specialist Sarah Beckstrom and Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf. Sarah Beckstrom has since died from her wounds, and Sergeant Andrew Wolf is still, as far as I can tell, in critical condition. The suspect is in custody. He is an Afghan national, Ramanullah Lakanawal. Excuse my pronunciations. I'm very bad at foreign names. There has been much discussion about why this happened and who is to blame. Tonight's prompt is Trump responsible for...
I think it would be legitimate. Sorry, real quick. Andre Sondolescu says, isn't the reason why he's not invoking the Insurrection Act because he knows it wouldn't be legitimate? Why wouldn't it be legitimate? If he's making the argument, because this is the argument that Hasbar has been making in chat, if he's arguing that the state and local governments are incapable of holding the riots, then why wouldn't him saying they're not capable of holding the riots, I'm invoking the Insurrection Act, I'm deploying the military? Why wouldn't he be capable of doing that? And why isn't that a matter of opinion? And why wouldn't that fall under executive authority? It could get challenged in court. That doesn't mean he couldn't do it. I don't think it would be illegitimate. Why would it be illegitimate?
For the shooting of these two National Guard, why or why not? And we've got some great guests to talk about it. I appreciate you all for coming, and apologies for the little tech support at the beginning, but we have to do what we got to do. I want to give the mic first to Destiny, and we'll just kind of go around, introduce ourselves, give us opening thoughts and what we have to say. Go ahead, Destiny. Open us up.
Okay, so I don't know if I would say 100% that Trump is fully responsible, but if anybody is responsible, he's pushed it basically as close to the line as possible. I think that Trump has engaged in behavior that has made all of the National Guards of every state and all of the federal police to have the most antagonistic relationship possible with all of the different states, or in DC, just the territory of Washington, DC. So I think that Trump is engaged in behavior that has increased the danger for all of the people that are deployed. I think that every single time a bad thing happens, I think that he tries to capitalize on it with some kind of policy. I would argue that Trump has been waiting for and loves these types of moments, and he's waiting for more moments like these to happen so that he can continue to expand on his executive power. Every time it does, we saw him jump on this as soon as these two National Guardsmen were shot. I think he deployed another 500 to DC. And yeah, I just think that Donald Trump is engaged on a war path where he wants to invite as much self-destruction as possible so that it gives him more excuses basically to leverage and expand his executive power and authority.
Bizarre Power says, how was shooting with Steven the other day? It was great. It was great. So unfortunately, we were not able to hang out and do a podcast on Saturday. I just got a little sick halfway through the day, and I was tired because I had hung out with some friends the night before. So we weren't able to hang out. But what we did is, he has a Laugo Alien, which is a $5,000 pistol. I would show it to you, but once again, YouTube is pretty strict on that. And it has very minimal recoil. It's awesome. It has a gas system in the center of the pistol. It's amazing. It's beautiful. He also has a really expensive trap and skeet shotgun. And I will share with you because it was beautiful. They can verify this. So there was one range that we were doing because they have a bunch of there's a bunch of bays that shoot the clays out at different angles. And so there was one where a clay comes at you and then it floats for a second and then it slants down at a 45-degree angle. On that one, at the peak of the clay, I hit it, and then a shard of the clay, because I basically hit it with the blast and it ripped off all the fringes of the clay. So it was still the core of the clay that was slanting down at an angle. I saw it and I hit the wounded clay. So I hit it once, shattering it, and I hit it again as it was coming down. And then also there was a rounder clay where, for those of you who haven't done trap and skeet before, there's basically a catapult that fires an orange clay that you shoot with a shotgun. And so it's supposed to help you practice shooting on moving targets. It's really fun. And so there was a clay that got shot at a 90-degree angle, but it was low to the ground. So what happens is it actually bounces and rolls on the ground. Nobody else could hit this thing except for me, and I still got it eventually. It probably took me like 8 to 10 shots to get the rabbit clay, but nobody else got it. So number one, I got the rabbit, so we ate well that day. Number two, I hit an aerial clay twice, which was so fun. So despite, obviously, like there's a part of you that wants to do content. There's a part of you that wants to collaborate. There's a part of you that if you're going to spend, $100 or whatever going shooting, then you want something algorithmically relevant that you can push out that helps the channel. That way you can excuse having fun with your friends and shooting guns as a reason to, hang out. You want a professional excuse for you spending money. But it was still an incredible amount of fun. Incredible amount of fun. So thank you for asking.
Okay, we'll get into it as we go. Next up, Soy Pill. What you got?
Yeah, pretty much what Destiny said. I would add that Trump, is inflaming all of the tensions by, illegally putting the National Guard into all of these places. He's violating posse comitatus. He's going against the wishes of various governors and even the National Guard themselves, who say they don't need to be there and don't want to be there. Then essentially putting the blame on him by putting people in places they don't need to be and inflaming the tension so that when violent things happen, he can justify doing it more, grabbing more executive power. It is very clearly at least his fault insofar as this never should have happened and wouldn't be happening under a Kamala presidency. Obviously, Donald Trump didn't shoot these people, but also by the Trump MAGA-tard standard of Trump, the Biden administration letting all these illegals in and then saying, oh, well, it's his fault for letting them in. Trump's administration granted this person asylum, so I'm also going to give him blame for that.
Okay, thank you for being here. I'm sure we'll get into it. Good logic.
Yeah, I'm Joe Neerman, aka Good Logic, a Munich attorney converted into a podcaster, and the nonsense that the left is trying to. When I first heard the topic discussion was Trump is to blame for the shooting of the National Guard, I actually laughed out loud that they could try to spin this that. What it starts with is a premise that everything Trump is looking to do is motivated by evil. This is just an assumption that they build into whatever he says or does, that his objective is to just basically harm as many people as possible. And then they take a situation that they'll create a situation that is as volatile as possible and ratchet it up. Going back to Biden bringing in ridiculous numbers of millions of illegal aliens, letting them stream across our borders, then trying to defend the criminal aliens. He's not even trying to get rid of your run-of-the-mill illegal aliens. He's trying to get rid of the criminals and screaming and standing in front of ICE and trying to stand in front of federal officers doing their performing their duty. And then they turn around and say, well, this is all Trump's fault, while the left is continually ratcheting up the violence, ratcheting up just how they want.
Thanks for the 5 gifted memberships, Grassroots. Much appreciated.
They want their side to be as angry as possible. You'll hear them say, go out there, march, go out there, march. You'll never hear the left say, make sure you do it peacefully. You'll never hear that at all. And then when there's this terrible incident, which I assume that the people arguing against me would admit at least that this is a tragedy, that Sarah Beckstrom was shot. Another person, I think, is still in critical condition when I last heard. So that I think they would.
Quick show. So Grassroots has been oiling. Thank you, King. And a quick shout out to everybody. Thank you to Grassroots for the $100, the 20 gifted memberships, the additional 5 gifted memberships. Thank you to Tenhauser, Andre Sondelescu, Hosbar, Sacred Snow, S.I. Garcia, E.T., Grassroots again, and McDevitt. Thank you for your super chats. I did just plug my PayPal into the chat. Obviously, everybody's getting ready for the holidays. So if you're brokies, do not worry about it. We're doing quite well. We're having a great time. The Oilers have been taking care of me. But if you want to send a PayPal, there's the PayPal link. I promise that I will spend it either on the boys, getting them some Nerf guns, or I will spend it on the wife, taking her on an anniversary date. So if you want to help out directly, there's the link.
Would admit that this is a tragedy. Then they turn around and they say it's Trump's fault. It's Trump's fault because he's trying to enforce the law, which is just preposterous. But I look forward to getting into their legal arguments so we can break this down for all of you.
Okay, thank you for being here. Really appreciate it. Next up, Andrew Branca. Is that how you say your last name? I apologize.
Yeah, that's fine. It doesn't matter. So, of course, I'm an attorney. I'm probably best known for the law of self-defense. I'm an expert, probably the preeminent expert in the nation on use of force law. And I do a lot of legal and political commentary. I think there's no rational view in which Trump has any legal responsibility for what happened here. We have an Afghan assassin who walked up to a woman with a revolver in his hand and shot her through the chest. There's only one person who caused that death. That's the Afghan rebel. We can engage in all kinds of estrogenic butterfly effects, and Trump is the bad daddy. So everything that happens that's bad is Trump's fault. But Trump has executive authority.
He uses the word estrogenic and then he bails in 10 minutes. That's kind of wild.
Authority. Under Article 2, he's the democratically elected president. He's allowed to do things, including trying to ensure the safety of the American populace in its city. And if bad things happen because he's doing things he's allowed to do, it's the bad people who made that happen.
Okay, and with that, let's kind of get into it as we go. I guess I'd start by reading a tweet from Destiny here. And I'm curious if you stand by this position, sir, and then we could just kind of get into the open discussion. You said on 9/15 on November 26th, you wrote as follows. They weren't protecting DC. They couldn't even make arrests. They were sent there to die by real Donald Trump and his cronies so they could rile up the base to distract them from the monumental failing of every single part of this administration. Is that your current position, sir?
Yes, I think that Trump is trying intentionally to inflame tensions as much as possible so that he can expand his executive power as much as possible. One thing that you're going to hear over and over again in this debate, it's already happened in the opening statements, is remember, every single time a conservative criticizes a Democrat, it's about what they should do, what their moral obligation is, and what a good leader would do to guide the country. But whenever they talk about Trump with the conservatives, it's always what is the outer perimeter of legal actions that he is theoretically allowed to take. There's no question of whether or not his leadership is moral or what his end game is on anything, although he would fail in the legal realm as he has been over and over again, and he would fail on these other two as well. But like the question is why? So for instance, earlier you talked about leftists celebrating violence. Why is Donald Trump incapable of saying that the entire country needs to be less violent? Why is he incapable of saying anything that equally criticizes his side?
See, this is
open discussion. So.
Right, and this is what the left this is what you on the left tend to do. It's you're continually ratcheting up the violence, and then you're looking for an all sides type of thing. And to harken back, and I don't want to get into the whole Black Lives Matter thing, but when we look back at 2020,
I do like the logic that somebody brought up earlier in chat that left wingers or non-Trumpers, anti-Trumpers, can't bring up January 6, 2021, but they can bring up the BLM riots. I think that's funny. And I think I'm going to try to track that in debates going forward, where if January 6, 2021 comes up and they're like, oh, it was so long ago, but also the BLM riots. And I'm going to be like, hold up. Hold up. Wait a second. Something ain't right here.
Saw the whole Black Lives Matter issue rise up. It was considered an affront for people and offensive for people to say all lives matter. Now, I think that if you actually step back from a practical perspective, you would agree that all lives matter. But given the context, the idea of saying all lives matter in that context was deemed offensive because there was some perceived unique, terrible position for the Black community. And it was as if you were disparaging their genuine plight by just trying to make it a general concern. So when you come here, Destiny, and you say, why can't he just say that all sides need to dial it back when there's been just bludgeoning from one side against the other, it just sort of rings as if you're trying to just whitewash. They're like, oh yeah, both sides are bad, when that's just not reality.
Sure.
It's not reality.
Two really quick and easy questions. Did Joe Biden condemn the BLM violence?
I wasn't looking.
Yes. The answer is yes.
The answer, okay, if you don't know, that's fine. The answer is yes. That's fine. No, wait. Well, I know you don't care because you don't care to make any factual. So the answer is yes.
It's a one-to-one analog argumentatively. Donald Trump is the president of the United States. He's the leader of the free world. He's arguably the most powerful person on the planet. When Joe Biden sat in the same position of power and the left wing was doing something absurd, which the BLM riots, in some cases, police brutality needs to be looked at and needs to be regulated, needs to be reformed, et cetera, et cetera. But when Joe Biden was in Donald Trump's seat, he said, this is bad. I condemn the violence. Let's stop this. Donald Trump can't do the same. And so you have a direct one-to-one analog. So instead of engaging with the fact that arguably Biden is morally preferable to Donald Trump, at least in this isolated aspect, they can't acknowledge it. They have to say they don't care.
One. And number two, did Donald Trump pardon every single January 6th protester? We can't.
H-Lock, we didn't film it. We just had a good time.
No
How
one
is
can
that
hear each other.
relevant?
Hold on, just
Don't
real quick.
deflect
Just
to
real
something
quick.
irrelevant.
Hey,
I'm not
just
deflecting. You brought up BLM. You brought up
Yeah, you
BLM.
brought up
And I
BLM,
said,
dude.
no, I did bring up BLM, but I brought it up to make a point. That in
Yeah, your
certain-
point is
that in certain
wrong. That's the point
situations-
I'm making. That your
there's
point is
certain-
stupid.
No, the point that I'm making is that in certain situations, when you try and just deflect to saying, let's just make this a general message, it's ignoring the actual problem. You're trying to purposefully ignore the actual problem. In 2020, you wanted to. The left was saying that the other side is ignoring the problem by trying to say all lives matter. And what I'm saying is you're ignoring
I'm not
the
asking that
problem.
question. It was a
by
super
trying
easy
to say-
question.
I'm okay with good logic's analog. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with both that point being true. That to say, Donald Trump needs to call for all sides to calm down, ignores the fact that the left wing is pretty pissed off right now.
Did Biden
I think the left wing has good reasons to be pissed off, but that's okay.
condemn the BLM riots? Did Biden condemn the violence?
I have no idea. He wasn't in power during the BLM riots.
He was running for. He was running for
election
election because he was running for election.
Like the face of the Democratic
You
Party.
literally can't even answer. You don't even know why even
H-Lock, thank you for renewing your membership. Much appreciated.
bring up BLM. If you don't know anything what's going on at the time, then just don't bring it up. That was the first question.
Yeah.
So the answer is yes. You can go research it later. The second question is: did Donald Trump pardon every single J6 protester? Did he?
Gang, both of you, please, please. We can't hear when you guys are talking over each other, so I'd ask that, again, you wait for the other person to finish their statement, then you can respond, and I'll try to make sure that you aren't interrupted during your response, and that's what we're
Because
going
it's Logic, to be clear, in your intro, you did
just real
say-
quick, Soy Pill,
Yeah.
let Logic finish his statement, and then you can jump in, and Andrew seems to want in as well, so this will
No, I'm fine. I mean, I always
what
have
I'm
stuff to
saying
say,
is
but I'll let you guys go. It's okay.
I'll tag you in soon, brother.
He's about
my
to yap
point-
and not answer either of those questions, by the way.
No, my point is
Okay. I'm going to draw because I want to make sure. Steven's an excellent rhetorician. I know Hasbar has criticisms, but I want to draw this out because good logic made a point that's still true, even though Steven had a counterpoint that I thought was decent. So I'm going to draw it while they continue to talk.
that you're trying to deflect into something that's relatively meaningless as to whether or not he actually condemned it. Who cares? How is that relevant to the point I was making? The only point I was
Because
making
you said that leftists were trying to ratchet up the violence. What do you mean? How is it relevant? It speaks directly to the issue. Hold on, just one more. I'm going to do this one more time, and then if he doesn't answer, that's fine. So the first question is: did Biden condemn the BLM riots? The answer is yes.
I have
Did
no
Donald
idea.
Trump? That's
When?
fine.
When?
That's
When
fine.
did
Don't
he do
yap
it?
again.
What day? What
Answer my
day?
second question. Answer my second
question. I
What?
answered it. I mean, you're answering a question for me, and you asked me a question, which I assume is a sincere question, and then then you try to say yes, he did. So I say, when did he? When
He did
that
it on
happen?
August 31st, 2020. Look up YouTube Global News. There's a video titled Joe Biden Condemns Violence and Ongoing U.S. Protests. There you go. Look it up in your own time. Number one. The second question is: did Donald Trump pardon every single J6 protester / rioter?
100%.
Okay. Okay, cool.
Right. So
You
the
can
reason
do-
this isn't
But you're-
irrelevant, the reason this isn't irrelevant, God Logic, is because we're talking about how Trump has made the conditions for this violence to happen. Yeah, he didn't pick up the gun and shoot these National Guard members, but he's drumming up the rhetoric. And when you say, hey, the left never says be peaceful, Destiny brings up an example of Joe Biden explicitly doing that. And then we point out that Trump is refusing to condemn the right and is actually calling for the deaths of people in his own government, that this is part of the rhetoric that is causing these National Guard people to be shot. And you say, well, all lives matter. Oh, I'm deflecting to BLM. It's got to be a generalized statement. No, we're saying he needs to say turn down the rhetoric, and he's doing the opposite. He's inflaming everyone. He's getting people killed. That's where the blame comes from.
Well, first and foremost, I appreciate the promotion from good logic to God logic, but it's just good logic. And second, that's okay. That's okay. I just want to make sure we know what we're talking to here. But the point that you're trying to make, as far as him escalating, you have to sort of have to step back for a second and ask yourself, what exactly is he supposed to be dialing back from the right? You're saying that the left is that after there's violence that happens, the left tries to dial it back. What I'm saying to you is, what violence from the right are you even saying that he should be dialing back? You're trying to sit here and say that he should be
When
telling
he's saying
people on
we
the
should
right,
hang
calm
members
down,
of our
calm down.
government. Well, you're asking me a question.
No,
when he
but
says we should hang.
Okay, I just want to show you guys real quick, because effectively what I learned through Twitch and YouTube politics is that 70% of the audience actually doesn't pay attention to the words that are being said. They just pay attention to the vibes of who seems to be winning, who seems to be either calm or energetic or funny or charismatic, or, I might have said confident already, but who appears to be confident. And so they don't actually track what's being said. And that's frustrating for me, because I think that there's actually like real meat on these bones. But I want to point this out to you. Good Logic made a statement that is still true, despite the fact that I do think Destiny just dunked on him a little bit. Okay. The statement that he said is, when Black Lives Matter, the anti-police, pro-police reform movement was going down, the left pointed out that when people said all lives matter, which is a relatively true statement, like as Americans, we kind of believe that every human life is endowed with a certain amount of moral worth, was ignoring the actual issue of police brutality. And that arguably that exacerbated the situation. So what he's saying is, when you're calling for Donald Trump to quote unquote turn down the rhetoric, you're ignoring the fact that on the right wing, incorrectly or correctly, it's their perception that there is like unilateral anti-right wing violence that is not being reciprocated by the right. And so this would be the equivalent of, let's say January 6, 2021 didn't happen. They're making the argument that the left wing is going crazy right now and there's no reciprocal thing on the right. Now, that's ignoring mass deportation. That's ignoring the drone strikes. That's ignoring what the Trump admin is doing in a lot of regards. But that's the way that they feel. That's the way that they perceive it. Okay. And there might be something deeper there. Now, what Destiny did, which I think was a solid follow-up dunk, was Joe Biden / normie Democrats condemn riots, arson, and violence during the BLM riots, but Trump himself is incapable of doing the same and turning down the temperature. And if anything, he's inflamed tensions by saying what he said in reference to the senators, not condemning violence in general, all that kind of jazz. This is also factually true. So I'm saving this as two true things. And while the liberals in my chat are going to love Soy Pill and Destiny dunking on good logic, I want to make sure that you actually track that some things are not being refuted.
Members of our government, yeah.
Through trial. There's a very big difference between between saying, hey, these people need to be tried for some very serious crimes that I believe they committed.
And murdered, yeah.
Because he believes they committed them.
Capital punishment is not murder.
Excuse me, sorry.
When you're the head of the executive and you're saying that your political opposition needs to be investigated, when we've already seen him fabricate indictments, calling out the specific bullshit. Yeah, that's fine. But the president of the United States isn't ordinarily. Sorry, I know you are pretending to be a lawyer, okay? But generally speaking, the president of the United States does not give direct instruction to the head of the Department of Justice to issue indictments. That's why the last two cases.
They work for him.
Oh, that's great. Well, do they work for him though? Because it seems like she wasn't even legally appointed, was she? Isn't Lizzie Halligan out now? Didn't all that get tossed now? It seems like it's all gone now, right? Huh? All right, looks like that wasn't very legal, huh? And now all of her cases are being looked at. So no, that wasn't the case.
Also,
sorry.
Just real quick, Joe. No one can hear you on your channel.
So defensive.
Okay. Andrew.
Rule of law matters to some of us, so it's kind of annoying to see the president of the United States so flagrantly abuse it.
Okay, first of all, the Department of Justice works with the president. He can tell them what to do. They're part of the executive branch. Second of all, capital punishment is not murder. It's state sanctioned. People get a trial. They get lawyers. They get juries. And sedition was made a capital offense by Congress, not by Trump. Congress created that law. Third of all violence is not bad. Why do you suggest that all the violence should be tamped down? Violence is not inherently bad. Violence in a good person is good.
But Gen 6 violence is bad.
Wait, just curious. When we say the president,
let him finish.
When we say
also Andrew, you're really low. Can you turn yourself up? Your volume's
when we say the president can give direction to the DOJ, is there any equivalent moment in the last 50 to 100 years of U.S. history where the president of the United States is directing his attorney general on who to prosecute, directing them on issuing indictments to political opponents, with even calling the prosecutor?
How would you know? Those are private conversations.
Gotcha. So the answer to your question was no. The answer to your question was no. I asked if there's any evidence.
No, you're wrong.
There is no evidence of any of this.
100% there is.
What's the evidence?
Here's one of the things I'm about to tell you.
He's about to not tell us, by the way. Spoiler alert. Go ahead.
No. I'll tell you right now. The role of the DOJ is to be manifesting the will of the executive. This is one of the things that during the
there's a unitary executive theory. It's such bullshit. You guys don't even believe in this shit. You would lose your mind if a Democrat did this. It's such bullshit. Yeah, because this is a child's. You don't even believe in this. It's so retarded.
You're terrified of actually hearing an answer. So you have to cut me off when you see I'm making a point that actually just completely blows up.
Can I just short circuit it and explain it like half the time it's going to take you to stumble through it?
Hold on.
I'm not going to lie. As somebody who's had heated conversations with Destiny recently, it's actually fucking annoying. Okay. I'm just going to be real. Destiny being like, I already know everything you're going to say, so you don't need to say it. No, you don't. No, you don't. You don't know everything I'm going to say. Otherwise, you could just run the Destiny show. You could actually, you could do this thing where you like jump over here real quick and then you say all of my arguments and then you jump over here real quick and you say all of your arguments and then you could jump over here and you could say my arguments and then you could jump over here and then you could say your arguments. And then we don't even need to do a fucking show. You can run a one-man show where you represent all of the political ideologies that you've ever interacted with ever that you kind of partially understand. And then you don't even need me. You don't need me. You don't need good logic. You don't need this lawyer guy. You don't need Soy Pill. You don't need Wick. But clearly, what people are here for is they're here for the battle of ideas and the battle of personalities. And so when Destiny says this, I view Destiny saying, I already know everything you're going to say, so you might as well not say it. I view that as rhetorically similar to when the Logic Bros say, what do they say? Well, number one, they say there's a contradiction when there isn't a contradiction. Number two, they say, God, what was the other one? It was so annoying. They were like, oh yeah, he's already conceded. No, I haven't. I haven't conceded a fucking thing. You just said that I conceded because that makes it seem like you're in command of the conversation. That you are both the arguer, the rhetorician, and the head moderator. That's fucking cringe. You're not the moderator. You're not me. I can make a concession. You cannot make a concession on my behalf. You can go fuck yourself. And so that's kind of where I feel like if you're with Destiny in a debate and you're on opposite sides, that's where you really have two options in this position. And, you know, typically I'll let Destiny get away with it once or twice. But by the third time, I'm going to tell him to go fuck himself because I actually do think that it's a similar, it actually has nothing to do with having the conversation or articulating different worldviews and clashing them and seeing what ideas are best. It's to play to the audience to say, you are so incoherent or so beneath consideration. I don't even need to hear what you have to say. It actually doesn't feel like legitimate argumentation.
Short circuit because you do not know. It's not unitary executive theory. It is the sole purpose of the DOJ is to manifest the will. They are part of the executive branch.
Manifest the will of who?
Branch, of the executive.
Of the president?
Of the president.
Then why do special counsels exist? Why do special counsels exist?
Special counsels exist for when there's a conflict of interest.
Why would that matter if
That's
they're
why.
only there? Wait, how could there be a conflict of interest if they only exist there to manifest the will of the president?
You're proving
because the president can have a conflict of interest.
Yes,
how can he conflict with interest with his own self, with his own Department of Justice?
Oh my God. Listen.
I'm actually like, I'm okay with this line of argumentation because it sounds like good logic was sweeping in that direction, but I would actually give him the opportunity to answer the question to see if there's any conflict in the statement.
Listen, slow down for a second. Slow down, because I don't think you just understand basic civics about how our government
basic civics,
functions.
but you won't
So
give me an
our
example of anybody
basic
doing what Trump
civics-
did. Go ahead.
Every single president has directed their DOJ to focus on one area of law or another that they think is particularly important.
Focus on one area of law? Excuse me, that's not what we're talking about. I mentioned that Trump specifically called for indictments for two specific individuals who are political opponents, and he named the prosecutor that he wanted to lead. So who else has done this? And so who did this? Did Obama do this? Did Biden do this? Give me the example. Everybody does it. Who does it? Give me an example.
First and foremost, Obama did it far worse. Obama did it far worse.
Give me an example. Who did he target?
No, Obama did it far more in a nefarious way because what he did is he actually weaponized all of his different executive.
Yeah, no, exactly. The IRS bullshit. He has no arguments. You have nothing for this. At least, can you at least concede you have no evidence of this?
My presumption, I'm not sure if he's going to have an opportunity to get it out, but the IRS investigations, I would actually have to go back here and read Obama investigations of conservatives using the IRS. In 2013, the United States IRS, under the Obama admin, revealed that it had selected political groups applying for tax-exempt status for intensive scrutiny based on their names and political themes. So I would have to take a look at this and actually see if it was disproportionate or if it was a vibe-based thing or whatever. But effectively, there was at least some acknowledgement that the IRS targeted conservative groups for additional scrutiny. Now, I would have to get into the details, but if I was a conservative shill, if I was a conservative dick sucker, then I would say, oh, well, at least Trump is bringing up people who allegedly actually committed crimes. Obama just directed the IRS in order to investigate every conservative who was applying for nonprofit status while he was president. If I was a conservative dick sucking shill.
Real quick, just housekeeping here. Gang, if you keep interrupting, we can't understand what they're trying to say.
Yeah, I'm trying to make a point, and you just also say he's saying nothing. He's saying nothing.
and then you can respond. I promise.
Apparently,
but you
I'm saying so
gotta
much
let
nothing.
him finish, please.
Apparently, I'm saying so much nothing. You need to cut me off in the middle. The point is that he is, as the head of the executive, this is an executive agency. That is what the DOJ is. When you get Adam Schiff up there and he's questioning Pam Bondi, saying, "I'm afraid you're going to be Trump's man." It's for a woman. The point is, she's supposed to be.
No, they're not.
Otherwise,
That's
she's
just not
fit
true. You're
for it.
lying. You're lying. That's not true.
Merrick Garland was 100% Biden's man. That's exactly.
Then why was a special?
Then why did he get the indictments? I'm predicting an argument. Then why did he ultimately indict Hunter Biden? Now, my argument would be that it was because of the IRS whistleblowers and the public pressure. That's why Merrick Garland did what he did. But there's supposed to be, well, what is it? Without fortune or favor? Somebody said that. It's a quote. Without fortune or favor, Department of Justice. I don't think it's something official. Without fear or favor. It's a quote from Merrick Garland. And it's supposed to be a concept in justice that you're supposed to be as impartial and as objective as possible. Whether or not you believe that's like real is up to you, but the DOJ is supposed to adjudicate without fear or favor.
Prosecutor appointed to investigate Biden's documents.
Because when you have, you're only proving my point.
That's why. That's why.
No, because the point is that if the president was the unitary controller of the attorney general, the president would just tell the attorney general, don't investigate this. You see how easy that is? You see how stupid your theory is?
Destiny, think for a second. If it was already an independent agency, there could not be a conflict of interest between the DOJ and the president. It's because the DOJ is an extension of the president that you need to have some internal affairs type of agency, which we call special counsel or special prosecutor, to go after someone who's in the president's orbit. That's why
Andre Sondelescu says, would you be more upset if one of your sons turned out to be gay or French? Gay. I'll be real. French is actually not that big of a deal for me. I speak French. I think French is a beautiful language. I think the Francophone, they called it lingua franca for a while, where like the default diplomatic language of the world was French. I actually don't have a lot of problems with France. I just think that whole World War II thing, put a bad taste in my mouth. It really did. Like, they were one of the dominant land armies for centuries in Europe. They even had a competitive navy against the English. And then in arguably the most important moral war of the 20th century, they just totally roll over and get assaulted in their butts. Not cool, French people. Not cool. Grassroots Hegemon gifted another 5 Valor Media Network memberships. Thank you, King. Thank you for the oil. Much appreciated.
Why wouldn't the president just tell them, don't do that investigation? Why wouldn't the president say just don't? Why wouldn't the president say don't investigate that?
I'm almost done.
Sorry, real quick. Sacred Snow says, yeah, but Connor, have you ever considered that I, Boromir, son of the steward, should be able to use the ring to defend Gondor, and that you, Frodo, a soy jack, are wrong and you should concede? True.
Almost done. Because of the fact that the DOJ is viewed as an extension of the president, when there's something around the president that might be illegal, that's why you need a third-party special prosecutor to come in. That's what you need. It's the proof that they're actually defaulting, that they are part of the executive agency, part of the will of the president. In fact, that's the only way we, the people, have any power over them, is through the president directing them. That's how we actually have representation in who's being prosecuted. Now, go ahead with your question.
Sure. So two things. So just real quick. So one, there's a difference between having a legal agenda and directing somebody to prosecute particular political opponents. You acknowledge that, right?
Why? No. Why? Why would that be? Why is that different?
Just let me, I'm sorry, hold on, let me just restate that. I'm not going to say it. If you want to make yourself sound that stupid, that's fine. You do not recognize a difference or a distinction between a president saying, I would like to focus more on this kind of crime, versus the president saying, these two opponents of mine, political opponents from 2 administrations ago, I want you to prosecute them. If you say there's no distinction.
Are there grounds for prosecution?
Well, you wouldn't know before until you do the investigation. Isn't that kind of part of what the DOJ does? Number one. Number two. No, why do you keep laughing? You're not making a point.
Investigative agency.
What really? What does the FBI do? How does the DOJ get evidence for an indictment to go to a grand jury?
It's a different agency.
It's under the
True. This is where Destiny needs to slow down. He needs to slow down, man. I know this isn't like a huge, for the people who are listening emotionally, this isn't a huge blowout, but this is actually a detail where if you're paying attention to the line of argumentation and a lawyer says the Department of Justice is not an investigative agency, they're the executors of, like, they're the prosecutors, they're the state prosecutors. The FBI and the DOJ work together, but they're not the same thing. That's like saying cops and state's attorneys are the same thing. They're not.
DOJ, what are you, it literally a subsidiary of the DOJ. What are you talking about? Okay, stop. No.
Oh, is it a subsidiary? Let's take a look.
Okay, the question was, if this is so ordinary, if this is so commonplace, then just show me one other time it's happened. It should be really easy. If presidents do this all the time, what other president has directed his attorney general? Give me one example. Don't just say it happens all the time. Give me an example.
Would you like
War
me
on
to answer?
drugs.
Oh, shit.
War on drugs? That's not an answer.
Never mind. I retract exactly what I just said. The FBI is under the DOJ, so they're being pedants. Okay, I retract exactly what I just said. They were being pedants. They were being pedantic. They were being overly focused on words without conceding to, like, descriptive reality. They're saying that the DOJ, when they were using the DOJ, they were referring to the state's attorney. When they use the FBI, they were saying that it's a different investigative source. But realistically, the FBI is under the umbrella of the Department of Justice. So they did not have a good dunk. They were being pedants, which is gross.
We're just saying random words together?
Stop. Brinka, do you have an answer to his question?
It's irrelevant whether it's ordinary, if it's within the president's authority, and it is. He's allowed to do unordinary things.
Why not just say that? Just say that. It's extraordinary. It's never happened. Yeah, that's great. Just open with that. Instead of saying everybody does it. Not everybody does it. Trump is the most egregious abuser of the DOJ.
Because you won't stop talking.
That's the most insane thing I've ever said. Which one?
You say wrong shit. I can't help it.
Describing this.
Oh, I would prefer a French son over a gay son.
Vaguely as possible. It's, hey, this is the president's purview to do this thing and direct these departments. And we're saying, hey, when has the president ever called for the killing of people within his government in this certain way? Not, hey, he's going and saying maybe we could kill American citizens if it, helps the war on drugs, or hey, we
Obama killed American citizens. He didn't.
I hate this. This shit is so cringe. I'm going to pause it immediately after, but I'm going to first say, Rach KP says, I was married to a Parisian for 15 years. That was always interesting, lol. Well, I only have inappropriate things to say about the reputations of Parisians. Let's just say they're known for being snobby and they're known for being good lovers. So I'll let you determine whether or not you're going to respond to the snobbery or bedroom accusations of Parisians. Now, killing an American citizen. I'm actually really happy that we're bringing this up. I'm going to see if I can preclude the argumentation a little bit. So the argumentation from people who will either have a libertarian, liberal, or civil rights case is that Anwar al-Awlaki and Abdul Raham al-Awlaki were American citizens. So let's take a look at Anwar al-Awlaki real quick. Anwar al-Awlaki. So he was a Yemeni cleric. He started out as a pacifist in 9/11, and he even did several post 9/11 hit pieces where he said, not hit pieces, media sound bites, where he said, actually, Muslims and Americans and Christians can get together. Jihadists are separate from the rest of the world of Islam. I'm worried that the American response is going to be too bloodthirsty, and realistically, we can go along to get along. Let's try to get along. And so that's how he was initially. But after the invasion of Iraq and the reports on tens of thousands of civilian deaths, he was like, fuck this, America is the great Satan. And so he joined Al-Qaeda, and he became a prominent anti-American Al-Qaeda representative and propagandist, where he would, basically be a pro-jihadist propagandist. And so he was a citizen, but he was hiding out in Yemen. And I think he had connections with Al-Qaeda in Iraq. And eventually Eric Holder from the Department of Justice, they consulted with the courts and they said, hey, can we kill this guy under the War on Terror, AUMF? And the court said, probably. Because if there's a guy who's a part of a terrorist organization, regardless of whether or not he's a citizen, you could probably kill him, particularly when he's overseas and you don't have the ability to capture him and this, that, the other. And so as a result, he got drone strike and smoked, if I remember correctly. correctly. Now, Abdul Rahman al-Awlaki was Anwar's son, and he was running around in Yemen. And if I remember the story correctly, he was looking for his father, but he was looking for his father and hanging out with Al-Qaeda representatives, and a drone strike meant to take out another Al-Qaeda leader, took out Abdul Rahman. And so he was considered like collateral damage or civilian collateral damage. And so it's another United States citizen that was killed in warfare by the United States government. So that's what they're talking about. But I don't think that just invoking Abdul Rahman and Anwar al-Awlaki, I don't think that's like an instantaneous win. Like, I almost feel like we need to debate this case as an individual case rather than just being like, yeah, Obama killed a citizen. Who gives a shit? Right? Like, it's not a straight W.
Specifically Obama went to Eric Holder and he asked his DOJ and his office of legal counsel. He had the authority to do it. He didn't direct them. That's the difference between Obama and Trump.
Why does his DOJ give him authority? How does his DOJ give him authority?
Because they took a look at the Constitution and the law, and they kind of went, maybe.
To them for the legal memo. What do you mean? The whole Eric Holder memo literally details this. He went to them to find out if he felt he had the authority to even act this way. There's a difference between him and Trump firing every attorney general that he doesn't agree with.
Justice. The president is not subordinate to the Department of Justice.
The president is subordinate to the Constitution of the United States, and he's supposed to act in a way that comports with what the law is. So the president might consult his Department of Justice instead of like Donald Trump, who only confers with his personal attorneys. And instead of breaking every law and hoping to win in court, Obama tried to follow the law ahead of time, which is what you're supposed to do. The law is there to check your behavior before you do. It's not there as a consequence for you to intentionally break it over and over again.
Okay, we gotta let the other side respond without interruptions, just for a little bit.
Petition to start calling debate pedants pedophiles because it sounds worse. Yes, you know what? I think we should start doing that. I will use the word pedant so new people so they know like that I'm referring to them as a pedant. But I think that your move is sustained, Sacred Snow, until challenged by the Congress of Girl Hottists. I will use pedant and pedophile in reference to debates as synonyms. Excellent move. Andre Sondelescu says, actually, my name is Sondelescu because we had a fad in Romania in the 1880s where people where people would put "esque" at their name to sound more aristocratic. Oh, okay. That's kind of cool. I like that.
Okay, just go ahead, Bronca, please. You can respond.
If it's okay for Obama to actually kill American citizens, why would it be inappropriate for Trump to advocate killing American citizens without actually doing it?
Because
that was one of the dumbest things I've ever heard in a WIC TV panel. And I've heard a lot of really dumb things. I would draw it for you, but if you don't understand already, I think you might be too stupid to be in my chat. If I said I'm going to kill Osama bin Laden, and then I go kill Osama bin Laden, I have a justification for killing Osama bin Laden, right? He's a terrorist. He's an international jihadist. He's responsible for thousands of dead people. That would be a morally good action. Now, let's say I'm going to go murder a litter of puppies, and then I don't murder a litter of puppies. You could still indict me for saying, like, maybe not indict me criminally, but you could indict me morally for saying that I'm going to go slaughter a litter of puppies, right? Why would these things be comparable? And why would one excuse the other? Why would righteously killing Osama bin Laden excuse you threatening a litter of puppies? It doesn't make sense. Now, I know Mark Kelly is not a litter of puppies, but he is an American senator. He's an American naval aviator. He's an American astronaut. And he told the American intel services and military services to obey the Constitution of the United States and the laws, in which I've already brought up half a dozen examples of where Trump has arguably ignored the law or ignored the spirit of the law. That was amazingly stupid. That was almost a work of art.
Obama was
was exercising his powers as the head of the military, as the commander-in-chief. No, as the commander-in-chief, number one, and number two, it was in a theater of war where we already had a pre-existing authorization for the use of military force. In order for it, we already have a broad AUMF that has been not challenged by any prior president to operate in the Middle East. Now,
Sorry. Osbar says, I'm just tired of 2-year Destiny fans acting like I'm a clickbaity Destiny hater and therefore wrong. I've hated him in depth for a decade. Yeah, I can respect that.
I'm not aware of this. Were any of the people that Donald Trump said should be tried for seditious conspiracy or whatever, were any of these people part of Al-Qaeda or some terrorist outfit that I'm just not aware of that Trump didn't publicize information about?
Sedition doesn't require that.
Did they commit sedition, though, you arsler? He's a lawyer. I'm sure he's a generally intelligent person. But this is part of the reason why I don't want a Juris Doctorate, because it feels like lawyers are trained to be debate pedants and pedophiles. And so they just twist reality into what is arguable in court instead of talking about what's factually true. It's actually one of my largest criticisms of like the legal profession is they don't seem to focus on what's factually true. They try to focus on what's arguable in a court of law.
Oh, do we have any evidence of them committing sedition?
Yes, we have a video of them committing sedition.
on video.
Oh, okay, wait. Okay.
Do we?
Wait. So just to be clear. Okay, so Donald Trump retweeting things saying that these people should be tried.
Shortstack Goblin says, Connor, stop trying to pronounce something in Arabic names like a cringe leftist saying hey man, I'm proud of my Arabic accent. It's probably not good, but I think that most Americans 10 or 20 years ago, they would look at Abdul Rahman and they would go Abdul. They'd be like Abdul Muhammad. They'd be like Muhammad. Like they wouldn't even bother trying to pronounce the name. They would just call every guy Muhammad, or they would call him a Haji, or they would call him something else. They wouldn't even try to pronounce his name. I think Anwar Al-Awlaki, especially with an Americanized take on the accent, I think that's accurate. And then Abdul Rahman. I don't think there's any problem with that. What, you just want me to say Abdul Rahman? I could do that. I feel like it's a little disrespectful, but I could just call him Abdul Rahman if you want. You convinced me. Obama assassinated a 16-year-old called Rahman. Let's go.
Executed. That in and of itself is totally fine, but a bunch of people going on video saying you shouldn't follow unlawful orders, which is literally part of the military code, that's seditious behavior?
Yes. It's sedition in the broader political context.
It's literally.
Oh, fudge on a bag of fudge, you loser.
Not. It's absolutely not. So you're completely destroyed on that. You've been mogged completely out of existence. What a stupid. How could you
mogged?
Possibly think that these people committed seditious conspiracy, but Donald Trump, who's literally retweeting people saying they should be. So now in the future, just to be clear, anytime I say somebody should be killed, I should just say first, oh, he should be tried for a crime and killed first. And then we're safe. It's a genius idea. Oh my God.
Destiny.
Stop, please.
Has anybody brought up the seditious 6-7? I don't care. I don't care if you hated that. I loved it.
Please. I want to hear the argument. So the argument about the sedition. Why is it sedition? Why is them going on to and making an ad saying you should disobey unlawful orders? How is that sedition? Can you make the argument?
That would not be seditious. It's seditious.
It's not just that. It's the context. It's the context in which they're saying that.
How could they not be earnestly saying it? I brought up 4 different examples. I'll bring them up right now just in case that was a part of a previous VOD. Donald Trump ordered the Vice President of the United States and members of, I think it was the Department of Justice, in order to prep for January 6, 2021, in which the Vice President of the United States was going to declare that several states had fraudulent elections. And as a result, he was voiding their electoral tally, and he would unilaterally declare Donald Trump the President of the United States. That's what they wanted Mike Pence to do. Failing that, if Mike Pence was unwilling to unilaterally declare Donald Trump the President of the United States, they were going to push it through some procedure in order to have the House vote on it. The Republicans had a House majority. As a result, the House would vote for Donald Trump to be president. There was also like a third fallback position where I think that what would happen was somebody could correct me on the Eastman memo. It's in the Eastman memo, but I think it would get kicked to the DOJ, where if simultaneously the vice president wouldn't do it and the House of Representatives wouldn't do it, they would just have the DOJ say, yep, there's enough fraud here that pending investigation, we're going to declare Donald Trump the rightful winner, and then we'll fight it out in court. And then that's what they were arguing, is they were going to fight it out in court. But that was effectively an attempt to overthrow the United States of America. All of those orders were unlawful. And basically half of the DOJ resigned, including Bill Barr, because Bill Barr was not willing to go along with this insane idea. And if you read the Hawaii case, they talk about the Hawaii case where there were 2 slates of state electors. Read the case. What ended up happening was there was a recount going on in Hawaii. The state submitted 2 slates of electors because they expected that the recount was going to go for Kennedy. They ended up being correct. The recount did end up going for Kennedy. And not just that, it wasn't outcome determinative. So pretending that Hawaii having 2 slates of electors in 1960 in a state level election that wasn't outcome determinative is the same as what Eastman tried to do is absolute cope. So anyways, that's one time that Donald Trump did something illegal that almost overthrew the United States. We brought up how Mark Esper said that Donald Trump ordered federal troops into the street to shoot protesters. We also brought up how he's doing the Caribbean drone strikes without an authorization of use of military force. We also talked about how he's deploying the National Guard without the consent of the governors and he's avoiding the Insurrection Act. We talked about all that stuff. So why could you not, in good faith, as a representative of the Republic of the United States, say, hey, military members, intel members, we know that Donald Trump is playing with the line of legality. Please remember to follow your oaths to the Constitution and the laws of war. I don't think that's seditious at all. I think that's loyal to the Constitution of the United States of America. I think that Mark Kelly has balls. So fuck it. Bring it to trial. Let's do it. Let's go in front of a trial. Let's go see a judge. Let's see a judge declare that representatives of the United States of America are not allowed to remind American servicemen of their oaths to the Constitution and their duty to be loyal to the laws that they're governed by. I would love to see that fucking ruling.
And it's simultaneously they're saying, by the way, everything Trump's doing is unlawful. They're saying,
did they say that in that video?
They said, no, they didn't. Suck a dick.
That in that video?
Kind of implying that.
It doesn't have to
They
be.
said
you're lying.
we say we understand you're under intense pressure.
Okay, so
yeah, they're under intense
when these
pressure.
people
Yeah.
put out a thing, you have to read between the lines and imply what they're saying.
Yep.
But when
No,
Trump
you don't
comes
have
out
to
saying,
imply what you're
"Kill
saying.
Remember what I
members
said.
of my
Liberals
government,"
need to act
that's totally
moral
fine.
and above board
No,
on
whoa, whoa,
everything,
whoa,
but Donald
whoa,
Trump is
whoa, whoa,
only
whoa.
constrained by
If
the
they
outer perimeter
weren't
of our
saying it-
delusional interpretation.
He did bring that up earlier in the conversation, and I think it's true. Donald Trump is allowed to be on the outer bounds of legal behavior, but liberals and progressives and lefties and anti-Trump people have to behave perfectly. Always. Argumentatively, that's true in this conversation.
Of law. Amazing.
No. When they go out there, and weeks earlier, Slotkin is going out there saying he's issuing illegal orders, and then she comes out here. Okay. So you're only making
Did she say every single thing he does is legal?
Soy pill. What you're doing is you're arguing against yourself. You don't even
Just real
realize.
quick,
You don't even
Andrew,
realize when you
your
make a
mic
point
keeps
against
getting
yourself.
lower as you go. I don't know if you're turning it down, but it was good for a minute, and then
Yeah.
it's gone lower.
Soy pill, you're actually arguing against yourself, because when you have these senators and these congressmen and women,
I do like Smuggersburg. We should make that a repeating show.
and who go out there and say he's issuing illegal orders, and then they say if an illegal order is issued, you're honor bound on the Constitution to disobey it.
Batusai says, I would like a list of which orders were unlawful from Democrats. The states are allowed to have their own election processes. The states could put forward 30 slates if they wanted to. AKA Batusai, number one, I would go check out the Hawaiian stuff. Number two, they weren't put forward by the states. They were put forward by the Trump administration. If the states had put forward the electors, I think that would actually be a totally different argument. But it was a Trump admin that did it without consultation of the states. So I think your argument fails there. But you did ask me to earnestly criticize illegal orders done by the Democrats. I would say we could look at how the conflict in Yugoslavia started, whether or not Bill Clinton had an authorization for use of military force, or if he deployed first and then petitioned Congress afterwards. We could take a look at Obama during the Obama years and whether or not his use of drone strikes was legal or illegal. We could actually look at the withdrawal from Iraq and see what was happening there. There's plenty of immoral shit that happened in the withdrawal from Iraq. I don't know if it's illegal, though, because obviously the president has broad discretion when it comes to military affairs. I think probably the biggest one that you're going to find that's criticizable is killing American citizens without due process, which kind of sounds like a big one. The reason why I make excuses for it is because if you become a part of an anti-American terrorist organization and you're in the company / providing evidentially provable material support for a terrorist organization, I don't know if I care if the federal government of the United States smokes you. I don't know if I care. So, like if Anwar al-Awlaki and his son were on United States soil, I think they should be apprehended. But if they're operating in Yemen, where is it like written that American military special forces must deploy into a foreign nation in order to capture you? Like, where is that written? I don't know where that would be a legal standard.
The only possible purpose for making that is to basically plant the seed in the minds of military that every time they have an order, they should sit there and try calculate, is this constitutional? Do I think it's constitutional? When you try to actually put this into a practical sense, rather than applying it to an individual scenario.
Doobie, you're talking about two separate incidents. So ordering the troops into the streets was the Marines and the National Guardsmen being federalized and then deployed in D.C., California, and I think they were talking about doing it in Illinois. When you're talking about him ordering the troops to shoot protesters or whatever, that was whatever Mark Esper said. So I don't know why you got to stick up your ass for the Trump admin, but once again, I'm just going to assume that you're trying to play with my brain. I'm going to assume that you soothed me psychologically with your sweet super chat donations. Then you confused me with the man committing suicide by grilling himself to death video. Then you gaslit me with the Red Sea crisis and Hassan Piker takes. And now you're trying to see if you can use the subconscious motivation of earning your approval for super chat money in order to see if you can get me to walk back my criticisms of the Trump administration. Well, the truth is, I've been married for 13 years. So arguably 14 this year, I think. So, well, actually, hold on. I've been with someone for 14 years. I've been married for 9. So you don't get it. I've already been gaslit. I've already been turned about. I've already been twisted into knots. You cannot twist into knots that which is already in knots, Doobie. Nice try, though.
It's true. We're both the same as true. Wasn't Trump issuing illegal orders?
No, he wasn't.
Oh,
no, he
so
wasn't.
when it was reported to murder the people in the Venezuelan boats, even when they blew the boats up, that's not an illegal order.
It's not murder. Not murder.
What is it then? For a country that we're not at war with, what would you consider that?
Wait. It's a lawful killing.
How is it a lawful killing? What is the law? Self-defense lawyer, you said? What is the... Sorry, my God.
No, but this would actually be important. I would love to nail this down. Because without an AUMF, the executive branch declared Tren de Aragua a narco-terrorist organization. They started blowing up the boats. Is everyone who's on those boats a member of Tren de Aragua? Do they know that? That seems very legally precarious in my book.
We can't let them move on from this because Flawed Logic just said there is no other possible explanation.
Wait, which name did I get now?
Flawed Logic? What was it?
You called him Chud Logic. He's good logic. I promise you. It's not God logic, not Chud logic.
The only explanation for Slotkin saying this is to plant the seed of doubt and make them question every order. Why is it in the military training to say you shouldn't obey illegal orders? Is it to make...
It's actually, that's in boot camp. That's also on a plaque outside of the officer candidate school. So are they trying to plant the seed of doubt? Yeah, that's an excellent point, Soy Pill. Good job.
Every single military person question every single order and we want to have a military that's insubordinate? Or is it because you aren't allowed to follow illegal orders and you...
It's the very same people. That's a good question. It's a fair question, Soy Pill. And I'll tell you, it's the very same people.
Nice. Oh, that's very nice of you, Good Logic. Very nice of you. All right. We got... Thank you. Quick shill. Sorry, my payment came through for my normal monthly stipend from Valor, and then also my payment came through for my, what is it, for editing for Counterpoint Star Wars and Counterpoint Sci-Fi. We have a financial backer who's given us a monthly stipend so I can pay my editor. Now, that being said, you guys have been incredibly generous. I have no right to ask you for any money whatsoever. But like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. We had an excellent September. We had an excellent October. We had an excellent November. I'm expecting an excellent December. You guys have been incredibly generous, including Grassroots Hegemon. I have plugged my PayPal, though, in chat. And I will do so now that you are hearing it. The reason why I'm plugging my PayPal instead of other things is because I get paid monthly by YouTube on the 20th. And I need to buy presents before the 20th. That way I'm not doing last minute Christmas shopping. I also need to take the wife out on a dinner date. So your super chats and your memberships are always appreciated. Again, you don't have to do anything, especially if you're broke. But here is a PayPal link if you want to support me directly. That way I can take Mrs. Points out. There's something called a, what's it called? It's called a French 75. You guys were trying to get me to be Francophobic earlier. But a French 75 is a cocktail drink that I think is gin-based. And so Victoria told me recently that she absolutely loves this drink. So what I want to do is I want to get some childcare, and then I want to get her drunk on French 75s. So that's my game plan. So if you want to help me, then feel free to hit the PayPal.
And those in their camp who are continually saying there's one illegal order after another, where they've continually been proven wrong. They've basically been claiming this is illegal, that's illegal.
You just said
I will answer your question.
No,
so when she's going out there and saying,
at all.
no, because in the military, when they're being
Yeah, Ember of Elba says, heard a story about a guy calling in a blanket mortar strike on an entire village, and when the cords rolled in, is that slang for infantry? They realized he was having a mental breakdown. Yeah, that's why having that bit of reservation and doubt in order to double check and triple check that what you're doing is the right thing is good. It's part of what I like about America.
trained, they're not being trained, hey, you're going to be getting a whole bunch of illegal orders. So make sure that you only follow constitutional orders. They don't get that in their training. They don't get that warm up. When you're getting
Hold up, he might be lying. Let me rewind that.
No,
so when she's going out there and saying,
at all.
no, because in the military, when they're being trained, they're not being trained, hey, you're going to be getting a whole bunch of illegal orders.
Okay, that's true.
So make sure that you only follow constitutional orders. They don't
okay. I'm all right with that.
Get that in their training. They don't get that warm up. When you're getting as a follow up, as a follow through to, there's all sorts of unconstitutional orders. And hey, by the way, military, when you get a constitutional order, you better make sure you don't follow it. And there's also even a veiled threat in there. The veiled threat is that when we come back into power, if we decide to determine those are unconstitutional, we're going to prosecute you, military.
No, this is incorrect. This is incorrect. Okay. Maybe I just need to expand. Maybe saying it's incorrect is too far. But we're educated on the My Lai massacre, and I'll just show that. I'll show this picture real quick, and then I'll flip it away. But the My Lai massacre, and we were kind of told that American rules of engagement in Vietnam were pretty rough in some areas. And so effectively what happened, and I'm not trying to moral frog too much. I'm going to show a picture one more time, and then I'm going to back off, okay? Look at if you're sensitive, don't look at the screen. If you're not sensitive, look at the screen. I'll just describe it real quick. There's about approximately a 40-year-old man in black pajamas, and there's about a 10 or 12-year-old boy, and they've both been shot to death. And the boy in particular, you can definitely tell is dead, because his leg is twisted at an unnatural angle from the way that he fell. Okay. And it's horrible. It's a horror show. Okay. Now, the reason why I bring up the My Lai massacre, and there was also the Haditha massacre, there was also Robert Bales, is because war is a mind fuck. Okay. It's a mind fuck. It basically treats you, or it teaches you to hate other human beings, to view them as your tribal enemies, and to be ready to send them into the hereafter with high explosives and bullets. And it also teaches you to think of that as cool. Like in boot camp, when you're in combat training, you're taught to think of war as pretty stinking cool, because you have mentors who have already been to war, who have done hardcore shit, and they tell you about how cool the hardcore shit is. But they also teach you about the consequences, like your friends could die, you could be maimed, you could be injured, and there's plenty of fucked up things that can happen to you. But on top of that is you're like a war dog. You're like a dog, like brain for war. You're like ready to hunt, you're ready to kill, you're ready to do, fucked up shit. But what can happen is you can go too far. And the My Lai massacre and the Haditha massacre are perfect examples of that. What ends up happening is typically an infantry squad will lose a guy or lose one or two guys. And you have to understand that these are your best friends. These are your brothers. These are people that you are willing to kill for. These are people that you're willing to die for. And what ends up happening is when you lose a brother, you have such insane rage towards the people who killed him that if you cannot find the people who killed him, you will take your wrath out on anybody who is in your way. And so what happened in My Lai and what happened in the Haditha massacre is the infantry just freaked the fuck out, and they disobeyed the laws of war, and they disobeyed the Constitution of the United States. And instead of trying to discriminate between civilians and enemy combatants, they just took fire from a certain direction and they killed every single person in their way. Men, women, and children. And so the reason why military members, I'll try to wrap this and put a little bow on it. But the reason they killed a 2-year-old, right? A 2-year-old is not possible to be an enemy combatant. Okay. And a 2-year-old, this is where Doobie and I get into fights, because there is a difference between hitting a building with enemy combatants inside it and knowing that there might be civilians inside and you accidentally kill some civilians, versus you go into a room, you know that it's a man, woman, or child that's a non-combatant, and you shoot them or hit them with a grenade. There is obviously a moral difference in intent and viciousness. And so the reason why following the rules of warfare, following the laws of warfare, and following the Constitution of the United States, the reason why that's emphasized is because the United States does pride itself on being separate from other civilizations, where other civilizations might say, well, it was war, fuck it. You shot a 2-year-old, you blew up a 2-year-old, you knew it was a 2-year-old. Well, you're on our team, so who gives a shit? Whereas the United States tries to, imperfectly, hold its soldiers to account and lets them know on the front end, if you do some shit like that and we can prove it, you might spend the rest of your life behind bars. You might be dishonorably discharged. You might lose your retirement. You might lose your benefits. You might not be able to work a normal job for the rest of your fucking life if you murder people in our name. So yeah. Anyways, sorry. I kind of went on like a super wide tangent there, but I think it needs to be emphasized, because when it comes to blowing up Caribbean civilian vessels, I think that there is a high chance that those vessels are drug traffickers. I do think there's a high chance that those guys are drug traffickers. However, I doubt that the Trump administration can prove to a court that they know all of the people that they're blowing up are members of a narco-terrorist organization. And so their legal pretext for blowing up these civilians, I think they're probably doing it illegally. Anyways, sorry for the yap. Let's get back to it.
Members for following these orders, and you're not going to be able to say, and we've even heard Schumer go out there and we've heard others say that, hey, you're not going to be able to say we were following orders. Remember the Nuremberg trials? That's what the left has been saying right now. So in this entire context,
Destiny said that last week. Lol.
Only reason to do it is to weaken the military and have our military members basically question every single order, rather than relying on the default that our military has had for the last 250 years, that, hey, when I get an order, it's constitutional.
Okay, so you keep saying only reason only reason. Could it be possible? Is there not a world that exists in which Donald Trump has done something illegal and people want the people not to follow that order? Is that possible?
They can't name one.
Okay.
I named 4.
The murder of the Venezuelan people after the boats, killing people after the boats already been destroyed. That's a war crime and it's illegal in the United States. You can't do that.
Yes, you can.
No, you can't.
Great arguments. Yes, you can.
So wait,
no, you
no,
can't.
wait. So you
Okay,
think?
Well, what do we
hold
want?
on,
I get appealed to the
pause
Rome
here.
Statute. I know we're not party to the ICC. I get appealed to international customary humanitarian law. You're not allowed to kill people that are no longer enemy combatants. Like what for military law, you're not allowed to kill people that have already surrendered. White flag laws and all of these things are part of our military code of conduct. So what are you citing? What do you think that you're allowed to kill people who aren't able to participate in combat anymore?
Okay. This is where we could get into nuance if these guys did any research. So just because Destiny read the Wikipedia and might not know how like laws of war are applied, that's what's going on the New York Times right now. That's what's going on Twitter right now is they're saying allegedly there was a double tap strike against a boat. So a boat gets hit with a Hellfire missile, and that strike is already arguably, it's up in the air whether or not it's lawful. But it doesn't seem like Congress is going to do anything about it. So at this point, it is lawful. And then allegedly, now this is allegedly because I don't know if this is true or not. This could be straight bullshit. It could be a journalist making a story up because they want something sensational. Now, allegedly what happened was that there were a couple of survivors clinging to debris of the boat and they hit them with another missile. Now, the reason why they're saying that this is potentially super illegal is because when you have an enemy combatant that's on the ground, you're allowed to take them out if they could if they're still in the fight, supposedly, or if they could rejoin the fight almost immediately after fleeing the fight. So you're allowed to kill enemy combatants who, are fleeing the battlefield, but could become armed and attack you again very reasonably. In a boat, it's really hard to make that argument because they've already been incapacitated and they're currently floating in the ocean and they might be getting eaten by sharks or fish very shortly. So it's hard to justify that they're still enemy combatants. That's the argument that Steven's making. I'm wondering what their response is going to be. If they actually had a detailed response, I would be impressed.
What are you citing to?
They
What do you
weren't
think?
surrendered.
What?
They weren't surrendered.
How do you even know they were shooting at them from drones?
Okay, just real
They
quick.
weren't surrendered. They
Oh
weren't
my
taken
God.
into custody.
Before we go on,
Conserve says, did you know that Trenda Aragua becomes Trende water if they get into the United States? Nice.
Taken into custody is not the same as surrendered.
hold on, stop, please. In the DoD's Law of War Manual, and this was updated in July 2023, and I'm going to just read from this directly. This can give some context to the audience. Under Section 5.9, persons placed hors de combat. Persons, including combatants, placed hors de combat may not be made the object of attack. Persons placed hors de combat include the following categories of persons, provided they abstain from any hostile act and do not attempt to escape. 1. Persons in the power of an adverse party. 2. Persons not yet in custody who have surrendered. 3. Persons who have been rendered unconscious or otherwise incapacitated by wounds, sickness, or shipwreck. And 4. Persons parachuting from aircraft in distress. So if the Washington Post report is correct, Andrew, could you give us the legal reasoning that, in your opinion, in your argument, why those shipwrecked narco guys were a legal target?
Well, they weren't shipwrecked. They were blown up.
What do you think shipwrecked means?
Shipwrecked means a ship wrecks on a reef.
No, that's
on a
not what it means.
shore.
It means your
These
ship
were-
has been rendered incapacitated. It could have been because it got wrecked, or it could have been it got blown up.
Dude, this is like mass graves all over again. Mass means big. Let's take a look. A person suffering a shipwreck. Okay, what's a shipwreck? Shipwreck means a ship that is destroyed in a maritime accident. Okay, well, I mean, I don't know the legal process, but I do think it's funny that, this guy's like, a shipwreck. It means a ship that is wrecked. It's a mass grave. It is a grave that is massive. I am gonna have to go in a second because I need to hang out with Corbin, but this is pretty funny.
up. The reality is that the people on the ship, even if they were enemy combatants, of which we have no proof of, by the way.
There's a place in France where the naked ladies dance. Yes.
Even if they were, as soon as their ship has been rendered unable to perform any combat functions, and the people in the water, they have obtained.
Where does it say that?
Say what?
No.
You're a lawyer. What do you? Hey, I'm curious. Wait. No. Inform us. You're a lawyer. When there are words that appear legally and there are statutes, how would you figure out? How would you figure out what it actually means? What would you do? What would you look up?
Are you allowed to shoot enemy soldiers who are running away?
Yes.
Okay. So why is this any different?
Because they're shipwrecked. They don't have the opportunity. They're not running away. They're in water. They're shipwrecked.
What about soldiers who are running away? They're not attacking you at the moment.
Because soldiers that are running away are still considered part of combat. Fleeing is a military operation.
Right. Why would these people in the boats get the benefit of the law of warfare where they're not engaged in any recognized military force or warfare?
Yeah. Doobie's asking the collateral damage questions. I don't know. I wasn't there. And there's obviously very young children who get killed in combat operations. With the Haditha massacre, though, somebody will have to watch a documentary or read the Wikipedia. I think that the narrative is that they suffered a roadside bomb in that area like the day before or week before and had killed one of their team members. And then they took sniper fire from that building and they got orders from their sergeant just to clear the entire building. And so instead of clearing it, normally judiciously in a shoot, no shoot scenario where they were trying to discriminate between civilians and soldiers, they actually just went in and they threw a grenade in every single room. So they just threw a grenade in every single room, shot everybody in the room. Went in the next room, threw a grenade in every single room, shot everybody in the room. Threw a grenade in the next room, shot everybody in the room. And so you can make the argument like, oh, well, is there some kind of discriminate calculus that is forcing them to shoot, these civilians? And the answer is in Haditha, I don't think so. I don't think there was. I don't think there was any attempt to differentiate combatants or non-combatants. They just killed everyone. So no, Doobie, you might be bringing up those collateral considerations sarcastically. I actually think that there is no evidence to suggest that they try to discriminate between civilians and combatants at all.
Because when you're not a savage, that's how you conduct yourself as a first world country, especially as a country that says that we don't exist under the Rome Statute because we're not signatories to the ICC. We have our own military courts that are supposed to hold our own behavior accountable. That's why stuff like Abu Ghraib and that's why stuff like Gitmo is not always on the up and up. And some of it we went after. So
True. And by the way, Guantanamo Bay was probably more legal than Abu Ghraib. Because Abu Ghraib was the CIA coming in for enhanced interrogation, which they might have been like authorized in some limited charter to do, but they showed the National Guardsmen who were taking care of Abu Ghraib how they did enhanced interrogation, and then Guantanamo Bay was where they did enhanced interrogation and long-term detention, but they also did it with like lawyers present and CIA members present. My understanding of Abu Ghraib is the National Guardsmen just went buck wild and they just started torturing people for fun. Like that, there was no intelligence gathered. There was no documentation of what they'd obtained through enhanced interrogation. They just knew they were in charge of the Iraqis. And so they just started picking Iraqis at random and torturing them because they felt like it. And so that's the kind of thing where if you're a soldier or a Marine who's been around in the war on terror, you might get an order like that. You might get an order to participate in enhanced interrogation. And if there isn't a deeper military purpose rather than causing human suffering on enemy prisoners of war, you could go to jail. You could go to prison. You could have you could be dishonorably discharged.
There is international customary humanitarian law where all of us agree that there are certain rules. You can't torture people. You can't rape people.
Let me know when
you
you're
can't
done.
capture people. Well, I'm informing you since you apparently don't know anything about international law.
You're not
Murdering
answering the
people,
question. Just let me know when you're done.
The question specifically is you can't murder people that are just swing.
For people to have the protection of the law of war, they have to qualify.
Yeah, Eric Dom brought this up, but I have to wrap in a second and I want to give it more time. So Eric Dom brought up the fact that there is a polymarket betting group for different cities in Ukraine that are on the verge of being taken by Russians, and they're betting whether or not the Ukrainians or the Russians are taking the cities. Eric Dom, if you could show up a little bit earlier in stream, because I'm about to wrap, hit me with that again like tomorrow or the next day, and I'll actually pull up the poly market and talk about it for more than a minute. But yeah, that was pretty fucked up.
For the protection of the law of war. These are regular combatants engaged in chemical warfare against the United States Don't qualify.
Oh, fuck off. Fentanyl is not chemical warfare. You don't intentionally ingest chemical warfare components. I'm not going to go down to the local drug dealer and ingest VX gas for a recreational high, you fucking arsler.
Qualify for the law.
Number one, even if what you just said was true, they do qualify. Number two, you have no evidence of any of those claims. An enemy combatant that is shipwrecked qualifies
Where?
for prisoner of war status. Where what?
They're not in uniform. They're not.
They don't have to
part
be
of
in
a formal
uniform.
Military force. Okay.
Doesn't matter. I know it hurts. Yeah, I know. It's okay.
Andrew,
Your daddy
please
Trump
finish
just
your
commits
point.
war crimes or Hexeth, whatever you're going to say. I know it hurts, but
you guys, gang, I love the energy. I love the passion. It's really great content, but we got to let Andrew finish his point, please.
Okay, fuck Andrew. So like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. I got to wrap up because I need to go hang out with Mr. Corbin. Corbin Joseph apparently is his new name. I'm going to plug my PayPal again. Here it is in the chat. Like I said, like the stream, it's free. Share it with your friends. We're a funny, interesting group. Engage with chat. There's lots of cool, interesting people in my chat. Super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them, and also hit the PayPal if you want. I want to thank everybody who super chatted today. Grassroots gifted 5. H-Lock renewed their membership. Grassroots gifted 5. Grassroots did 100. Grass did 20 Valor Media Network memberships. Oilin like always. Thank you, King. Much appreciated. Also, thank you to the Oilers who are not here. Christian Valeris, I didn't see him in chat today. Maybe he was here earlier. I haven't seen him since this morning. And thank you to Patriarch for your generosity over the past series of months. It's been absolutely insane. Exponential Entropy, Dr. Zayas, Gen X, Numanax, Fell Runner. These are just people who are coming off the top of my head, but I want to thank the other people who actually donated today. Tenhauser, Andre Sondelescu, Hasbar, Sacred Snow, Asai Garcia with 2 super chats, E.T., Grassroots Tetramon with the 20, and McDevin with the 5. Thank you. I'm scrolling down. And then Sacred Snow says, no. Let this arsler say Fent is chemical warfare. Does that also mean if we get a gas attack on DC from Iran, that's technically not an active war? So, yeah. So, I parasocially love you guys. Here's the PayPal link one more time. Like I said, I'm going to use it for Christmas presents and date with the wife. The Venezuela thing stinks of dishonest bullshit. Are you saying that I'm bullshitting or are you saying that they're bullshitting? Because it seems to me like they're bullshitting. Okay. They don't have an AUMF. They declared Trenda Aragua a terrorist organization. They use that as justification for drone attacks, but then they're not releasing any information related to the drug smugglers. I have no doubt that the drug smugglers, if you have a speedboat with 4 outboard engines and you drive 100 times in 6 months from the northern coast of Colombia right to the west coast of Mexico or Belize or whatever, someplace north of the Darien Strait, and then you drop off 55-gallon drums to a truck that's waiting for you by a beach, and you do that 100 times, 1,000 times in 6 months. I have no doubts that you're a drug trafficker. However, what I do have doubts on is that they've proved that you are a part of a narco-terrorist organization and are therefore deserving of death. Now, if you want to get an AUMF and the United States Congress wants to sign off, actually drug traffickers cause 100,000 American deaths every single year. Therefore, we're declaring every drug trafficking organization in Central and South America as a terrorist organization, and we're giving the military full authorization to drone strike these people with Hellfire missiles. Go ahead. Do it through Congress. We have a congressional republic for a reason. Okay. But anyways, I'm going to run. I'm going to change clothes. I'm going to grab some lunch with some friends. I parasocially love you. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. Thank you to the roughly 20 people who donated today. Thank you for the PayPal support. And I'll see you tomorrow. I'll see you tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. Have a great day, guys. Bye.